Chapter 1150, Fighting Taoist Heavenspan. Chapter 1150, Fighting Taoist Heavenspan. Stories about Bai Xiaochun's battle with celestial deadfall had long since begun to spread, and therefore, Taoist Heavenspan knew that he was in the mid-celestial realm. Thus, he immediately resorted to a trump card, holding nothing back to seize the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, despite his general understanding of Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess, he had not personally fought him in a long time. And therefore, not even the full power of his 9 Dao gates were sufficient in this situation. Bai Xiaochun moved too quickly, and he was too focused on striking a fatal blow. Instead of resorting to fancy tactics, he simply unleashed a vicious fist strike. It was none other than the Undying Emperor's Fist. It wasn't a quintuple power version, but rather, quindecuple. 15 times the original level. It was the most perfect fleshly body fist strike possible within the mid-celestial realm. And yet, things weren't even close to over. Bai Xiaochun also poured the power of his cultivation base into this fist strike, making it even more effective. The heavens thrummed, and massive winds swept about. Those present in the early celestial realm were flabbergasted, and even the mid-celestial realm experts were visibly stunned. As for those nearby like Celestial Verpka who were in the late celestial realm, they were also unable to conceal their surprise. Some considered stepping in to interfere, but none of them could possibly do so quickly enough. It took only moments for Taoist Heavenspan's 9 Dao gates to shatter into fragments. At the same time, blood began to ooze out of the corners of his mouth as he fell back as quickly as he could. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had attacked in a devastating burst of energy, but Taoist Heavenspan was no ordinary opponent. Although his first 9 Dao gates had been destroyed, they quickly formed back together into a 10th Dao gate. Howling, Taoist Heavenspan sent it forward to block Bai Xiaochun's path. At the same time, Celestial Verpka, Celestial Deadfall, Prince Ur Demon and Reverend Devourer all rushed forward to do the same. Under any other circumstances, Gu Tianjun and his fellow Celestials wouldn't have done anything. But with both emperors present, and with Bai Xiaochun holding at least a nominal position as a Celestial in the Saint Emperor dynasty, they had no choice but to suppress their aversion for him and step into the fray. Of course, the objective of the Celestials on both sides was not to start a huge battle, but rather, to interfere with Bai Xiaochun and Taoist Heavenspan. King Heavenspan, calm yourself a bit. Celestial don't sink to the same level as that brat, but. Even as they barked various words such as these, Bai Xiaochun looked contemptuously at Taoist Heavenspan's 10th Dao gate, and before anyone could get close to him, pulled out the greatsword of the north. Take this! He shouted, slashing the sword toward the Dao gate. Even as everyone looked on in visible shock, the greatsword slashed through the Dao gate as surely as if it were made of paper. Then, the raging sword chi continued on toward Taoist Heavenspan. Bai Xiaochun was gambling that the vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials wouldn't personally interfere with a shocking sword strike like this simply for the sake of Taoist Heavenspan. And he was right. Taoist Heavenspan's face fell as Celestial Verpka and his compatriots simply looked on with furrowed brows. Of course, there was no way that Bai Xiaochun could fight a battle to the death with Taoist Heavenspan right here and now. Even as his sword continued to fall, a cold snort exploded into heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the vile Emperor appeared in front of Taoist Heavenspan. All he had to do was wave his sleeve, and the entire world went dim as an unimaginable power appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, and backed by natural law. That natural law would not permit any magical items to be near the vile Emperor. As a result of his mere gaze, heaven and earth seemed to be reversed, and everything trembled violently. For the first time ever, the world treasure that was the greatsword of the north left Bai Xiaochun's control. Shivering, it flew backward of its own accord, not willing to even stay in the same place it had just occupied. Bai Xiaochun was also hit by a backlash. His entire body vibrated, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he staggered backward several steps. Even as he did, his undying live forever technique went to work, healing his wounds. A moment later, he came to a stop and looked up, shifting his gaze to focus on the vile Emperor. At the same time, the Saint Emperor appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun, seemingly there to defend him from the vile Emperor. Clasping his hands behind his back, he snorted coldly and said, "You're pushing things a bit too far, vile Emperor." The vile Emperor merely chuckled in response. Then he looked at Bai Xiaochun and coldly said, "Still interested in fighting?" The Saint Emperor looked on with the slightest of frowns, his eyes narrowed. Back when Bai Xiaochun had first stepped into the cultivation world, and had little experience in life, he might not have been able to detect the sinister implications in what the vile Emperor had just said. But he was not that inexperienced person anymore, and instantly grasped the vicious trap contained therein. If Bai Xiaochun disregarded the Saint Emperor and responded directly to the vile Emperor, then it wouldn't matter what he said, it would cause the Saint Emperor to lose face. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun did not qualify to refuse to respond to the vile Emperor. Only the two Archeans themselves had a high enough position to ignore each other. As soon as the puzzle pieces clicked into place for Bai Xiaochun, he snorted coldly, looked away from the vile emperor, and took a few steps forward. Turning, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the Saint Emperor. "Saint Emperor, I await your judgment in the matter." In response to his words, the vile emperor's eyes flickered, and the Saint Emperor's narrowed eyes returned to their normal state. "He might be able to stop things this time," the Saint Emperor said coolly, "but he can't interfere every time. There can only be one ruler of the people of Heavenspan." That simple statement made his stance clear. Bai Xiaochun bowed again, then respectfully said, "Thank you for your support, Saint Emperor." Seeing how well Bai Xiaochun was handling things softened the Saint Emperor's heart a bit. However, he continued in a kind voice, "Now is not the time for such things. Please be patient, King Heavenspan. After we attend to matters at hand, I'll arrange for you to get the chance you need." With that, he looked over at the vile emperor. The two emperors were old rivals who could each guess what the other were thinking by merely looking into each other's eyes. The matter between Bai Xiaochun and Taoist Heavenspan was an issue of face only, and compared to the sovereign clone, was inconsequential. Based on their previous investigations, they had confirmed that the sovereign clone's cultivation base was only at the level of an Archean, and that it was definitely in the region covered by spiderweb. "It belongs to whoever finds it first," the Saint Emperor said. Then he vanished, to reappear down below on the surface of the spiderweb. The vile emperor snorted coldly and did the same thing, indicating his agreement with the Saint Emperor. The power of two Archean cultivation bases were unleashed, instantly punching a hole into what had seemed the nearly impregnable spiderweb. Then, the two emperors became streaks of bright light that vanished inside. The vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials all flew down to the hole in the hopes of observing the fight between the two emperors. Obviously, they wouldn't enter without a direct Dermic decree issued by the vile emperor. The Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials followed suit. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stared coldly at Taoist Heavenspan before joining Celestial Aged Spirit to head down toward the entrance hole. He tried to catch Gongsun Wanner's eyes, but she was pretending not to notice him. However, it was very telling that, back when Bai Xiaochun began to fight with Taoist Heavenspan, and the vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials interfered, she had placed herself in an unusual position. Although it had seemed like she was blocking Bai Xiaochun's path, to him, it seemed more like she was preventing Taoist Heavenspan from retreating. That was enough for him to guess where she stood on the matter. Upon reaching the hole, he settled down cross-legged and looked inside, suspicious about what secrets the sovereign clone possessed. And thus, the Celestials from the two dynasties waited. Hours passed. Eventually, a shriek rang out from the depths of the spiderweb that caused the minds of all of the Celestials to tremble. The vibrations of magical combat also reached them from far off in the distance. Everyone outside of the gaping hole excitedly tried to make out the details of what was happening. Although they couldn't see the fight itself, they could tell from the fluctuations that a massive, earth-shattering battle was taking place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, Celestial Pill. Chapter 1151, Celestial Pill. The massive boom caught the attention of all of the Celestials outside of the spiderweb, including Bai Xiaochun. Although they were unable to directly see what was happening, from the nature of the sound, they were able to determine that the vile Emperor and Saint Emperor were currently fighting a battle with the sovereign clone. It's fighting against two Archean emperors. This clone is so strong. The booms and vibrations of the battle lasted for a full 6 hours, leaving both Bai Xiaochun and all of the other Celestials shocked. Everyone kept their cultivation bases rotating and their guard up, just in case something unusual happened. All of them were convinced that with two Archeans working together, everything should go smoothly. However, as time dragged on, their confidence began to waver. Apparently, the prevailing thought was that the matter should have been handled much more quickly. Eventually, 3 days had gone by, during which booms and vibrations continued to shake the spiderweb. Furthermore, although the spiderweb wasn't expanding, and was in fact shrinking, there were many areas which seemed to be solidifying into something like the surface of an egg. This strange sight caused the hearts of Bai Xiaochun and the other Celestials to race, and to fill with sensations of increasing unease. Close to where Bai Xiaochun was seated were Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. "This is taking too long," Gu Tianjun said in a hushed tone. "You wouldn't think anything too unexpected could have occurred," Sima Yunhua replied. Celestial Aged Spirit was chuckling inwardly in cold schadenfreude, but wasn't saying anything. As for Bai Xiaochun, he simply sat there thoughtfully. On the other side of the hole, the Celestials from the vile Emperor dynasty were similarly engaged in hushed conversations, or were analyzing the situation as best they could. Eventually, the 4th day came, and everyone was coming to the conclusion that something strange was going on. It reached the point that Gu Tianjun and Celestial Verpka were both getting ready to go inside to investigate the situation. However, that was when a rumbling boom erupted out that vastly surpassed anything from before. It was like a million lightning bolts striking at the same time. And it was accompanied by a shriek that caused all of the Celestials' minds to spin. At that point, two beams of light shot out from the hole in the spiderweb. Before anyone could react, the two beams had separated and appeared in the midst of the forces from the two different dynasties. They were none other than the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor. Their faces were ashen, and both were clearly injured, with blood oozing out of their mouths, and their eyes grim. All of the Celestials looked on, hearts pounding. Before anyone could ask any questions, the Saint Emperor glanced at Gu Tianjun, Bai Xiaochun and the other Celestials, and in a very serious tone said, "The clone of that sovereign is a crimson, reptilian entity. Its cultivation base is in the mid-Archean realm, just on the verge of a breakthrough. The Vile Emperor and I joined forces to attack it, and even used our trump cards. In the end, the worst we could do was injure it, and drop its cultivation base down into the celestial realm. Seriously wounded, it fled, using some unknown divine ability to evade us completely. No amount of searching turned up any clues. I need the 5 of you to go in there and search for it. The ideal outcome would be for you to find and capture it. But if necessary, its corpse will do. Either way, you must get it. If any of you find it, then I'll reward all 5 of you with a celestial pill." The Saint Emperor knew that if he wanted the full support and cooperation of his Celestials, he needed to offer a good reward. Although it pained him to some degree, he didn't hesitate to do just that. A celestial pill. Sima Yunhua blurted, unable to restrain himself. Bai Xiaochun wasn't completely sure of what that was, but considering the name, he could at least guess. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's facial expression, the Saint Emperor went on to provide further explanation. From the moment the Saint Emperor dynasty was founded to this day, I have only concocted a total of 17 celestial pills. As of now, I have 9 left. Consuming one will give you a 60% chance of achieving a breakthrough within the celestial realm. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, his eyes went wide, and his heart started to pound. Apparently, a celestial pill could provide him with just as much benefit as the life force he had taken from the egg sac. I can't believe pills like that exist, he thought. The mere looks of excitement on the faces of Gu Tianjun and Celestial Aged Spirit showed what kind of pill it was. After all, they were already in the late celestial realm. I wonder if it would help a celestial who was trying to break into the Archean realm. Glancing over at the forces of the Vile Emperor dynasty, he could see that those celestials looked equally excited. And of course, Gu Tianjun and the other Saint Emperor dynasty forces noticed the same thing. Glances were being exchanged on both sides as everyone measured each other up. Clearly, although the 2 Archean emperors had injured the sovereign clone, they had also been severely drained in the process. Furthermore, they were still intent on winning the overall prize. Because of that, both were worried about the other coming out on top, and also worried about the reptilian clone escaping. What had been most unexpected in the entire thing was that the sovereign clone turned out to be at the peak of the mid-Archean realm, which was much more powerful than they had expected. What worried them the most was the possibility that, if it escaped, it would get even stronger, which could lead to a true disaster. After much consideration, the 2 of them came to an agreement. Neither of them would take action. They would stand guard outside in case the sovereign clone tried to escape, and have their subordinates go inside to compete over the chance to capture or kill it. Of course, it was obvious that because of how the Vile Emperor dynasty's forces outnumbered the Saint Emperor dynasties, there must have been some other agreement reached by the 2 emperors to make up for the disparity. However, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of what that might be. In either case, the chance at a celestial pill was enticing, and on top of that, he was actually very interested in the sovereign clone that the 2 Archeans took so seriously. It might contain clues about how to break through to the Archean realm. Although I'm quite a way away from that, it would be a big pity to see that good fortune go to someone else. Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking that way. Celestials from both sides were all considering the same thing. And yet, no one was willing to get too greedy. Obviously, the 2 Archeans were aware that one of their subordinates could potentially try to take the prize for themselves. Because of that, it seemed obvious that one of the unspoken prizes up for grabs was a portion of the sovereign clone's flesh and blood, with the rest going to one of the emperors. It was mere conjecture, but seemed highly likely to the Celestials. After all, such arrangements had been made on more than one occasion in the past. "Your Dermic decree shall be adhered to, Saint Emperor," Gu Tianjun said, clasping his hands solemnly. Then he turned into a beam of sword light that shot into the spiderweb. Sima Yunhua, Chensu, and Celestial Aged Spirit all made similar declarations, and then joined Gu Tianjun to fly inside. Similarly, the Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials, Gongsun Wanner included, all shot into the hole. Not having any logical reason to refuse to go in, Xiaochun also turned into a beam of light that shot into the world within the spiderweb. After they left, the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor sat down cross-legged and exchanged glances. Then they sent their divine sense out in all directions to make sure the lizard clone didn't escape from some other location. They were not giving it any wiggle room to flee. Might as well stop dreaming, the Vile Emperor said suddenly, a cold smile playing out on his face. That sovereign's flesh and blood will be going to me. And as per our agreement, I'll give you 20%. The Saint Emperor looked over, and all of the warmth drained away from him. Looking cold and even furious, he said, you were the one who intentionally let it go earlier. Otherwise we wouldn't be in this annoying situation. In response, the Vile Emperor chuckled. Just wait and see what happens, he said. Then he closed his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152 Fighting. Chapter 1152 Fighting. Because of how the spiderweb made up the sky of the world they're in, everything was as dark as late evening. Mortals might have had difficulty seeing, but of course, cultivators had no such problems. However, everything was gray and dusty, from mountains to plants. Other than by Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner, all of the Celestials found it somewhat unsettling. Anyone who entered a place like this for the first time would feel alarmed. Just as had been the case back in Merknine County, some of the villages, towns, and cities were not covered with dust, and contained cultivators and mortal citizens. However, they all ambled around like the walking dead, making for a very shocking scene. Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner has seen such things before, but the others had not. Therefore, the two of them were much quicker to acclimate, and almost immediately headed out in two different directions to start their search. After all, this wasn't a single county like Merknine. It encompassed more than half of the entire second immortal domain, at least 7 prefectures. The area to be covered in the search for the injured sovereign clone was vast, to say the least. Of course, the search was being carried out by 12 Celestials. In the immortal domains, that was a level of power that could not be rivaled. Furthermore, each Celestial could search a huge area with divine sense. The fact that the sovereign clone had been injured by 2 Archeans meant that the fluctuations it emanated would be even easier to detect, and also, it would be weaker. Therefore, the group searched the world within the spiderweb with full fervor, aware that, at worst, it might take some time to find their quarry. As Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner headed off, the other Celestials picked different directions and followed suit. Everyone hoped to succeed on their own, and would join forces only if it became necessary later. The Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor had intentionally set things up so that their subordinate Celestials would avoid working together. After all, the rewards would be given out regardless of who actually did the deed. It was easy to imagine conflict breaking out between the forces of the two dynasties if Celestials from opposing sides both came across the sovereign clone at the same time. But considering the huge territory involved, that didn't seem likely. Bai Xiaochun sped through the air, his divine sense sweeping the area as he looked for clues. This is a sovereign clone. Maybe it's injured, but all we have to go on is the word of the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but analyze the matter as he went along. After all, only he and Gongsun Wanner had personally dealt with this sovereign clone before. When he closed his eyes, he could picture that single palm strike reducing all of Merknine County to ashes. He also had the feeling that the reason why the clone was only a hair from being in the late Archean realm was because of that bit of life force he had stolen with the Eternal Parasol. I bet if that lizard had actually been in the late Archean realm, the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor would be in even worse condition than they are now. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the sovereign clone most likely hated him to a very profound degree. It's not like I did it on purpose. Who asked it to set up shop right at my front door? He really felt like he was getting the short end of the stick in the matter, but realized there was nothing he could do about it. If he found traces of the lizard, he would simply send a message to the other Celestials and wait for them to come help. Others among the Celestials might be considering trying to take the clone for their own, but not Bai Xiaochun. In fact, he actually hoped the Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials tracked it down first. Let them be the ones who tested out the thing's current battle prowess. Because of all of these thoughts, he wasn't actually going about his search efforts very thoroughly. To him, safety was the priority. He wasn't even paying very close attention to what his divine sense was telling him of his surroundings. The area covered by the spiderweb was huge, and before long, 3 days had passed. The 12 Celestials were all searching in different areas, and were also keeping in touch. By maintaining full vigilance, they weren't giving the sovereign clone any chances to slip through their grasp. Many of the Celestials assumed there was more to the situation than the 2 Archeans had let on, and some had surmised that they might have been thrown out as bait. That thought caused everyone to be even more on guard than normal. Bai Xiaochun was being especially cautious. Although he hadn't found any clues about the clone, he had come across 7 or 8 villages like the one he had entered in Merknine County. From outside, everything looked normal in such places, except for the laughter that echoed out from inside of them. He always avoided such places when he saw them. He headed in the general direction of Misty Sea Prefecture, and as the days passed, he gradually began to see familiar areas. He recognized certain cities, and although none of them contained cultivators ravenously devouring each other, they still caused his mood to sink. Sighing, he continued northward. At one point, his expression flickered, and he pulled his transmission jade slip out of his bag of holding. After scanning it with divine sense, he heard Celestial Aged Spirit's voice echoing in his ear. "I found it," he said excitedly. "All of you, hurry over here." At that point, a stream of divine sense appeared that led off in a certain direction. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times hesitantly, then turned and followed the divine sense. During the past few days, he had been maintaining a speed that could be described as neither fast nor slow. But the situation was urgent now, so he immediately blurred into motion, resorting to teleportations to move even faster. Thankfully, the distance involved wasn't immense, and with the regenerative powers of the Undying Live Forever technique to help him, he was able to maintain incredible speed. Streaking through the air, he continued to follow the stream of divine sense for 6 hours. During that time, his speed helped him travel a distance that would take days for average celestials. Eventually, he sensed Celestial Aged Spirit's aura up ahead of him. In addition, there were shocking fluctuations that indicated a spell formation was sealing down a huge area. As Bai Xiaochun approached, he saw the glowing red light of the spell formation, which was intermingled with a thick black mist. It almost looked as though an enormous, upside-down bowl were covering the area, which was about 500 kilometers from side to side. Just barely visible above the black mist were 3 huge faces, which belonged to none other than Celestial Deadfall, Prince Yuar Demon, and Taoist Heavenspan, all of whom were staring coldly at Celestial Aged Spirit, as well as Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, who stood off to the side, expressions flickering as they waited anxiously. When Bai Xiaochun appeared, the 3 of them immediately looked over at him, and their expressions brightened. Chunsu was still about 4 hours away. There's no time to wait. The other 3 Celestials quickly began to update Bai Xiaochun on the situation. Celestial Aged Spirit had been the first to locate the flesh and blood clone of the Sovereign. However, the clone moved too quickly, and escaped. As Celestial Aged Spirit gave chase, Celestial Verpka arrived, and called other Vile Emperor Dynasty forces to his aid. The Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials had the advantage of numbers, and had showed up before Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. Not only had they set up a spell formation to keep Celestial Aged Spirit out, but Celestial Deadfall was maintaining it in a way that sealed whatever was inside. That being a number of Celestials who were trying to capture the Sovereign clone. "We can't wait any longer," Gu Tianjun said through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. "Let's attack and see if we can figure out what's going on inside the spell formation." Sima Yunhua and Celestial Aged Spirit nodded in agreement. As for Bai Xiaochun, he realized that this was a rare opportunity, and that if he didn't help out, it might also be their last. Waving his hand, he summoned the Greatsword of the North. Even as the sword light glittered, the 4 of them became glittering beams of light that shot toward the spell formation. Taoist Heavenspan, Prince Yuar Demon, and Celestial Deadfall were clearly surprised, and focused more power on maintaining the spell formation. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, something dramatic happened. A blood-curdling scream echoed out from the mists that filled the spell formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153, Breaking the Formation. Chapter 1153, Breaking the Formation. The agonized shriek was not the type that would come out of the mouth of a human. It was the piercing cry of some sort of beast that had encountered a deadly crisis, the type of howl that came in the final moments of life. As it pierced through the mists of the spell formation, causing them to ripple and twist, the enormous faces that represented Celestial Deadfall and his comrades all flickered in astonishment. Similarly shaken were Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. "That's the Sovereign clone. Damn it, they're about to succeed." As the 2 of them picked up speed, Gu Tianjun sent a blast of sword chi slashing out, powerful enough to rip apart worlds. As for Sima Yunhua, he performed an incantation gesture, summoning 9 clones that joined his true self to unleash shocking battle prowess. Things weren't over yet, though. Celestial Aged Spirit went all out, summoning a multicolored light that contained a magical law of destruction. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get nervous. If the Sovereign clone had indeed been killed, then considering that the Vile Emperor Dynasty forces had the advantage of numbers, it would be impossible for the Saint Emperor Dynasty people to take it away from them. The only hope they had would be if the clone hadn't been killed yet. This Sovereign's clone is a lot weaker than you would expect. Not having time to analyze the situation much, Bai Xiaochun slashed out with the Greatsword of the North, joining forces with the other celestials. The attack created by the four of them was like a wild tempest that slammed directly into the spell formation. Heaven and earth shook violently as a massive rift was torn open in the misty surface of the spell formation. Normally, their combined attack wouldn't be so effective. However, the cry of the sovereign clone moments ago had weakened the spell formation significantly, laying the perfect groundwork. The reason why Celestial Deadfall, Taoist Heavenspan, and Prince Ur Demon had not entered the spell formation to join in the fight earlier was because they had been tasked with preventing the Saint Emperor Dynasty forces from entering. All of them immediately poured more power into the formation, causing dozens of huge hands to reach out and grab at the enemy Celestials. The hands were backed by the spell formation itself, and the cultivation bases of the Vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators, making them as powerful as someone in the mid-celestial realm. Roughly half of them headed directly toward Gu Tianjun, with some of them heading toward Celestial Aged Spirit, and only 6 swerving off to meet Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua. Despite the power backing them, the hands didn't attack offensively. They merely defended and harassed the Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials. Clearly, the goal of the Vile Emperor Dynasty forces was merely to give Celestial Verpka and the others time to complete their task. Booms rang out here and there. Bai Xiaochun swung the Greatsword of the North, slicing one of the huge hands in two and forcing the other two to back up. At the same time, Celestial Aged Spirit and Gu Tianjun both faced severe resistance, making it impossible for either of them to enter the spell formation. The spell formation was powerful to begin with, and was being bolstered by 3 Celestials. Unless something unexpected happened, it was likely that it would take several hours tangling with it before they could break through. It was at this point that another piercing cry echoed out from inside the mist, even more intense than before. Because the mist of the spell formation had already been damaged, its fluctuations devolved into further instability, and it even began to rock back and forth. Many places on its surface were growing visibly thin. Eyes glittering, Bai Xiaochun released more of the sword chi of the Greatsword of the North. At the same time, the other Celestials unleashed trump cards in the form of shocking divine abilities. Deadfall, Taoist Heavenspan, and Prince Ur Demon were visibly taken aback. Aware that a critical juncture had arrived, they bit their tongues and spat out blood, drawing even more deeply on their cultivation bases to add power to the spell formation, and hopefully stabilize it. It was a moment of fierce conflict between the two sides, all centered around the spell formation. Despite the booms and rumbling sounds, this spell formation was clearly extraordinary, and the 3 Celestials operating it were not holding anything back. Even though Bai Xiaochun and his comrades were attacking with shocking levels of power, and making progress, the more they advanced, the more hands appeared to resist them, and the more energy resisted their progress. In fact, that energy was rapidly turning into a force of expulsion. Damn it, what kind of spell formation is this? If this keeps up, we'll never have enough time to get inside. And even if we do, how will we stop them from succeeding? The 3 Celestials from the Saint Emperor Dynasty gritted their teeth and kept fighting. As for Bai Xiaochun, he hadn't said a word this entire time, but had continuously been eyeing the mist, trying to decide if it was worth it to take a bit of a risk. He knew that his undying hex wasn't powerful enough to completely disregard the mist of the spell formation, but at the least, it could get him inside to where the fighting was going on. Unfortunately, it would be too draining to take the others with him. And thus, he was torn. Even as he tried to make a final decision, a whistling sound rose up from behind him. Off in the distance, a white beam of light approached, within which was an old man in a Taoist robe, who bore the semblance of a transcendent being. He was none other than Chen Su. He was the last of the Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials to arrive. Earlier, Gu Tianjun had sent him an urgent message to come, and he had employed a very taxing Taoist magic that drew on the power of teleportation to get him here as quickly as possible. The other Celestials were visibly enlivened, whereas the Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials had quite the opposite reaction. The 3 of them could handle 4 enemy Celestials with difficulty, at least in an attempt to delay them. But 5 Celestials was different. Were the spell formation in perfect shape, it would be one matter, but right now, it was unstable, and every shriek of the sovereign clone weakened it further. Now, it seemed unlikely that it would last for long. Even as the 3 Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials reacted with shock, Chen Su arrived. Not slowing down for a moment, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture that sent numerous bolts of golden lightning flying out, which quickly formed into a string of lightning spheres. Each ball of lightning contained heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power that joined the combined attack of the other Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials. The resulting boom caused looks of shock to appear on the faces of the enemy. With the massive power of their combined divine abilities, Bai Xiaochun and his fellows were getting closer and closer to entering the spell formation. Damn it! Prince Ur Demon shouted, his eyes crimson. Performing a double-handed incantation gesture, he spat out some pure energy. He was joined by Deadfall and Taoist Heavenspan, who went all out to try to stabilize the spell formation. It was at that point that all of a sudden, a third shriek rang out from the sovereign clone. This third shriek surpassed the other two by far. It was astonishing to hear, and immediately caused the spell formation to begin to vibrate dangerously. It even seemed that it might collapse at any moment. "This is our chance," Gu Tianjun said, his eyes flashing brightly. There was no need for further words. Bai Xiaochun, Chen Su, Aged Spirit and Sima Yunhua all joined forces, unleashing the full power of their cultivation bases and their most powerful divine abilities. Their attack created something like an evil dragon that viciously attacked the spell formation. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion occurred as the evil dragon blasted a huge hole into the teetering spell formation, which then began to collapse. Celestial Deadfall, Taoist Heavenspan and Prince Ur Demon all coughed up mouthfuls of blood and fell back at high speed. In that moment, the mist dissipated, and the battlefield was revealed. What they saw was something completely unexpected. A miserable scream could be heard, coming, not from the sovereign clone, but from one of the 7 celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty, the Old Woman. Her cultivation base was in the mid-celestial realm, and yet, she was currently being cleaved in two. Blood spattered out as her top half flew backward in retreat, a look of profound terror and astonishment appearing on her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154, The Perfect Opportunity. Chapter 1154, The Perfect Opportunity. The old woman's face was turning dark, as though she had been poisoned. Black blood dripped out of her, and even more telling, a black magical symbol had appeared above the top of her head. The magical symbol flickered rapidly, and anyone who looked at it closely would see that it was suppressing a projected image that looked exactly like the old woman. It was none other than her nascent divinity, as projected by her Dao seed. Apparently, the magical symbol was sealing her Dao seed inside of her broken body, which was currently being eaten away by the poison. If she died, the Dao seed would not be able to free itself, and would eventually be wiped away. As such, the old woman would lose her chance to be resurrected. Bai Xiaochun and everyone else present was completely shocked. And yet, things weren't over yet. Even as the old woman tried to flee, someone else appeared who was attempting to flee, face covered by a mask of terror. It was none other than Reverend Devourer. He was coughing up blood like mad, and his aura was weak beyond compare. He seemed terrified, and although he was moving at top speed, a black magical symbol floated above his head that looked similar to the one connected to the old woman. The main difference was that this symbol apparently contained the power of some magical law that was corroding Reverend Devourer's body. Further behind him was a burning red light that was already starting to speed out of the area of vanishing mist. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw that red light, he sensed something familiar. It was obviously an evil and explosive entity that was actually attempting to flee into the distance. Last to appear was Celestial Verpka, who was missing an arm, and whose face was as pale as a sheet. However, he seemed to be defiant to the point of madness as he chased after the red light. "Get it!" he shouted. "It's almost dead." As soon as Celestial Verpka began to give chase, Celestial Deadfall, Taoist Heavenspan and Prince Ur Demon gritted their teeth and dashed to block the path of the red light. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, and Celestial Aged Spirit also split up in an attempt to block its other paths of retreat. Bai Xiaochun joined them. However, even as they moved into position, the blood-colored light stopped moving, and a piercing shriek echoed out from within it. Now that the light had stopped moving, something became visible, a freakish creature that seemed to be part human and part lizard. It had the limbs and torso of a person, but was covered with blood-colored scales. Its facial features became clear, revealing it to be male. However, its eyes had double pupils, and a long, forked tongue snaked in and out of its mouth. The windstorm caused by the thing's shriek contained power similar to the late celestial realm, and as it swept out, the weaker celestials like Deadfall had no choice but to back up. As for Bai Xiaochun, he immediately swung the greatsword of the north out to protect himself. Only Gu Tianjun and Celestial Verpka were strong enough to stand up to it, and in fact, continued onward, unleashing trump card attacks onto the clearly weakened sovereign clone. Eyes filled with madness, the clone began to fight back, causing booms to ring out everywhere. Bai Xiaochun backed up a few paces, not willing to engage him. However, that did little good, as the clone suddenly turned and charged in his direction. Its dual pupils were filled with hatred, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun realized that, his heart began to pound. He really does want revenge on me. However, Bai Xiaochun also knew that retreat was not an option. Bracing himself, he raised the greatsword of the north over his head and slashed it down toward the sovereign clone. Shrieking, the clone fell back, and was once again surrounded by the other celestials. Now was not the time to be taking sides, everyone went all out in this effort to cut down the sovereign clone. Don't let it get away. Celestial Verbka shouted urgently. Its powers of regeneration are incredible. Don't give it the time to heal. All of the other Celestials attacked with full urgency, holding nothing back. Their combined battering continued to weaken the sovereign clone, slowly wearing it down. After all, the scene which the newly arrived Celestials had just witnessed was shocking to the extreme. The dismal fate of the old woman, the sight of Reverend Devourer's body melting, and Celestial Verbka's missing limb all went to show how shockingly powerful this clone was. Furthermore, if the thing escaped and they lost this opportunity, then considering its powers of regeneration and ability to absorb life force, then by the time they found it again, it would either be fully recovered, or close to it. If that happened, then none of them would be able to accomplish their mission. And if the vile Emperor and Saint Emperor ended up having to come to finish the job themselves, then the rewards that had been offered would likely be withheld or limited. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the sovereign clone. Knowing that it couldn't escape, and seeing itself being weakened by the moment, it threw its head back and roared. As that happened, it began to grow larger, inflating until it was like a huge balloon made of skin. It was a shocking sight that caused everyone to inch back nervously. Even as they did, the body of the sovereign clone suddenly exploded, causing a huge boom to ring out in all directions. Celestial Deadfall, Prince UR Demon, Celestial Verbka, and Taoist Heavenspan all coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Chen Su, Celestial Aged Spirit, and even Bai Xiaochun all did the same. Everyone was sent tumbling backward. This thing is so powerful. Bai Xiaochun gasped, keeping a firm grip on the greatsword of the north as twinges of pain swept through him. Looking over in shock, he saw Taoist Heavenspan some distance off, coughing up blood as he fell back. At that point, his eyes glittered. Everyone is fighting over this sovereign's fleshly body. Maybe I can use this chance to kill Taoist Heavenspan. Immediately, killing intent began to rise up within him. After the clone self-detonated, another shocking development occurred. A roughly 1-meter-long lizard appeared in the spot where the detonation had occurred. It was clearly on its last legs, and had only one bit of energy left, which it used to try to escape. Unexpectedly, the direction it picked was where Taoist Heavenspan was located. As soon as the lizard got close to him, his eyes flickered with black light, and he rapidly performed a double-handed incantation gesture. 10-gate synthesis. Even as everyone was still being shoved backward by the force of the detonation, Taoist Heavenspan summoned a vast assortment of magical symbols that grouped together into a huge magical gate. Rumbling sounds filled the air as that gate shot toward the lizard, radiating the power of sealing. The lizard wasn't intelligent, and was acting on instinct alone. As such, it headbutted the huge magical gate, which immediately began to bend under the force of the impact. The gate shattered, transforming back into countless magical symbols that wrapped around the now unconscious and possibly dead lizard, and then began to drag it toward Taoist Heavenspan. Taoist Heavenspan! How dare you! That was the enraged reaction of both Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Celestial Aged Spirit, and Chen Su. However, they had been pushed too far away by the force of the blow, and had no time to do anything. As for Celestial Verbka and his fellows, they all rushed to defend Taoist Heavenspan. As far as the vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators were concerned, as a new Celestial, there was no way Taoist Heavenspan would dare to try to keep the corpse for himself. And Celestial Verbka was dead set on getting the reward they had been offered. If Gu Tianjun and his fellow Celestials managed to get the corpse, it would be a big headache. Everything was happening too quickly. As people began to take action, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his heart began to pound. The truth was that he had been plotting this entire time, and slowly edging closer to Taoist Heavenspan. The perfect opportunity. After only the slightest moment of hesitation, he used the mountain-shaking bash, the undying hex, and all of his fleshly body power to achieve speed even greater than the sovereign clone had. He even rotated his cultivation base to add more power to his motion. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he suddenly appeared right next to Taoist Heavenspan, toward whom he viciously slashed his greatsword of the north. "I'm here for your life, Taoist Heavenspan!" he shouted loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155, got it. Chapter 1155, got it. To Bai Xiaochun, it was the type of opportunity that would only come once in a blue moon. And if he killed Taoist Heavenspan right now, even the Saint Emperor would surely support his decision. After all, Taoist Heavenspan currently held an object that both of the Archeans wanted for themselves. As Bai Xiaochun swung the greatsword of the north, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and scintillating blue light shone in all directions. This was battle prowess equivalent to the late celestial realm, all of it directed solely against Taoist Heavenspan. Everything happened too quickly. Even as Taoist Heavenspan was reaching out toward the lizard, Bai Xiaochun's greatsword slashed out. Before Taoist Heavenspan could react, an intense sensation of deadly crisis rose up from the bottom of his heart. Although he could be resurrected if he died, it would come at the cost of 10% of his cultivation base, a price he would not pay unless absolutely necessary. After all, a permanent 10% loss in cultivation base would also mean he was 10% less likely to reach the Archean realm, but achieving that breakthrough was difficult enough without reducing the chances by 10%. And Taoist Heavenspan was ruthlessly ambitious. How could he possibly dash his own hopes just for the sake of a lizard? Without the slightest hesitation, he let out a shout and threw his hand out to the side. Instead of tossing the lizard into his bag of holding, he thrust it out to block Bai Xiaochun's greatsword of the north. Rumbling booms filled the air as the unstoppable greatsword made contact with the lizard. For the first time, instead of severing that which lay in its path, it only hewed out a great chunk of flesh. The lizard blocked the greatsword and sent a massive backlash attack into Bai Xiaochun, causing his qi and blood to vibrate violently. However, Taoist Heavenspan was hurt even worse. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was flung backward, simultaneously releasing the lizard. He had no other choice than to release it. If he greedily tried to keep it, then Gu Tianjun and the other Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials would certainly give chase. Even if they were initially blocked from doing so, Bai Xiaochun would have another chance to strike a fatal blow. Therefore, releasing the lizard not only made him less of a target, it would also make it much harder for Bai Xiaochun to continue the fight. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, from the moment Bai Xiaochun made his move to the point when Taoist Heavenspan let go of the lizard, only enough time elapsed for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. As Taoist Heavenspan sped off, Bai Xiaochun lurched to a halt, aware that giving chase would be difficult. Most importantly, he now had the lizard. And as soon as his hand touched it, he gasped at the realization that his undying live forever technique was stirring thirstily. Apparently, the lizard contained good fortune of a monumental level for the undying live forever technique. There was no time for thought or planning. He quickly threw the lizard into his bag of holding, only a moment before Celestial Verpka, Prince Yuar Demon, and Celestial Deadfall closed in with killing intent burning. Have a death wish, Bai Xiaochun? Hand over that sovereign-level fleshly body. You don't qualify to sully that with your touch, Bai Xiaochun. Even Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Celestial Aged Spirit and Chen Su approached, eyes flickering with avarice. Throw me that clone, King Heavenspan. We have your back now, King Heavenspan. Although they seemed to be working in Bai Xiaochun's interests, and were even intercepting the Celestials from the vile Emperor dynasty, all of them were thinking of ways to get the lizard from him. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun's status was a sensitive subject. He wasn't truly a Celestial of the Saint Emperor dynasty. If any of the other Celestials had acquired the lizard, they would have all stood together no matter who had it in hand. But if they had a chance to get it from Bai Xiaochun, they would obviously do so. In the briefest of moments, Taoist Heavenspan was no longer the target, and Bai Xiaochun was. Although it was somewhat of a predicament, all he had to do was hand over the lizard, and everything would be resolved. Except, the profound thirst of the undying live forever technique caused his heart to start pounding with anticipation. Damn it, I've got to go for broke. He growled inwardly, his eyes completely bloodshot. He feared death, and didn't like to take big risks, but there was too much to gain in this situation. If he gave up now, he would regret it forever. As long as I have even a scrap of energy left, I won't give it to them. Bai Xiaochun hadn't even considered trying to take the sovereign clone for himself earlier. But now, he realized that if he could buy enough time, he might be able to benefit in unimaginable ways. Howling, he utilized the mountain shaking bash to achieve a huge burst of speed. Filled with rage, Celestial Deadfall and Prince Yuar Demon shot forward to block his path. However, as soon as they got close, he unleashed the living mountain incantation and the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation. As he became an enormous giant, he hefted the greatsword of the north and slashed it out with vicious determination. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as sword chi descended upon the already wounded Prince Yuar Demon and Celestial Deadfall. Yet again, blood sprayed out of their mouths as they were flung backward. And yet, Bai Xiaochun was also hit with a backlash and lurched to a halt. That brief pause was all that was needed for Celestial Verpka to close in. Turning, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger. Water swamp. Rumbling sounds could be heard as water vapor roiled out, and the entire area was turned into a huge swamp. Kingdom. A roar could be heard that seemed to echo out from many years in the past. At the same time, an indescribably large beast appeared, with an upper and lower jaw that resembled a crocodile, or perhaps even a dragon. The entire world shook as the beast slammed into Celestial Verpka. Verpka tried to dodge out of the way, but the beast was too big, and moved with indescribable speed. A huge boom echoed out from the impact, and Bai Xiaochun shot past. Listen, Gu Tianjun, he shouted, if you guys run interference for me, we can all benefit. With that, he began to pick up speed. Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials hesitated for a moment. Aware that now was not the time for infighting, they suppressed their thoughts of taking the lizard from Bai Xiaochun, and went all out to block the enemy Celestials. Before Verpka and the others could give chase, Gu Tianjun and his comrades were there to stop them. Bai Xiaochun was simply too fast. A moment later, he was 30,000 meters away, and kept going until he vanished. Within moments, he was nowhere to be seen. At that point, Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials from the Saint Emperor dynasty backed up. As for Celestial Verpka and his fellows, they exchanged grim glances, aware that chasing Bai Xiaochun down now would be difficult. Celestial Verpka was not ready to give in though. We might not be able to find Bai Xiaochun, he said, but Gu Tianjun and the others probably can. I bet they all agreed to split the lizard amongst themselves. That's why they helped him escape. Celestial Ghost Mother is on the way. She's probably close by now. Send her a message to go wait by the exit and intercept Bai Xiaochun. And we should get to the exit as quickly as possible too. Prince UR Demon and the others agreed, and they quickly flew off. Reverend Devourer had finally been able to stop his body from melting, and followed along. As for the old woman, during the fighting moments before, her entire body had been reduced to a pile of blood and gore. Although the sealing magic which had been placed upon her had not successfully destroyed her Dao seed, it had been significantly harmed. But at least it still existed. The other Celestials took her Dao seed with them, and gave the matter no more thought. The vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials rushed toward the exit, their faces as grim as could be, and their hearts pulsing with hatred for Bai Xiaochun. They were also quite displeased with Taoist Heavenspan. If Taoist Heavenspan had lasted for a bit longer, and maybe put more on the line, then we would have gotten that clone's body. Celestial Verpka looked at the stump of his severed arm, and then at Taoist Heavenspan. Eyes glinting with cold light, he thought, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him after we get back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156, Gone. Chapter 1156, Gone. Bai Xiaochun kept pushing his hand down onto his bag of holding as he sped along. Really, he had no other choice but to do that. Despite the lizard having been sealed and placed in his bag of holding, it seemed to be struggling to get out into the open, forcing Bai Xiaochun to add in cultivation base power to keep the bag closed. I need to find somewhere to hole up. The first thing he thought of was the damaged fan. However, after attempting to make contact, he found that the spider web was interfering. Perhaps he could try to forcibly make the teleportation happen, but he was worried something could go wrong, and he might come out on the other end missing an arm or a leg. An arm or a leg I could deal with, but what would happen if my head didn't get teleported through? The mere thought of that scene caused him to shiver. No. If I want to teleport out of here, I need to find a place where the fighting between the clone and the two emperors weakened the spiderweb enough to establish a solid connection. He didn't even pause to think about going to the actual exit. Blurring into motion, he began to search. The vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials had no way of easily tracking Bai Xiaochun, but it was different with those from the Saint Emperor Dynasty. They had many options, especially Chen Su. Although he was not powerful in terms of battle prowess, when it came to augury arts, none of the other Celestials were his equal. In fact, it hardly took Chen Su any work to get a general direction. There! He said, his eyes flashing. Gu Tianjun immediately shot into motion, followed by Sima Yunhua and the others. None of them sent messages ahead. After all, they didn't trust Bai Xiaochun, and were worried that if they notified him ahead of time, he might be prepared, and make it harder for them to get the lizard. Although the Saint Emperor had said that everyone would get a reward as long as the clone was acquired, all of them knew that the rewards would differ in quality. Gu Tianjun was absolutely set on being the one to come out on top, and had even agreed to concede some of the rewards he would get to Chen Su and the others in order to achieve that goal. The four of them pushed forward at top speed for about an hour before Chen Su's eyes began to shine brightly. 5,000 kilometers up ahead, he said, pointing. Gu Tianjuan's eyes shone with cold light as he quickly performed an incantation gesture, sending 7 beams of sword light streaking off in that very direction. They moved so quickly that they were almost invisible, piercing through those 5,000 kilometers to appear right on top of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he leaped backward by about 30 meters. Even as he did, 7 beams of light slashed through the spot he had just occupied, causing enormous booming sounds to echo out. If he hadn't acted any faster, although he probably wouldn't have been killed, he would definitely have been seriously injured. Gu Tianjun, he said through gritted teeth. Those 7 beams of sword light obviously contained the aura of Gu Tianjun. You're obviously trying to rob me. If you wanted all the credit, you could have messaged me and talked things over. But instead, you just try to outright rob me. Already, Bai Xiaochun was starting to get angry. Bai Xiaochun was very well aware that the Celestials of the Saint Emperor dynasty were a sanctimonious lot. However, the possible benefits at hand today were enormous. Although the Saint Emperor had said that everyone would be rewarded, Bai Xiaochun was under no illusions that he, an outsider, would be treated fairly. And Gu Tianjuan's actions had just gone to prove that. Complete and utter bullying. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated, heading to a location off in the distance where the spiderweb seemed particularly weak. Although he couldn't see Gu Tianjun and the others, he could tell that their divine sense was spreading out toward him. However, the 7 swords were faster than the divine sense, and had already circled back around to attack him again. After dodging them yet again, he continued on toward the weakened portion of the spiderweb. He knew that he would only have one shot at this, and that if he failed, the other Celestials would arrive, and he would be forced to hand over the lizard. Even with the Great Sword of the North, he couldn't fight all 4 of them at the same time. Furthermore, they could afford to rely on resurrection as their ultimate backup, whereas if he perished, he had no such option. Well, since they're pushing things this far, they can't blame me for cheating. I didn't want to do this earlier, but now I can do it with a clean conscience. Even as the 7 beams of sword light closed in, followed closely by Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials, he took a deep breath and made contact with the damaged fan. That single thought caused the air around him to blur and distort. In the blink of an eye, 7 swords slashed through the area, followed by streams of divine sense from the Celestials, a veritable windstorm of destructive power. Unfortunately, not a trace of Bai Xiaochun was anywhere to be seen. After a few breaths of time passed, 4 beams of light appeared off in the distance. The Celestials all had somber expressions on their faces, and as soon as they arrived, they sent their divine sense out as high and low and far as possible, looking for clues. Gu Tianjun sent his swords slicing through the air in the area, and Shen Su performed incantation gestures to try to get a read on Bai Xiaochun. And yet, to their utter disbelief, Bai Xiaochun was really nowhere to be seen. Impossible. Gu Tianjun said, his eyes crimson. Based on his connection to his flying swords earlier, he could say with absolute certainty that Bai Xiaochun had been present. But then, a moment later, he was gone. Furthermore, there were no signs of teleportations having been performed in the area. The other Celestials simply couldn't guess how Bai Xiaochun had possibly escaped. Face grim, Gu Tianjun waved his hand, transforming his 7 swords into 49 swords that slashed out in a furious tempest, kicking up dust as they cut everything to pieces. Sima Yunhua and Celestial Aged Spirit did everything they could think of as well, but it did no good. Eventually, the 3 of them looked over at Shen Su, whose eyes glowed with the light of augury. They waited, their hearts pounding as they realized that something seemed very strange about Shen Su. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he was even trembling visibly. Eventually, he opened his eyes and coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, he weakened visibly, and roughly 30% of the hair on his head dissolved into ash. Deep wrinkles spread out on his face. Impossible. Shen Su murmured, hardly able to deal with the backlash from his failed augury attempt. Either an Archean is masking his presence, or he's not in the second immortal domain. Those are the only ways he could completely evade me. The other Celestial's jaws clenched in response to his words. As for Gu Tianjun, he gritted his teeth and said, he's got to be hiding somewhere. Let's split up and search. We have to find him. With that, he blurred into motion to begin searching. Sima Yunhua and the others similarly spread out. As the Celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty locked down the exit, and the forces of the Saint Emperor dynasty began to search, Bai Xiaochun appeared on the damaged fan as it sailed through the darkness of the void. After quickly checking to make sure that all his limbs and extremities were with him, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then chuckled with pride. HMMMPHH, think you can track me down here? Keep dreaming. Flicking his sleeve, he sat down cross-legged, slapped his bag of holding, and brought out the lizard. This lizard was actually a part of the fleshly body of a sovereign, and although it was virtually dead, it still had a scrap of life left in it. However, it was clearly beyond recovery, and was even starting to turn stiff with death. This thing isn't bad at all. Bai Xiaochun said, licking his lips with the realization that he had acquired something that would drive others mad with envy if they knew he had it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157, Him. It's definitely him. Chapter 1157, Him. It's definitely him. As the Celestials from both imperial dynasties were in the spiderweb-covered second immortal domain, searching for Bai Xiaochun, he was on the damaged fan, excitedly examining the lizard laying in front of him. His initial detailed inspection had confirmed that the thing was on its last legs, and was no threat to him. But being the cautious individual that he was, he put quite a few restrictive spells on it anyway, just to be safe. Then he took out the greatsword of the north and slashed at it a few dozen times. Although the lizard still wasn't completely dead, its aura was now so weak that I seemed like little more than a chunk of meat. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's always good to be extra safe. As far as he was concerned, his extraordinary caution was a very good thing, and it caused his eyes to shine with pride and anticipation. I felt a reaction earlier from my undying live forever technique, and now there's nobody around to interrupt me. I wonder if I can perfect the technique even more. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he took a deep breath, put his hand on the lizard, and then activated his undying live forever technique. It was almost like an immobile horse cart that had been shoved with great force. The technique immediately went to work, causing a gravitational force to spring up that grew stronger with every moment thanks to Xiaochun's promptings. It happened suddenly, but he had been waiting for something like this to occur. Instead of keeping only one hand clamped down on the lizard, he reached out and pushed his other hand onto its head. His hands were like two vortexes, and he, a black hole. As for the lizard, it shivered and opened its eyes wide. It was even possible to hear it wheezing a bit. He wasn't sure exactly what he was absorbing from it, although he knew it wasn't life force. It was something in the thing's blood, something that other Celestials would not easily be able to extract, and even Archeans would have trouble with. Just as he had realized back in Merknine County, his undying live forever technique and this lizard had similar origins. Therefore, the process went very smoothly. Only a moment had passed, and yet the lizard was losing its color, turning darker, as if it were rotting away. And yet, it wasn't rotting. It was more like a mortal who, despite not being sick, was suddenly listless, as though some unknowable property within them was slowly vanishing. Xiaochun could sense what was happening, and it caused his eyes to go wide. Although he didn't know exactly what his undying live forever technique was absorbing, he could tell that the technique was transforming. Rumbling sounds filled him as his blood, flesh, bones, energy passageways, and everything else that made him up began to change. Previously, it had seemed an impossibility to do anything with the technique after he had fully mastered it. But right now, his fleshly body power was actually rising. As the rumbling filled him, he shivered, feeling himself growing stronger, both in his fleshly body and in his divine abilities and magical techniques. However, what was being affected was specifically the Undying Codex aspect. The Live Forever Codex remained the same. Even still, he was already going wild with joy. His fleshly body hadn't improved for a long time, and as for his time immemorial codex, it was only useful for the cultivation base. Right now, his fleshly body was improving rapidly. In fact, Xiaochun could also tell that the most precious aspect of the Undying Codex, his powers of regeneration, were also transforming, becoming faster and stronger. Xiaochun couldn't have been more excited. For some reason, he now felt as if his fleshly body and powers of regeneration had no limit. The contentment and pleasure he felt from this transformation process was something he had never before experienced with regards to his undying live forever technique. Much of his cultivation of the technique had been bitter and painful. The hunger and lack of life force he had dealt with had been uncomfortable, to say the least. One reason why few people had ever cultivated the undying live forever technique to completion was a lack of life force, and the other was the sheer pain involved. But now, things were different. It was as if this was the true undying live forever technique, and what Xiaochun had cultivated was an imitation. As he reveled in the sensation, his fleshly body and powers of regeneration improved by 20%, 30%, 40%. He almost felt like his fleshly body progress might surpass his cultivation base and reach the Archean realm first. However, it was at this point that he realized that whatever substance he was absorbing from the lizard was rapidly diminishing, leaving the lizard almost completely emptied out. Ha! He looked over and confirmed that the lizard had lost all of its vitality, and the flame of its life force was going completely dark. Within moments, it would definitely be completely dead. As the process continued, it went completely stiff and unmoving. All of that unknown substance was now gone from within it. Stunned, Xiaochun probed his undying live forever technique, and confirmed that it had improved by about 40 or 50%. Although it was still exciting, he felt a bit disappointed. Did absorbing that stuff kill it? Or did it stop because it died? After a long moment passed, he sighed. I can't believe that lizard claimed to be the clone of a sovereign. What a complete wimp! Muttering to himself, he checked his fleshly body, whereupon his mood improved a bit. Whatever, I guess I absorbed as much as I could. As of now, I'm the strongest person in the mid-celestial realm even without the greatsword of the north. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. There's no way this lizard, which came from the fleshly body of a sovereign, could possibly be so useless. There must be other valuable aspects to it. Chuckling, he looked back down at the thing, stroking his chin for a bit before pulling out the greatsword of the north. Backing it with all of his fleshly body power and cultivation base, he slashed it down toward one of the lizard's legs. It was dead, and stiff as a board, but Bai Xiaochun had just benefited from a massive power-up. Booms rang out, and although it took some work, a few dozen slashes to be specific, he managed to cut the leg off. There was no blood. Apparently, the lizard really had become nothing more than a dried-up corpse. Grabbing the leg, he studied it closely for quite some time. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. Whether it was divine sense or the naked eye, it seemed ordinary in every aspect. Not even using medicine concocting techniques on it did anything. He also went so far as to try a spirit enhancement, only to have no results. In the end, he was really starting to get frustrated. There's no way. Don't tell me that stuff I absorbed was what the Saint Emperor and Vile Emperor were hoping would contain the secret to getting to the sovereign realm? He scratched his head, thinking that, if the lizard were really of this little value, then everything that had gone on was really a waste. I took such a big risk, he thought. With that, he hacked the lizard up into a collection of smaller parts, which he then inspected even more closely, hoping to find something like an internal core. However, in the end, he found nothing. Looking down at the pile of body parts, he frowned. What kind of practical joke is this? Sighing, he collected up the pieces of the broken corpse and tried to figure out how he would explain it all after returning to the second immortal domain. However, it was at that point that something like a stiff wind rose up on the damaged fan. As that happened, the spirit automaton awoke. Heavens! What is that? The fleshly body of a sovereign? I recognize that aura. It's him. It's definitely him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158, Want to fight me, little spirit automaton? Chapter 1158, Want to fight me, little spirit automaton? There was even a bit of terror within the automaton's voice. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he shivered. Damn it, I got too excited and wasn't paying attention to the time. The spirit automaton is awake. He merged into that big tree last time. If he merges into this lizard, I'm dead. Even as he gasped in shock, he could sense the spirit automaton's divine sense rumbling toward him like ocean water. There was no time for planning or consideration. Although he had already chopped the lizard's corpse up limb from limb, he shouted at the top of his lungs, grabbed the greatsword of the north, and vigorously began trying to chop it up into smaller pieces. As the spirit automaton's divine sense closed in, booms rang out as Bai Xiaochun turned the 7 or 8 pieces into something more like 13 or 14. No! The spirit automaton cried anxiously, but he wasn't quick enough. Just as Bai Xiaochun had suspected, the first thing the spirit automaton did was try to merge into the chunks of the lizard. The more than 12 pieces of the lizard suddenly formed back together, but only for a moment before collapsing again. Damn it, damn it. That's from a sovereign's fleshly body. Are you an idiot, Bai? Enraged, the spirit automaton tried again. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, but when he realized that the spirit automaton was failing over and over again, he breathed a sigh of relief. The lizard had simply been chopped up into too many parts to be put back together. Feeling very pleased with himself, he laughed heartily. What the hell makes you think you can fight with Lord Bai, you little spirit automaton? Lord Bai can see through your simplistic thoughts with a single glance. Seeing the chunks of flesh trying to form together again, he stepped forward and kicked them apart. Grabbing a few chunks and throwing them into his bag of holding, he stood there and looked down at the remaining bits. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, keep going." Bai Xiaochun. The spirit automaton howled, gritting his teeth and making another attempt. Glaring, Bai Xiaochun kicked the pieces apart again and put a few more in his bag of holding. Damn it, this is outrageous. The spirit automaton raged. Go challenge the next level, Bai. I won't interfere, I promise. Get the hell away. Snorting coldly, Bai Xiaochun kicked at the pieces again and took a couple more. At this point, the spirit automaton felt like he was about to collapse. Let's talk this over, Bai Xiaochun, the spirit automaton wailed, seemingly on the verge of going mad. At the same time, he tried yet again to merge with the corpse. The fleshly body of a sovereign was simply too important, otherwise he would rather have died than negotiate with Bai Xiaochun. But before he could say anything else, Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly and kicked the pieces again. The process repeated itself several times until there were only 2 chunks of flesh left. Yet again, the spirit automaton entered them and tried to combine them into one, whereupon Bai Xiaochun snorted and stepped forward. Are you done yet, Bai Xiaochun? the automaton wailed. Let's talk this over a bit, alright? Don't be like this. Listen to me, Yet again Xiaochun kicked the pieces apart, then took one and put it into his bag of holding. Alright, keep going, little automaton. Xiaochun couldn't have been more pleased with himself. Considering how much grief the spirit automaton had given him in all the levels in the past, this was definitely good revenge. He felt even better when he saw the spirit automaton struggling with the final chunk. Heaven damn you, Xiaochun! The spirit automaton howled. When he saw that Xiaochun was about to take the final piece, he simply couldn't take it. Give me this one piece. If you do, I'll tell you what's so special about it. The spirit automaton would obviously not say such a thing unless it were absolutely necessary. To have something like this dangled right in front of him, only to be unable to take it, made it feel like his heart was being crushed. In response to the spirit automaton's words, Xiaochun's eyes glittered. However, he didn't hold back from delivering a vicious kick. Snorting coldly, he said, "Who do you think you're fooling? That sovereign-level fleshly body was good stuff. I already absorbed all of it." Then he delivered another kick, backing it with his mid-celestial realm cultivation base, and all of the fleshly body power he could muster. It slammed into the chunk of flesh like an entire mountain, instantly shoving the spirit automaton out of it. When the spirit automaton saw Xiaochun then grab the chunk of flesh and prepare to throw it into his bag of holding, he nearly started weeping. Forcing down his revulsion, he quickly said, "All you got was the quintessence of its flesh and blood. I'm talking about the cultivation base aura hidden within it. Sovereigns have incredible fleshly bodies and cultivation bases. That's the only way they can reach that incredible level. Listen to me. You must practice some special technique that allowed you to absorb its fleshly body quintessence. But the aura hidden inside it is something that, in all existence, only I can extract perfectly. Give me half of the fleshly body, and I can give you half of the aura." Worried that he would speak too slowly, he blurted everything out as quickly as possible. Even still, Xiaochun looked suspicious. A few breaths of time passed, after which he sighed. "Forget it. I don't trust you. Plus, half of it is too much." Shaking his head, he put away the final chunk of flesh, turned, and prepared to leave. The spirit automaton truly felt like he was going mad. He had told him the truth, and yet hadn't been believed. It seemed no amount of explanations would change that. Seeing that Xiaochun was starting to fade away, and would be gone, the spirit automaton shouted, "Give me 30%. 30% is enough. Damn it, just 3 pieces. 3 pieces is all I need. A single piece. Just give me one." The spirit automaton was sinking into the depths of despair. However, it was at this point that Xiaochun suddenly faded back into clarity. Looking torn, he turned to the spirit automaton and asked, "A single piece will do?" "Yes." The spirit automaton replied through gritted teeth, although he tried to make it seem like he was happy with that. Xiaochun blinked a few times and cleared his throat. The truth was he had been tempted from the beginning to accept, but had felt that the spirit automaton's demands were a bit excessive. As it turned out, the spirit automaton seemed very clever most of the time, but in critical moments, was actually quite foolish. Muttering to himself, he pulled out the chunk of flesh and threw it over. "First extract all of the sovereign aura from this part." Wait, no, just 70% will be fine. After all, he still had to return and give the remains of the lizard over to the vile emperor and Saint Emperor. If he took too much from it, it could lead to some major problems later. To safeguard against the spirit automaton doing something underhanded, he gave him a very small chunk. That way, if he succeeded, all would be well, and he could go on to another piece. The spirit automaton was cursing inwardly, but had no other options at his disposal. To him, a single chunk of a sovereign's flesh and blood was an unprecedented level of good fortune. Brightening a bit, he used his secret magic to start extracting the aura from the flesh. It was impossible to see the sovereign aura, but as it spread out, it caused terrifying weight to press down in all directions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159, Shu. Chapter 1159, Shu. As soon as Xiaochun sensed the incredible pressure, he shivered, and began to pant. His cultivation base began to rotate of its own accord, almost as if he had just encountered some deadly situation. Thankfully, he had already absorbed the quintessence of the sovereign's flesh and blood, otherwise the pressure wouldn't have caused his cultivation base to rotate, but rather, would have suppressed it all the way to the limit. The truth was that there hadn't even been a bit of goodwill in the spirit automaton's offer. He had hoped to test out how much of the flesh and blood quintessence Bai Xiaochun had absorbed, and if he ended up being suppressed, he could have pressed an attack. When he saw that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was merely rotating rapidly, he sighed and dismissed the idea. Then, he watched helplessly as Bai Xiaochun prepared to absorb 70% of the cultivation base aura. The aura wasn't corporeal, but did take the shape of a black crystal, which Bai Xiaochun quickly grabbed out of the air. As soon as he touched it, his aura began to fluctuate wildly, and his cultivation base began to rotate with unprecedented speed. All of a sudden, he felt himself capable of thinking more clearly than ever, and capable of understanding things that had long been difficult for him to grasp. "This stuff is awesome!" he exclaimed in delight. The spirit automaton remained off to the side, torn about the whole situation. He obviously wanted to stop what was happening, but the chunk of flesh Bai Xiaochun had given him was too small. And he was worried that if he got greedy, Bai Xiaochun would change the deal and not give him what he had promised. The spirit automaton briefly considered using the sovereign aura he had command over to try to threaten or extort Bai Xiaochun, but quickly abandoned the idea. Considering how much he knew of Bai Xiaochun's shameless and crafty nature, it seemed likely it would only be asking for trouble. "Damn it! I'll just cooperate this once. Sooner or later, I'll get my chance to destroy him." Gnashing his teeth, he watched as Bai Xiaochun delightedly looked at the crystal and the sovereign's flesh. Around the time the spirit automaton was starting to get impatient, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly put the crystal and the chunk of flesh away, then pulled out another small chunk and tossed it over. And thus, keeping careful control over the size of the chunks of flesh, he had the spirit automaton extract the aura from almost the entire corpse. In the end, he didn't go back on his word. He took the largest piece he had, which was about twice as big as the other pieces he had produced during the process, and tossed it to the spirit automaton. "Don't you dare say that Lord Bai is untrustworthy. I'm the most trustworthy person you know." The spirit automaton was cursing inwardly, but didn't let it show. He simply grabbed the chunk of flesh. He didn't extract the aura of this one like he had with the other pieces. Instead, he tried to fuse with it. This time, because Bai Xiaochun didn't interfere with the process, he succeeded in about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. At that point, the chunk of flesh vanished, and the spirit automaton was no longer visible. Now he had a physical body. It was a strange body, being only a lump of skin the size of a watermelon, with some crude facial features. Overall, he looked quite strange. "So that's what you look like," Bai Xiaochun said, looking at him closely. "What are you looking at?" The lump of skin said, glaring at him. "What, I'm not allowed to look or something?" Bai Xiaochun said, glaring back, fully confident in his skill in staring at people. "Man, so ugly." Feeling provoked, the spirit automaton stared back for a long moment. However, as the pressure built, and he felt more and more uncomfortable, he mumbled some excuses and then hopped over toward the nearest fan rib and vanished. "Humph. Thinks he can win a staring contest with me? Yeah, right." Feeling quite proud of himself, he rubbed his bag of holding, marveling at how much he had profited. Although he hadn't experienced a massive windfall, the sovereign aura he did gain was enough to be happy about. "I wonder what I'll be able to do with it," he thought, licking his lips. Glancing around to make sure he was alone, he pulled out one of the black crystals and sent some divine sense into it. Rumbling sounds filled his mind as both his cultivation base and thinking ability seemed to grow stronger. He felt unprecedentedly focused, with more control over his cultivation base and energy passageways than he had ever experienced. It was as if he could understand anything he set his mind to, and control everything about himself. The third level of the Time Immemorial Codex. His eyes shone with bright light as he realized that he could try to use the sovereign aura to make progress with the third level of the Time Immemorial Codex. One black crystal after another vanished. After absorbing about 30% of the total amount of the sovereign aura he opened his eyes. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he was sure of one thing: the sovereign aura was incredibly useful. Although he hadn't achieved the progress he wanted with his Time Immemorial Codex, he was more than halfway there. And it wasn't that he couldn't finish the work if he didn't want to. Rather, he had come to realize that there was something very unique about his Time Immemorial Codex. When he finished, it would become part of him, as if it were branded inside of him. He wouldn't even need to cultivate it at that point, it would automatically propagate itself. However, he needed to be at the late celestial realm for it to work. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to sustain the force. "I need to stop and wait until I reach the late celestial realm." At this point, his eyes shone with anticipation. He was now completely and utterly confident that he would be able to finish the third level of the Time Immemorial Codex when the time was right. This sovereign aura is like a precious treasure. He looked down at the remaining black crystals, of which there were over a dozen. As of now, he was sure that these items were what the vile emperor and Saint Emperor wanted. What a pity that I have to leave 30% of the sovereign's flesh and blood behind. There must be 7 or 8 crystals worth of aura in there. Although it seemed like a bit of a waste, he knew that he couldn't do anything more. If he took the rest of the aura, he wouldn't be able to hand anything over to the Saint Emperor. What he planned to hand over was already missing 70% of its original aura, but Xiaochun was the only one to have got his hands on the lizard, and therefore, no one but he knew exactly how much was there to begin with. Neither of the two emperors would have any idea, and in fact, it would take a lot of hard work and preparation on their part to even extract the aura that was left. Whatever. Forgetting any thoughts of taking the remaining 30%, he decided that he was done for now. Eyes flashing with determination, he began to fade away as he left the damaged fan. When he reappeared, he was back in the second immortal domain. 13 days had passed since he went missing. During that time, the Celestials from both imperial dynasties had been going crazy searching the area covered by the spiderweb. Even when they encountered certain dangerous situations, they had no choice but to keep up the search. They had looked high and low, but not found a single clue about where Xiaochun was. The two emperors had continued to grow anxious, but had prevented each other from entering. The only thing they were sure about was that none of the Celestials under their command had been killed. However, they had no clue about what else was going on. As the mad search continued, Xiaochun materialized in the exact same spot he had disappeared from. As soon as he appeared, he backed up cautiously, and sent Divine Sense out to check his surroundings. Unfortunately, it didn't matter how cautious he was, it was in almost the exact same instant that he appeared that an excited voice rang out. "So, you came back here, Xiaochun." Along with the voice came the projection of an enormous hand, which shot toward him. That hand belonged to none other than Celestial Aged Spirit. Unlike the other Celestials, Celestial Aged Spirit had had dealings with Xiaochun. After Gu Tianjun and the others went out to search, Celestial Aged Spirit thought about the situation more, and came to the conclusion that something strange was going on. As such, he had decided to wait in the spot that Xiaochun had disappeared from, to keep watch. On many occasions during the past 13 days, he had questioned that decision, but now that he saw Xiaochun materializing in front of his very eyes, he went wild with joy. He also attacked immediately. However, he was the cautious type, and knew that Xiaochun was in the mid-celestial realm, and possessed his greatsword of the north, which would make it difficult to defeat him quickly. Therefore, he also pulled out a transmission jade slip to send a message to his fellows. When Xiaochun saw that, he quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Aged Spirit. Shoo." Then, he pulled out a chunk of the sovereign's flesh and tossed it over to him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160 Charge. Chapter 1160 Charge. Xiaochun took action so quickly that Celestial Aged Spirit didn't have time to send his message. Before he could do anything, he saw a head-sized chunk of flesh sailing toward him through the air. Stunned, he sent some Divine Sense out, and when he realized that it was a chunk of sovereign-level flesh, his heart began to race. Abandoning his idea of sending any messages, he grabbed the flesh and looked it over. Doing his best to suppress his excitement, he put it away and then looked over at Xiaochun, a strange expression on his face. "I seem to remember you getting your hands on the entire lizard," he said in an odd tone. Considering the state of the chunk of flesh he had been given, he could guess at some of the punishment Xiaochun had inflicted on the lizard. Clearing his throat, Xiaochun said, "You really have sharp eyes, Aged Spirit old pal. Here, take 3 more pieces." With that, he took out 3 more pieces and tossed them over. Stunned, Celestial Aged Spirit quickly caught the 3 pieces and looked them over too. Based on his calculations, together with the first piece, they made up something like 20 to 30% of the entire lizard. "Look, we're all on the same team," Xiaochun said, sounding very grand and righteous. "What's the point in bickering with each other? Am I right? From what I remember, the Saint Emperor said we just had to find the thing, and we would all be rewarded. This is all just a misunderstanding. You guys never gave me a chance to explain the situation. Right now, all of us Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials can get our hands on some good fortune. It's not a meritorious service performed by me alone, and therefore, I absolutely have to share the rewards. I'm not the greedy type, you know. Just now, Aged Spirit old pal, I gave you an entire leg of that big lizard." Celestial Aged Spirit cleared his throat. Based on what he could tell, the flesh he had really did seem to be from a leg. Considering that, it really was a situation of sharing in the meritorious service. Seeing the excited look in Aged Spirit's eyes, Xiaochun cautioned, "And so, we really can't let the Saint Emperor down. You take good care of that flesh. That's the most important thing. Actually, I've thought everything through already. That was a really bad misunderstanding before, so I think the best thing would be to call Gu Tianjun and the other celestials over. I'll share some of the flesh with all of them, and then we can all get out of this place together. In the end, we'll all share equally in performing our meritorious service. Aged Spirit looked at Bai Xiaochun and could already tell what he was thinking. And it was true that the situation had dragged on for too long. Even Aged Spirit had reached the limits of his patience. Nodding, he proceeded to send messages via Jade Slip to Gu Tianjun and the others. Both Bai Xiaochun and Celestial Aged Spirit knew that standing around waiting was too dangerous, so they found a village that hadn't been reduced to dust and hid inside one of the buildings there. Chen Su was the first to arrive. After looking around carefully, he followed the trail left by Celestial Aged Spirit's divine sense into the village. Before long, he was there in the room with Bai Xiaochun. Before he could say anything, Bai Xiaochun grandiosely handed over a chunk of one of the lizard's other legs. "Chen, old pal, here. Take this. I was a big dunce earlier. Although, I have to point out that you guys were a bit impulsive. After all, I would never take all the credit for myself in a venture like this." Chen Su reacted much the way Celestial Aged Spirit had, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He had already been informed of the general situation before coming, but even still, felt it to be odd. "And here are 3 more pieces, old pal." Smiling sincerely, he handed over 3 more chunks. Of course, Chen Su gasped in much the same way Celestial Aged Spirit had earlier. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, then at the mysterious chunks of flesh. Because much of the sovereign aura had already been extracted by the spirit automaton, they were much weaker than before, and yet, no one knew that. Chen Su looked at the pieces and, just as Bai Xiaochun had already determined, realized that they were enough for him. When Bai Xiaochun saw that both Chen Su and Aged Spirit had been pacified, he breathed an inward sigh of relief. At the same time, he was very pleased that his strategy was working. Sima Yunhua shouldn't be a problem, he thought. But I bet Gu Tianjun isn't going to be easy to please. Although I've already figured out the best way to divide the chunks of flesh up into 5 portions. Eyes glittering, he began to chat with Chen Su and Aged Spirit. None of them really had any bad blood between them, and they were all celestials. Furthermore, both Chen Su and Aged Spirit were naturally pleased that Bai Xiaochun had taken the initiative to split things up with them. Before long, they were having a truly entertaining conversation. Slowly but surely, their opinions of Bai Xiaochun were changing. Before long, whistling sounds could be heard off in the distance, and the 3 turned to find Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua approaching. As soon as Gu Tianjun saw Bai Xiaochun, killing intent flared in his eyes, and he prepared to attack. But before he could, Bai Xiaochun took out his trump card, tossing a huge pile of sovereign flesh over to him. Even the powerful Gu Tianjun was visibly moved by the sight of all that flesh, and by the intense aura emanating off of it. Waving his sleeve, he caught the chunks and put them into his bag of holding. "There's no way you're not moved," Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling very pleased with himself. He had made some special preparations with the chunks of flesh he had given to Gu Tianjun, ensuring that their sovereign aura was particularly strong. And the effect was even greater when they were lumped together. Backing up a few steps, he tossed some chunks of flesh to Sima Yunhua and then said, "Listen everyone, the most important thing now is that we get out of here safely. Now that I've split that lizard up into 5 parts, we're all in this together, but..." As his voice echoed back and forth in the room, Sima Yunhua took the chunks of flesh and examined them closely, eyes glittering. As for Gu Tianjun, his brows were slightly furrowed. Although he obviously coveted the full rewards, now that everyone had an equal share of the flesh of the lizard, he obviously couldn't demand them for himself. And what Bai Xiaochun had just said made sense. The most important thing wasn't getting a larger reward, it was making sure that the vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials didn't rob them. If Gu Tianjun obstinately tried to pick a fight with Bai Xiaochun now, it was likely that the other 3 Celestials would interfere. And at this point, infighting could be detrimental to them all. Upon realizing all of these things, Gu Tianjun's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment. He had to admit that Bai Xiaochun's methods were very effective. Finally, he snorted coldly and stepped back, making it clear that he was backing down. At that point, Aged Spirit, Chen Su and Sima Yunhua all breathed sighs of relief. Just as Gu Tianjun had suspected, if he had chosen to press the issue, the 3 of them would have opposed him. At this point, a short conversation occurred. "From what I understand, all of the people from the Vile Emperor dynasty are split up as they search for fellow Daoist Bai. That means we need to stick together. Let's get to the exit as quickly as possible, and not stop along the way." "That's right. Let's catch them off guard, and get out of here before they can regroup. There's no time to lose." Off to the side, Gu Tianjun nodded. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was the least concerned of all, and quickly agreed. After planning things out, the 5 of them drew upon the full power of their cultivation bases to start moving as quickly as possible. Rumbling sounds echoed out as they pierced through the air toward the exit. Making such a visible break for the exit was obviously going to attract attention. But they didn't care. They didn't even bother to hide the fluctuations caused by their passage. As they moved along, it became apparent who among them was moving faster than the others. Gu Tianjun was in the lead, followed by Celestial Aged Spirit and by Xiaochun, with Chen Su and Sima Yunhua taking up the rear. As they neared the exit, they saw 3 streaks of light moving in their direction. They were none other than Prince Yu'er Demon, Reverend Devourer and Gongsun Wan'er. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161, How Dare You Mess With My Good Friend? Chapter 1161, How Dare You Mess With My Good Friend? The 3 Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials hadn't anticipated encountering such a large group. They had been lying in wait near the exit, and when they detected strange fluctuations in the distance, had come to investigate. To their shock, they saw Bai Xiaochun and all of the other Celestials from the Saint Emperor Dynasty. If Verpka had been there, he might have been able to block their path with force. But Prince Yu'er Demon's cultivation base wasn't high enough, prompting a gasp on his part. Reverend Devourer's eyes went wide, and he even considered just backing down. However, he knew that since Bai Xiaochun was here, along with his allies, if they got through while he himself remained completely uninjured, it would arouse the anger of his fellow Celestials, as well as the rage of the Vile Emperor. They have the item His Majesty the Vile Emperor desires. He shouted. Don't let them through. By stating everything openly, and also mentioning the Vile Emperor, he left no wiggle room for the others. Prince Yu'er Demon cursed inwardly, but knew that he had no options. After sending messages to Verpka and the others, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Gongsun Wan'er sighed. She had no desire to fight with Bai Xiaochun, but they were both on opposing sides at the moment, so she could only power up her cultivation base and join Reverend Devourer and Prince Yu'er Demon to try to block the paths of the Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials. Get out of the way! Gu Tianjun bellowed, performing an incantation gesture that sent 7 swords screaming out in front of him. As they whistled through the air, they transformed into a huge greatsword that slashed toward the 3 Vile Emperor Dynasty Celestials. Sima Yunhua, Celestial Aged Spirit and Chen Su all knew that time was of the essence, and therefore, resorted to trump cards. Rumbling booms resounded in all heaven and earth as the 2 sides clashed. Blood sprayed out of Reverend Devourer's mouth as he was flung backward, seriously injured. From the way that blood continued to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and from how seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapse, it was obvious to anyone that he had done everything he could to hold his own. Unfortunately, he alone was not powerful enough. Prince Yu'er Demon actually wasn't hurt very badly. Reverend Devourer had intentionally leapt in the way of most of the divine abilities, and if Prince Yu'er Demon couldn't see through the man's plan, then he didn't deserve to have lived as long as he had. Wily old fox. Obviously, Reverend Devourer hoped that by coming out of the fight injured, he would avoid punishment by the Vile Emperor. Prince Yu'er Demon had considered doing the same thing, but unfortunately, his cultivation base was lower than Reverend Devourer's, making it impossible. Although he was coughing up some blood, it wasn't nearly as dramatic as what was happening with Reverend Devourer. Therefore, he also let out a scream and then slapped himself on the chest. A muffled boom could be heard as his chest caved in and he tumbled backward. Even Reverend Devourer was impressed. What a wily old fox! Reverend Devourer thought, snorting coldly and trying to look as injured as possible. Gongsun Wan'er was also coughing up blood, but before anything serious could happen to her, Bai Xiaochun glanced over with a glare and shouted, "I'll take your life this day, Ghost Mother." Shifting directions, he shot toward her. Meanwhile, Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials continued onward. Even as Gongsun Wan'er looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun shot toward her and waved his sleeve, causing black smoke to spread out in all directions. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the smoke, he then took out a chunk of the sovereign flesh and tossed it over to her. Eyes widening, she caught the chunk of flesh and put it away. At this point, Bai Xiaochun screamed and threw himself out of the black smoke. "The fight between us isn't over yet, Ghost Mother," he shouted, racing to catch up with Gu Tianjun and the others. Because Reverend Devourer and Prince Yu'er Demon were injured, they didn't notice anything odd about the encounter. But Gu Tianjun and the other Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials could guess what had just occurred. As soon as Bai Xiaochun caught up, he realized that Sima Yunhua and Celestial Aged Spirit were looking at him strangely. As for Gu Tianjun and Chen Su, although they weren't looking at him, it wasn't possible for them to cover up the awkward expressions that had appeared on their faces. Blinking a few times, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and said, "I'm a bit smitten, so I gave her a chunk of sovereign flesh." The other Celestials were immediately taken aback by his openness and honesty. You? Damn! Celestial Aged Spirit said, chuckling. For some reason, he only continued to find this by Xiaochun more and more amusing, and realized that his previous impression of him had been formed when they were rivals, and wasn't really accurate. Chen Su was smiling and shaking his head, and even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua seemed to be changing their opinion of Bai Xiaochun. Clearing his throat, Sima Yunhua patted his bag of holding with its chunk of sovereign flesh and said, "You know, Celestial Ghost Mother has never had a Taoist partner." "Well, I hope it works out for you, Celestial Bai." "You're looking at it the wrong way," Bai Xiaochun said, a proud look on his face. Despite the fact that he was flying through the air at top speed, he still managed to flick his sleeve. "You see, I'm really good at picking up girls. So don't hope that it works out for me, fellow Taoist, hope that it works out for her. After all, I'm the outstanding, attractive one. Yep. Sometimes I actually fall in love with myself. At this point, the other Celestials fell into silence, effectively ending the conversation. None of them were really sure how to talk to Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun saw how speechless they were, he got a bit more excited, and went on. "You don't believe me? Well, just wait until we're out of this place. Then I'll show you all the love letters I got back in the lands of Heavenspan. You know how many I have in my collection? Too many. Probably more than 100,000. The rest of the way, he continued to recount his experiences with love. Eventually, not even Gu Tianjun was sure whether to laugh or cry, and was slowly beginning to warm up to him. Bai Xiaochun bragged his way until they were closing in on the exit. However, that was when a howl of rage could be heard behind them as Celestial Verpka and the other Celestials put everything on the line to try to catch up to them. However, the Saint Emperor Dynasty Celestials were well prepared, and produced medicinal pills that were perfect for the occasion. Aged Spirit even tossed one over to Bai Xiaochun. "Take this acceleration pill," he said, "for 3 breaths of time, you'll be able to move many times faster than normal. It's an expensive pill, but at the moment, that doesn't matter." With that, he popped one of the pills into his mouth, as did the other Celestials. Of course, considering Bai Xiaochun's understanding of medicinal pills, it only took a glance for him to confirm that it wasn't poisonous. Eyes glittering, he accepted it and popped it into his mouth. However, Celestial Aged Spirit didn't realize that, and to him, it seemed more like a reflection of how much Bai Xiaochun trusted him. It left him feeling deeply moved, although he didn't say anything. Nodding at Bai Xiaochun, he began to accelerate under the effects of the pill. As for Bai Xiaochun, as soon as the pill dissolved in his mouth, he felt a potent energy building up in him, something hot and explosive. In the blink of an eye, he was moving at incredible speed. 5 beams of light shot through the air toward the exit, on the other side of which sat the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor, their eyes glittering brightly. Of course, the Saint Emperor's eyes glittered with delight, and the Vile Emperor's glittered with something far different. When Verpka saw that look in the Vile Emperor's eyes, he suddenly pulled out a jade slip and crushed it. The crushing of the jade slip stimulated his Dao seed, even destroying a fraction of it, all to give him an incredible burst of speed. Everything around him distorted, almost as if he were manipulating both space and time. Before Bai Xiaochun and his companions could make it through the exit, Verpka was closing in on them, and reaching out to grab Sima Yunhua, but... Of course, he really wanted to grab Bai Xiaochun, but Sima Yunhua was in the way. And Celestial Verpka knew that if he made a move on the group as a whole, they would all turn to fight him. Therefore, he targeted a single person. As far as he was concerned, the chances of the other 4 turning to help that single person were virtually none. Except... Bai Xiaochun was not the type of person who did things the way Verpka would expect. Everyone else was concerned about the sovereign-level flesh, but Bai Xiaochun was more concerned about the potential of Sima Yunhua owing him a favor. When Sima Yunhua saw himself being trapped by Verpka's divine ability, his face went dark, and he began to curse in despair. He was convinced that he was done for. Not only would he lose any possible rewards, but he would probably end up as a captive of the Vile Emperor dynasty. Enraged, he shouted, "Verpka, you!" But before he could say anything else, another shout of rage drowned him out. "Verpka! How dare you mess with my good friend? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1162, What About the Tail? Chapter 1162, What About the Tail? The shout was so powerful that it shook heaven and earth, startling both Celestial Verpka and Sima Yunhua, and leaving their ears ringing. Most bizarre of all was that Sima Yunhua didn't recognize this voice, and couldn't help but wonder who this person was that he was good friends with. Gu Tianjun, Chen Su and Aged Spirit were also completely taken by surprise, as were the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor, who were just outside of the exit. To all of them, it seemed like a completely ridiculous situation. Of course, the person who had just shouted out was none other than Bai Xiaochun. To him, the sovereign flesh wasn't very important anymore. In contrast, friendships were. That was why he had shared the flesh with the other celestials of the Saint Emperor dynasty, and even with Gongsun Wan'er. He was actually very pleased with how it seemed to be changing the other celestials' opinion of him. Right now, Sima Yunhua was in danger. Although he likely wouldn't die, if Verpka captured him, Sima Yunhua would likely lose the sovereign flesh that Bai Xiaochun had given him. Furthermore, it would happen right in front of the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor. Verpka would shine, and although he would have lost out overall inside the spider web, he would at least have performed some meritorious service worthy of a reward. In contrast, Sima Yunhua would lose not just the sovereign flesh, but also a lot of face too. To Celestials, that type of thing was very important. Bai Xiaochun realized all of that in the briefest of moments. To him, this opportunity was like a little sheep, and he was a big grey wolf. Eyes shining, he snatched at the opportunity as soon as it presented himself. Without hesitation, he produced the greatsword of the north and slashed it out toward Verpka. And of course, he didn't forget to shout something appropriate as he attacked. "Run, Sema, old pal. Don't worry about me, I'll hold him off." Although his words seemed a bit melodramatic, anyone who was watching could see that he intended to follow through in action. He really was placing himself in danger and going all out in an attempt to help Sima Yunhua. Sima Yunhua was usually a grim individual, but in this moment, he was uncharacteristically moved, and suddenly experienced feelings that were very foreign to him. "I won't leave you behind, Bai, my friend," he shouted. And thus, both Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua drew upon their most powerful trump cards to strike back at Celestial Verpka. Booms rang out in all directions, and massive winds swept the area. Although Sima Yunhua was no match for Verpka in terms of cultivation base, he had a huge amount of experience, and thus, attacked in a very effective manner. Bai Xiaochun, despite being in the mid-celestial realm, had a world treasure, which shone with blue light as he viciously attacked Verpka. Power that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth was unleashed. Sima Yunhua bore the brunt of the attacks, causing his chest to cave in and blood to spray out of his mouth. In the critical moment, Bai Xiaochun defended him with his sword and then grabbed his shoulder. Then, sonic booms could be heard as the two of them flew backward at high speed. Sima Yunhua was feeling genuinely moved, and thought back to when he had been working hard to oppose Bai Xiaochun. For the first time, he felt a bit guilty about that. Meanwhile, Verpka, whose divine abilities had been vanquished by the two of them, was descending into a rage. "Feeling suicidal, Bai Xiaochun?" he shouted. Then he thought about how his arm was now gone because of Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Slapping himself hard on the chest, he damaged his Dao seed even more to fuel his cultivation base and achieve another burst of speed. Throwing his arms out in front of him, he aimed, not for Sima Yunhua, but Bai Xiaochun. "Let's see if anyone will come to save you." However, even as Verpka prepared to attack, Sima Yunhua gritted his teeth and beat him to the punch. He couldn't simply abandon Bai Xiaochun after having just been saved by him. Perhaps if the two of them had been alone, he might have considered it, but with so many people watching, that would be too much of a disgrace. Simultaneously, Celestial Aged Spirit and Chen Su both hesitated for a moment, then turned around. After all, if their inaction caused Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua to be captured, the Saint Emperor would not be pleased with them at all. Furthermore, considering how things had developed, it was likely that Sima Yunhua would hold a grudge against them if they didn't help. Gu Tianjun also hesitated for a moment, then sighed and also turned to help. The three of them all attacked at the same time, which, when combined with the counterattack by Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua, created a massive storm of magical techniques that bore down on Celestial Verpka. "How could this be happening?" Celestial Verpka said with a gasp. He knew all of the Celestials from the Saint Emperor dynasty, and was sure that unless there was some benefit at stake, they wouldn't possibly work together like this. And if they had conflicting interests, they definitely wouldn't do so. What he was seeing now seemed completely implausible. Unfortunately, even the mighty Verpka couldn't stand up to the combined attacks of 5 other Celestials. Coughing up blood, he tumbled backward, body on the verge of collapse. With Verpka having been taken out of the picture temporarily, Bai Xiaochun grabbed Sima Yunhua and sped toward the exit as quickly as possible. Then, to the shock of the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor, the 5 of them all emerged into the open, gasping for breath. At this point, even Gu Tianjun breathed a sigh of relief. As for Sima Yunhua, he seemed relieved, and quickly clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. He said nothing, but from the look in his eyes, it was obvious that he would not forget what had just played out. Bai Xiaochun felt immensely proud, but didn't let it show on his face. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked all of the other Celestials how they were doing, and if they were all right. As for the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor, one looked livid, and the other surprised. Neither spoke. Before long, Celestial Verpka emerged from the exit, clutching at his stomach, his expression as dark as could be. Shortly after came Reverend Devourer and Prince UR Demon. And then were Celestial Deadfall, Daoist Heavenspan, and Gongsun Wanner. Soon, all of the Celestials were out in the open, with the exception of the old woman. When Celestial Verpka produced her Dao seed and handed it over, the Vile Emperor simply could not cover up the grim expression on his face. In sharp contrast, the Saint Emperor gave a hearty belly laugh. Looking at his Celestials, he said, "Very well. Excellent work, my Celestials. And now, please produce the fruits of your labor. As I said before, everyone who participated will be rewarded for their meritorious service." Gu Tianjun cleared his throat and stepped forward excitedly. Waving his sleeve, he sent several chunks of sovereign flesh out. At the same time, Shinsu, Celestial Aged Spirit and Sima Yunhua all did the same. Seeing this, Xiaochun joined them. Perhaps to intentionally annoy the Celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty, Gu Tianjun took the lead in assembling all of the pieces. At that point, Xiaochun's heart began to pound, but sadly, there was nothing he could do to stop what was happening. Before long, a big lizard took shape, causing the Saint Emperor's eyes to shine brightly, and killing intent to appear in the Vile Emperor's. However, after putting all of the pieces together, strange expressions appeared on the faces of all present, as they realized that the lizard appeared to be missing half of a leg, along with its tail. Off to the side, Gongsun Wanner's face was bright crimson. A moment passed, then she stepped forward. Then, to the amazement of her compatriots, she pulled half of a leg out of her bag of holding and tossed it out in front of her. The Vile Emperor's expression brightened at that, and he looked over at Gongsun Wanner and nodded approvingly. However, even with the missing half of a leg provided by Gongsun Wanner, the lizard wasn't whole. At that point, the Celestials of both dynasties slowly turned to look at Xiaochun, causing the jaws of both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor to drop. This is the official Ghost Mother / Gongsun Wanner image that Air Gen released on his official WeChat. I'll add this to the AWE art gallery when this chapter goes live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1163, I ate it. Chapter 1163, I ate it. It's never good to show off, Xiaochun thought. Gu Tianjun and those others went way too far. Why did they have to go and put all the pieces together? Feeling a bit guilty, he sighed inwardly. It was a bit embarrassing to have the Celestials from both of the imperial dynasties staring at him in this way. After a moment, he couldn't help but clear his throat a bit. Hey, you're right. Seems it's missing the tail. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and tried to seem very forgetful. Oh. I remember now. My memory isn't what it used to be. I totally forgot that I have the tail right here. He quickly pulled out the tail of the lizard and threw it over. Blinking a few times, he said, "Hey, stop looking at me like that. I really forgot." Gu Tianjun glared at him for a moment longer before looking away, whereas Sima Yunhua, because of the favor just now, could only shake his head and smile wryly. Neither Chen Su nor Aged Spirit could think of anything to say. The Celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty seemed similarly at a loss for words, although their hatred for Xiaochun continued to mount. Only Gongsun Wanner maintained a purely cold face, although inwardly, she was laughing. Now that the fighting was over and the competition had come to an end, the Saint Emperor looked at the lizard, and then at Xiaochun, an enigmatic smile playing out on his face. "King Heavenspan, why is it that the tail seems abnormally short?" In response to his words, the Celestials all looked closer at the lizard, and sure enough, the lizard's tail seemed a bit misshapen, almost as if it were missing a piece. This Saint Emperor's eyes are viciously sharp. Xiaochun moaned inwardly. However, he maintained a confused expression on his face and looked over at the lizard. After a moment, he smacked his head again. Seriously, my memory is getting really bad. Yeah, you're right. It is missing a piece." With that, he pulled out another chunk of the lizard from his bag of holding and tossed it over. Seeing the Saint Emperor looking at him thoughtfully, he said in his most sincere voice, "That's it. This time I really don't have any more, After watching all of this play out, the surrounding Celestials felt as though they were meeting Xiaochun for the first time. They were actually quite shaken. His tendency to try to pilfer things for himself left them literally speechless. And that was especially true when they realized that the extra chunk he had thrown out didn't seem to make the tail look whole. Oh, so slowly, all of the Celestials looked away from the lizard and back to Xiaochun again. The Saint Emperor didn't say a single word. The enigmatic smile remained on his face, and yet, the ill will in his eyes was readily apparent. "I really don't have any more," Xiaochun said. This time, he was telling the truth. He really didn't have any more chunks of flesh in his bag of holding. At this point, the vile emperor smiled contemptuously, performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. A ray of black light shot out from his finger, heading directly toward the big lizard. The ray of light clearly had some fantastic properties. As soon as it sank into the lizard, its flesh began to wriggle and knit back together. Within a few short moments, it looked like it had never been broken apart. However, now it was more obvious than ever that there was still a piece missing from its tail. And now, all of the Celestials and both of the Archeans were looking at Xiaochun. Xiaochun was now alarmed to the very core, and was wailing inwardly. After all, the final piece that was missing was the one he had given to the spirit automaton. Although he was a bit guilty, he reminded himself that he had put himself in a lot of dangerous situations to get this lizard for the Saint Emperor. It's better to be confident than to try to pull a fast one, he thought. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he took a deep breath and decisively said, I ate it. I ate that missing piece. That sovereign flesh and blood is good stuff. I got it, and wanted to do a bit of research. In the end, I failed. So I decided to eat a bit to see what it would do. Sadly, it's completely disgusting, and didn't do anything at all. Inwardly, he was grumbling about how stingy these Archeans were. It was just a tiny chunk, wasn't it? When the surrounding Celestials heard Xiaochun freely admitting this, their eyes glittered in satisfaction. After all, for a Celestial to pilfer a bit of sovereign flesh that was intended for an Archean wasn't really a very big deal. If Xiaochun had tried to hide the fact, they might come up with other conclusions about what he had done. But considering how directly he was stating things, not even the Saint Emperor felt the need to investigate the matter further, and simply glared at Xiaochun. I'm surprised he didn't get killed doing that, he murmured inwardly. I can't believe he dared to eat sovereign flesh. After that, he ignored Xiaochun and looked over at the vile emperor, with whom he transmitted a short conversation. The Saint Emperor held the upper hand, and the vile emperor would be forced to deal with the fact that he had lost. However, the two of them had come to an agreement ahead of time, and therefore, the vile emperor would still get 2 portions of the flesh and blood. Before leaving, he cast a frosty glance at Xiaochun, then flicked his sleeve and vanished. Celestial Verpka and his fellows did the same, secretly hating Xiaochun down to their bones. Only Gongsun Wan'er felt differently, although it was impossible to detect that within her gaze. The matter of the sovereign clone was now concluded. All of the Saint Emperor's Celestials, including Xiaochun, received a celestial pill for their contributions. After everyone left, Xiaochun took advantage of the fact that the northern prefectures were now empty to bring out all of the people who were inside the Greatsword of the North. Not only would Misty Sea Prefecture be restored, but Xiaochun took advantage of the extremely rare circumstances to expand his territory. It only took a few months for him to take over all 5 of the northern prefectures. He did it with such speed and ferocity that not even the vile emperor could do anything to stop him. After all, the vile emperor dynasty had experienced the recent death of a celestial, and although it wasn't a permanently devastating loss, it was still significant. Furthermore, considering the momentum that Xiaochun had built up, only Verpka could have been sent to oppose him. None of the other celestials qualified. Most important of all was the fact that the north of the second immortal domain had been almost completely turned into nothing more than dust. Deadlands like that were of little interest or value to the vile emperor dynasty. The entire thing was a bit annoying to the Saint Emperor, but considering that he was distracted by the sovereign's flesh and blood, he wasn't paying very close attention. Another factor that played into the overall situation was that Xiaochun now had a much better relationship with Celestial Aged Spirit, who tacitly approved of his actions. And thus, in only a few months, Xiaochun unified the north to a large extent. Although it was mostly a dusty wasteland now, the citizens of Misty Sea Prefecture were already working hard to bring things back to normal. Xiaochun's name was even more well known now, and more people came to know how strong he was. Did you hear? King Heavenspan managed to steal a precious treasure away from all of the other Celestials. The part about the treasure is nothing. There were more than a dozen Celestials trying to track him down, but they couldn't find him for a whole 10 days. When he showed up again, he played his cards so perfectly that all of the Celestials in the Saint Emperor dynasty started to like him. Then he led them out, and got celestial pills for all of them as a reward. You don't see that every day. As word spread through the eternal immortal domains, the people of Heavenspan heard, and were deeply inspired. Meanwhile, Song Junwan, under the protective care of Bruiser, finally made contact with Patriarch Spirit Stream, Li Qingho, and those who were with them. Everything seemed to be progressing wonderfully until, without any warning at all, an imperial decree was sent to Xiaochun from Saint Emperor City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1164 Ambassador of the Saint Emperor Dynasty. Chapter 1164 Ambassador of the Saint Emperor Dynasty. The imperial decree only contained a single sentence. As King Heavenspan, Bai Xiaochun is hereby formally appointed as the Saint Emperor Dynasty's ambassador in Vile Emperor City. Technically speaking, Bai Xiaochun would still be the king of the north in the second immortal domain, but for all intents and purposes, he would no longer serve in that role. He would be the official ambassador stationed in Vile Emperor City. Both imperial dynasties had ambassadors in each other's capital cities. Usually, they were demigods with long records of service, although occasionally celestials would also serve in that role. Sima Yunhua was the former ambassador, except that he didn't actually visit the Vile Emperor dynasty very often. Most of his time was spent in Saint Emperor City. Unfortunately, Sima Yunhua had been wounded in the fight with Celestial Verpka, so whether he wanted to or not, his responsibilities were being transferred to Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that the Saint Emperor had been planning this for a while. As Mystici Prefecture rose to prominence, the Saint Emperor soon came to realize how valuable it was, and therefore, Bai Xiaochun's presence there became a bit of a headache. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was special, and therefore, the Saint Emperor had to be very careful about how he treated him. After all, his ultimate goal was to make sure the Heavenspan realm cultivators had a good opinion of his own dynasty. He didn't want to do anything to ruin his reputation. Transferring Bai Xiaochun to a position in the Vile Emperor dynasty was essentially eliminating him without having to do so directly. Even if it was only a temporary arrangement, it would conform with his plans. Besides, Bai Xiaochun had performed meritorious service, and had also improved his relationship with the other celestials. That not only put the Saint Emperor on guard, it helped him make his decision. There was nothing threatening about the imperial decree. It merely mentioned his new position and gave him a deadline to accept the appointment. However, Bai Xiaochun could almost see the Saint Emperor's cold, hypocritical eyes when reading it. There's definitely a hidden threat here. If I refuse to comply, he can do all sorts of things to me. Sighing, he summoned the Grand Heaven Master and Giant Ghost King and shared the imperial decree with them. This Saint Emperor is a complete bully. The Giant Ghost King said angrily. Xiaochun, you just performed a great service, and now, only a few months later, he treats you like this? Bai Xiaochun was already scowling on the verge of tears. He knew that Vile Emperor City was a dangerous place, not because people would attack him openly, but because of the intrigue and scheming that went on there. Even worse, during the incident with the sovereign clone, he had offended virtually all of the top experts in the Vile Emperor dynasty. I guess as long as I'm extremely careful, it won't be that dangerous. That was the only way he could comfort himself. After all, the Saint Emperor's unspoken threat was obvious. If he refused, then Mystici Prefecture, which he had just worked so hard to get back into shape, would be targeted by the Saint Emperor. The Giant Ghost King could see Bai Xiaochun hesitating. Snorting coldly, he said, Xiaochun, if you accept the position, do you think the Saint Emperor will make a move against Mystici Prefecture? Up to this point, the Grand Heaven Master hadn't spoken. He had been examining the imperial decree the whole time. Now, he looked up and said, perhaps, this is a good opportunity, but... The Giant Ghost King and Bai Xiaochun both looked over at him, eyes shining with anticipation. Bai Xiaochun knew that the Grand Heaven Master was a master of plots and schemes. After all, in the thousands of years that he had practiced cultivation, he had turned into the most ultimate of wily old foxes. First of all, although it might seem like going to Vile Emperor City will put you in danger, it actually won't. As a celestial, and the ambassador, everyone from the Saint Emperor dynasty will be paying attention to what happens to you. If anything bad happens, it would likely result in a war between the two dynasties. Therefore, in some respects, your status will strike fear into the hearts of the people of the Vile Emperor dynasty. The second benefit is that there are many people of Heavenspan in the Vile Emperor dynasty, more than in the Saint Emperor dynasty. After all, the Vile Emperor dynasty is huge. By going there and getting involved with the government, it will be much easier for you to find them and bring them back. Another factor is that, although things seem to be going well here in the Saint Emperor dynasty, you don't have much room for growth. But if you could somehow get land of your own in the Vile Emperor dynasty, then we would be in a much better position. In the end, you have few options. If you refuse to comply, then we might as well leave Mystici Prefecture and defect to the Vile Emperor dynasty. If you comply, then I vehemently request that you demand the Saint Emperor give Mystici Prefecture 10 years of full autonomy. With that, the Grand Heaven Master clasped hands, bowed to Bai Xiaochun, and waited for an answer. The Giant Ghost King stood off to the side, staying silent. Bai Xiaochun looked at the two of them, and then at the imperial decree. Finally, he sighed. Ever since he had come to the eternal immortal domains, he felt less free than he had in the Heavenspan realm. He was always under pressure, and always restrained in some way or another. In the past, he had always been able to do whatever he wanted, but not anymore. Eyes bloodshot, he pondered the situation for a short moment, then gritted his teeth and took out a transmission jade slip. Without any hesitation, he sent a message to the Saint Emperor informing him of some demands. At this point, he had risen high enough in the world that he qualified to negotiate with an Archean. Before long, the Saint Emperor replied, granting his demands. There was no need for pretenses between the two of them now. He directly granted Bai Xiaochun's request to leave Mystici Prefecture alone for 10 years. During that time, the Saint Emperor would not interfere with the prefecture in any way. But after the 10 years were up, it would return to the Saint Emperor dynasty's control. 10 years. I'll have 10 years to secure land within the Vile Emperor dynasty. Having made his decision, he accepted the position of ambassador. A few days later, he left. He notified the Grand Heavenmaster and some other important people, but didn't make a huge fanfare. Considering his status, he didn't need to cross the Eternal Sea to reach his destination. He first went to the capital city of the second immortal domain to visit Celestial Aged Spirit. When Aged Spirit learned of the news, he hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Fellow Taoist Bai, I can guarantee you that no matter what the Saint Emperor does, as far as I'm concerned, Mystici Prefecture will always belong to you. Aged Spirit and the Saint Emperor had their differences, and as such, Aged Spirit was not very happy with this new decree. When Bai Xiaochun first came to the second immortal domain, there had been a bit of tension between him and Aged Spirit. But things had been smoothed out, and they had lived in harmony ever since. Furthermore, having two Celestials in one immortal domain actually made for a much stronger force. Bai Xiaochun was moved by Celestial Aged Spirit's guarantee. After offering formal thanks, he went to the teleportation portal. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard, and he faded away from the second immortal domain. When he reappeared, he was no longer in the territory of the Saint Emperor dynasty. He was in the Vile Emperor dynasty, specifically, the immortal domain where the capital city was located. Vile Emperor City was surrounded by 5 heavenly mountains, atop each of which was a spell formation that connected the city to locations in the other immortal domains. With such teleportation portals, the eternal immortal domains were not so vastly large that travel between them was impossible. Saint Emperor City also had such teleportation formations, although they weren't often used. After all, both parties had to agree to activate the teleportation portals at the same time. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time teleporting into the Vile Emperor dynasty. As soon as he appeared, he looked around, and saw a dozen or so cultivators from the Saint Emperor dynasty, who were to be his subordinates. 2 were demigods, with the rest being devas. When they caught sight of him, they clasped hands in formal greeting. Well met, King Heavenspan. Bai Xiaochun didn't respond. He stood there on the spell formation atop the heavenly mountain, feeling the cold air and looking off into the violet clouds, within which he could see the occasional streak of lightning. It was very different from Saint Emperor City. Everything was dark and awe-inspiring. There was something bloodthirsty about the whole place. Beneath the violet clouds, in the middle of the 5 heavenly mountains, was a valley. Right in the middle of the valley was a massive trident sticking straight up into the sky. It was fully 300 meters wide, and from what Bai Xiaochun could see, was some sort of magical item. There was something shockingly powerful about it, and most astonishing of all was that coiled around the trident was an enormous bone dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1165, Who's Afraid of Who? Chapter 1165, Who's Afraid of Who? Half of the trident was stabbed deep into the earth, and the other half rose up into the violet clouds. It was a profoundly astonishing sight. As for the bone dragon which coiled around it, it was vicious beyond compare. It only had half of a skull left, but it still radiated an intense murderous aura. The bones weren't stuck to the trident itself, just hanging off of it in shocking fashion. Despite the fact that he was a celestial, even Bai Xiaochun was shaken by the ferocious scene. Vile Emperor City itself was built on the bones of that bone dragon. Numerous buildings and structures could be seen there. As for the skull, it was the foundation of the imperial palace. The palace itself was in the violet clouds, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. There was something frantic, even maddened about this city that made it completely different from Saint Emperor City. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of the imperial palace, a stream of divine sense erupted from within it, something profoundly domineering, something that surpassed celestials on the most fundamental level. His eyes almost hurt because of it, and he began to pant. Obviously, this was the will of the Vile Emperor. So this is Vile Emperor City. Shaken, he looked at the dozen or so cultivators standing around the teleportation formation, hands still clasped in greeting. Standing behind the Saint Emperor dynasty cultivators were 2 demigods from Vile Emperor City. They stood there very respectfully, and yet, deep in their eyes was an insufferable arrogance that they did nothing to hide. As soon as they realized he was looking at them, they also clasped hands in greetings. "Welcome, Celestial Bai." Xiaochun was not in the best of moods, and although the demigods were acting respectfully, he could tell how full of themselves they were. At the same time, it was obvious that they were afraid of him. As for the other cultivators, they were even more on edge. Muttering to himself, Xiaochun stepped out of the teleportation formation and waved his hand. "Rise," he said. The Saint Emperor Dynasty cultivators breathed sighs of relief as they rose from their bows. They had been working for Sima Yunhua for some time, only to suddenly have a change in ambassadors. To top it off, the new ambassador was the famous King Heavenspan, Xiaochun. None of them knew anything about his temperament, and they were thus very nervous about what could happen. Considering that Sima Yunhua didn't tell me anything about these people, I guess that means he didn't view them as being very important. After looking the group over, Xiaochun realized that all of them looked dispirited to some degree, even the demigods. But that made sense, considering that they were from the Saint Emperor Dynasty, and were stuck in the terrifying Vile Emperor city. If true conflict erupted between the two dynasties, this group would be the first to lose their heads. Shaking his head, he maintained silence as he followed the two Vile Emperor Dynasty demigods off of the Heavenly Mountain. As they neared the city itself, Xiaochun could already sense that its population greatly surpassed that of Saint Emperor City. The moment he stepped into the city itself, 5 or 6 streams of divine sense locked onto him. Slowing down for a moment, he sent his own divine sense out to make contact with them. Although no one could see that moment of contact, it left Xiaochun feeling very shaken. After all, those streams of divine sense belonged to the Celestials in the city. However, considering his status as the ambassador from the Saint Emperor Dynasty, he knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, no one would be able to do anything to him, at least not easily. And as it turned out, after making initial contact, the other streams of divine sense faded away. At that point, he pulled his own divine sense back in and continued on with the two demigods, who had sensed that something strange was going on, but weren't sure what. Xiaochun didn't hurry. He looked around at the streets, and the people of Vile Emperor City, and was unsure about how he felt. After all, this place was completely unfamiliar to him. However, despite the unfamiliar surroundings, he could sense the auras of Heavenspan realm cultivators, quite a few in fact. Sadly, the auras were weak. He could only imagine how many people were imprisoned here, unable to escape. Here in the Vile Emperor Dynasty, the prevailing view was that people from the Heavenspan realm were to be enslaved. And Xiaochun's cultivation base was not so great that he could simply ignore the laws of the land and do what he wished. Sighing, he hurried along until the Saint Emperor Dynasty's embassy was visible up ahead, on the lower half of the bone dragon's spine. It was 5 stories tall, and surrounded by a sprawling courtyard. Overall it was very impressive, especially considering the powerful spell formation fluctuations rolling out from it. At a cursory glance, Xiaochun could tell that even a celestial who wanted to break through that formation would have a difficult time of it. That made him feel a little bit better. The cultivators who had come to receive him from the embassy were visibly relieved to return. After entering, the two Vile Emperor Dynasty demigods left, and Xiaochun sat down in the main hall of the embassy. Looking at his subordinates, who were lined up in front of him, he asked, "So, what are my responsibilities?" Unsure of what type of person Xiaochun was, they didn't dare to withhold anything, and quickly gave him an overview of the situation. "Exalted Celestial, you normally don't have to do anything. As long as the two dynasties aren't in conflict, you just need to make a public appearance every once in a while. Occasionally you'll be summoned by the Vile Emperor. Since you've just taken over as ambassador, it's likely you'll soon receive such a summons. Exalted Celestial, please be careful here. After all, this is Vile Emperor City." He nodded. "What's so dangerous about this place?" he asked. The assembled cultivators exchanged glances and whispered among themselves for a moment. Then, the highest-ranking demigod stepped forward, clasped hands, and bowed. "Exalted One, you need to abide by all of the laws and customs of the Vile Emperor Dynasty. And you need to be careful of people intentionally causing problems." Although the man was being vague, Xiaochun understood what he was getting at. After discussing a few other matters with the group, and coming to understand the city a bit more, he dismissed them, and sat there to think. "It's a foregone conclusion that people will try to cause problems for me," he thought. Massaging his temples, he contemplated the fact that if his cultivation base were high enough, he wouldn't need to worry about such things. Hold on a second. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. "Usually, I cause grief for people whenever I go somewhere new. The way it usually works is, I show up, and everything goes like normal for a while. But then, for some unknown reason, things always change, he suddenly realized that he had been thinking about everything the wrong way. After reminiscing about how many drums and gongs he had heard throughout the years, he blinked a few times, and suddenly felt a lot better. Clearing his throat, he tried to pump himself up a bit. This vile emperor must be a complete idiot. The Saint Emperor wants me to be the ambassador, and he just agreed right off the bat? You know, a lot of people have said that, given the right circumstances, I could easily destroy the world. As of now, he felt the tension beginning to melt away, and even felt a bit sorry for the vile emperor. It was starting to get dark outside, and considering how much better he felt, he decided to take a stroll around the embassy. Eventually, he found a private chamber perfect for practicing cultivation, so he sat down to do some meditation. I need to go check out the damaged fan, and pass some more levels there. One of these days, I'll reach the 100th level, and when I get that reward, my cultivation will progress a lot faster. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he closed his eyes and disappeared. When he materialized, he was back on the damaged fan. After calling out a few greetings, he confirmed that the spirit automaton was asleep, whereupon he headed toward the next level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1166, Battle Level. Chapter 1166, Battle Level. Fearful of the problems the spirit automaton might cause upon awakening, Xiaochun worked as quickly as possible. Whether it was in terms of speed, or his powers of regeneration, the sovereign flesh he had consumed had helped him to advance by leaps and bounds. He put on a great showing, and quickly reached the 78th level. As soon as he entered that level, he felt an intense pressure weighing down on him. There was also a sensation of potential danger that caused him to immediately back up and send his divine sense out to check the area. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he was immediately able to see the entire area in his mind. It was a very strange world indeed. There was no sky or no land, only an endless void, and a stone dais. In front of the stone dais was a huge wooden marionette. It was fully 300 meters tall, and as round as a sphere. It also had a face painted onto its head. Although Xiaochun couldn't be certain why, he was sure that there was a very strange aura in this place. After studying it for a moment, his attention was continuously drawn to the marionette. Almost as soon as he looked at it closely, it opened its eyes, which glowed with mysterious light. Then, it leapt nimbly into the air, and began to head directly toward him. All I did was look at him. Xiaochun thought. Alarmed, he fell back, but the marionette was shockingly quick. All it took was a moment for it to be right in front of him. Seeing that he couldn't evade it, he decided that since he had recently improved his fleshly body power, he might as well just start fighting. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched out at the marionette. It seemed like an ordinary strike, but considering the level of his battle prowess, that fist strike alone would be enough to shove someone in the early celestial realm away from him, coughing up blood the entire time. Although it might not kill an opponent like that, it would at least inflict injuries. Unexpectedly, the seemingly tough marionette actually couldn't stand up to a single punch, and exploded. Shockingly, the shockwave from its explosion was stronger than its own battle prowess, sending out heaven-shaking, earth-shattering fluctuations in all directions. To Xiaochun, it felt like a wild beast attacking him with full ferocity. Rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere as he tumbled back a few dozen meters before coming to a stop, gasping for breath. What a strong backlash! Looking up, he realized that another powerful aura had erupted from the spot where the marionette had exploded. At that point, he realized that what had exploded was only something like an exterior shell. There was now another marionette standing there, a bit smaller than the one from before. This marionette's aura was stronger, and just like the other one, it attacked the moment it saw him. From the look in its eyes, it seemed like it wouldn't stop fighting until he was dead, or it was destroyed. Frowning, he chose not to back up, but instead, to attack with a fist strike. However, after unleashing the strike, he immediately fell back. Unfortunately, no matter how quickly he backed up, the shockwave from the exploding marionette still hit him, causing his chi and blood to vibrate painfully. A moment later, an even more powerful aura arose, and he saw another, smaller marionette. At that point, his eyes went wide. Will it ever end? He thought, shocked. Presumably, the way to pass the level was to destroy the entire marionette, including all of the layers that made it up. What a weird level. If the spirit automaton is around, that would mean I'm in great danger. With that, he sent some more divine sense out to scan the area. I bet he is awake. But based on the timing, he should still be asleep. By now, his power over the damaged fan had reached the point where he could use it to track down the spirit automaton. He was already starting to get anxious, but now was not the time for delays. He should either evacuate the level and accept defeat, or do his best to pass it as quickly as possible. Back when he was in Mystici Prefecture, he would probably have selected the former. But now he was in the Vile Emperor City, in a position of potential danger. The sooner he got the rewards he sought, the faster he would improve his cultivation base. And if he could pass all the levels and become the true owner of the fan, then he would have a much more stable position in Vile Emperor City. His biggest hope and anticipation was that he would eventually be strong enough to take on Archeans. That way, if he was ever forced into a fight, he would be able to hold his own. Screw it. I'm gonna keep trying. If I can't make it work, then I'll just leave. Gritting his teeth, he shot toward the marionette. When he slammed into it, it exploded, and yet again he was hit with a backlash. However, he didn't attempt to do anything to avoid it. Doing so was virtually impossible. And apparently, this level tested one's ability to withstand backlashes. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but his powers of regeneration immediately went to work. Eyes bloodshot, he immediately set upon the next, smaller marionette. With every marionette he killed, another would arise, smaller than before. The cycle repeated itself over and over. Eventually, he had unleashed 10 fist strikes. Each one had destroyed a marionette, and unleashed a backlash attack. The backlashes were getting stronger and stronger, to the point where even his undying codex couldn't keep up. Considering my powers of regeneration, it seems to me that even if I was in the late celestial realm, I would still have problems. Don't tell me I need to be in the Great Circle to pass. Xiaochun refused to believe that the 78th level would actually be that hard. The next marionette that he destroyed caused a backlash that sent blood spraying out of his mouth. And the marionette which appeared this time looked different from before. It was only the size of a palm, and was pure gold. It radiated the aura of the mid-celestial realm, and had speed that completely defied imagination. It vanished, reappeared right in front of Xiaochun's chest, and then slammed into him. Before he could even react, he was sent flying hundreds of meters backward. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and even as he struggled to his feet, a streak of golden light slammed into him. Then again, and again. He was really starting to get mad now. Complete and utter bullying. This was his first time encountering an opponent with the same cultivation base as himself, but that he couldn't hit because of their incredible speed. Even as the golden streak of light closed in again, he took a deep breath, causing all of his skin to turn the color of blood. A blood mist also spread out from him, into which he seemingly merged. Within the mist, his eyes gleamed with sinister coldness, and he spoke in a bloodthirsty voice, "Godkiller, but..." The Godkiller technique was finally being used again. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the golden light neared the blood-colored mist. In the blink of an eye, blood-colored light and golden light were intersecting in a shocking display of speed. Booms rang out constantly, until the blood mist finally surrounded the golden light. A moment later, there was an explosion, and then a massive backlash that surpassed anything from before. The blood mist also collapsed, spreading out into the surrounding void. After about 10 breaths of time, everything had gone calm again, and the blood mist formed back to reveal an ashen-faced Xiaochun. "Whoa," he said, blood oozing out of his mouth. At that point, he began to fade away as he left the 78th level. Although he had passed it successfully, he had received a significant injury in the process. From that, he could tell that the levels from this point on were going to be extremely difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167, A Reunion. Chapter 1167, A Reunion. It took some rest, but Xiaochun recovered well. After thinking back to how hard the 78th level had been, he couldn't help but sigh. I can tell it's getting harder and harder. It's a good thing that little automaton wasn't around, otherwise things would have really been hopeless. I have to be very careful from here on out. I can't give the little automaton any advantage in our battle of wits and strength. Sighing, he decided not to challenge any more levels. Not long after he left, the spirit automaton woke up. Upon discovering that Xiaochun was getting closer and closer to the 80th level, he felt beyond delighted. Back in the level with the leaves, he had paid a steep price in his attempt to defeat Xiaochun. In fact, as a result, the difficulty in the following levels had been reduced. That having been said, the difficulty reduction hadn't been that dramatic. Therefore, Xiaochun's rapid progress was a bit of a surprise. No. Wait. I need to make some more adjustments. Damn it. Alright, I know. I'll completely reduce the difficulty of the 100th level and redistribute it to earlier levels. That way, I can definitely stop this damned Xiaochun. The spirit automaton was acting a bit crazily. But he was really worried about Bai Xiaochun making progress. Therefore, he went through with his plan to reduce the difficulty of the final level as far down as it would go. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was back in his private chamber in the embassy in Vile Emperor City. After opening his eyes, he produced a blue pill bottle from his bag of holding. There were no medicinal pills inside, only a medicinal liquid, 8 drops in total. This was the reward he had acquired from the 78th level. Each drop of that liquid was comparable to an immortal pill, or perhaps, was even more effective. All in all, it was perfect for use in the mid-celestial realm. Although the 78th level had been difficult, the rewards were significant. As a grandmaster in the Tao of medicine, he could tell that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary, to the point where he wasn't even sure how it had been created. However, after some analysis, he confirmed that all of the ingredients were legendary in the eternal immortal domains, and were all considered to be immortal grasses. There was only one ingredient, spirit dragon horn, a precious material of heaven and earth, that was relatively common in the eternal immortal domains. Even still, it was astronomically expensive. Bai Xiaochun had seen a specimen in Saint Emperor City, and knew that even celestials who qualified to acquire it could only do so with great difficulty. It was all worth it, he thought, tilting the bottle up to let a single drop of the fluid out onto his tongue. It dissolved instantly, giving rise to a searing heat that exploded through his entire body. His cultivation base immediately began to rotate rapidly as the nutritious agents in the medicinal liquid coursed through his energy passageways. As he cultivated, time passed. Because his calculations indicated that the spirit automaton was awake, he didn't go back to the damaged fan. He spent all of his time in cultivation, trying to improve his cultivation base. The 9 drops of medicinal liquid turned out to be even more powerful than he had imagined. After absorbing all of them, he found that he had achieved significant progress. He was now very close to the late celestial realm, and almost didn't feel like he was in the mid-celestial realm anymore. And he hadn't even used his celestial pill yet. He had already performed spirit enhancements on it, and was preparing to use it at the last possible moment, to improve his chances of breaking through. Most people would be completely shocked by the progress he was making, and would find it difficult to believe. After all, there were only 12 celestials in the eternal immortal domains, and many of them would spend years and years, and rely on all varieties of good fortune, just to make a little bit of progress. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who could advance in the way he was. After all, he was using the legacy rewards left behind in the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering treasured item of a sovereign. Because of that treasure, his cultivation was advancing rapidly, and seemingly without pause. Even as he was wrapped up in this process of rapid progress, a friend came to visit. It was none other than Big Fatty Zhang. After coming to Vile Emperor City, Bai Xiaochun had asked his subordinates about Big Fatty Zhang, who he knew had a very unique position in the dynasty. However, they had informed him that Big Fatty Zhang was out on a mission. 2 months later, Big Fatty Zhang returned. After hearing that Bai Xiaochun was in the city, he rushed over to the embassy at the earliest opportunity. When Bai Xiaochun got the news, he hurried out of his private chamber and headed to the main hall, where a tall, lanky person stood waiting for him. The person's silhouette looked unfamiliar, but when he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun felt shaken to the core. Despite how different he looked, his facial features were the same, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from rushing forward to embrace him. Eldest brother. Big Fatty Zhang seemed just as excited as Bai Xiaochun, and returned the embrace. Xiaochun. As they looked each other up and down, they thought back to all the memories they shared. From the ovens in the Spirit Stream sect to the river-defying sect, from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect to the battle on Ghost Mother's battleship. And then to the point when they were separated by an entire world. Xiaochun, I thought I was never going to be able to see you again. Xiaochun, do you remember back on the Heavenspan Sea when I told you about that dream of mine? 1. Well, my life really has been like a hallucination. In fact, for years, I wondered if maybe I was stuck in a dream. The world I had lived in was the body of an enormous giant. Back then, I could hardly believe it. And then I heard that the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed. By this point, tears were streaming down Big Fatty Zhang's cheeks. He had many things to say, and so much to recount regarding the difficulties he had faced through the years. To him, Bai Xiaochun was not just a junior brother, but also a dear friend and brother. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled as he listened to Big Fatty Zhang. He thought about the ovens, and how many years had passed since then, and it made this reunion even more memorable. They sat there for a long time, reminiscing and talking about the things which had occurred since they were separated. Considering Bai Xiaochun's position, he had his subordinates bring some alcohol for them to enjoy, and then activated the embassy's spell formations, ensuring that no divine sense would be able to intrude on them. At the time, I had no idea that the Ghost Galleon would be taking such a momentous journey. It brought me to this strange land, to this strange city, and to these strange people. Xiaochun, you have no idea how useless I was back then. Big Fatty Zhang bitterly raised his alcohol jug up and took a drink. Bai Xiaochun joined him. Eldest brother, he said, you came here before anyone else, so you don't know everything that went on. The river-defying sect is gone. The wildlands are gone. Everything's gone. My apprentice Hauer is gone. The gravekeeper is gone. The entire world is gone. The more he talked, the bleaker he sounded. So many people dead, so many. And it's all because of Taoist heavenspan. By this point, his hands were clenched tightly. Big Fatty Zhang's mood was sinking just as much. It was late into the night before they finished talking about the past and their current situation. Many tears had been shed, and they had sighed many times. Occasionally they laughed, and occasionally they would weep while laughing. Sometimes, it was like they were back in the ovens, back in the days without true worry or care. Back in those days, Big Fatty Zhang had been high-spirited and full of mettle. Back in those days, Bai Xiaochun had been proud and confident, and had dreamed constantly of being able to live forever. Many years had passed, and they were no longer the youngsters they had once been. They had grown up, and in that process, had come to find duty and responsibility weighing heavily on their shoulders. After the Heavenspan realm collapsed, Big Fatty Zhang said, I did my best to search for our people. But as the saying goes, the words of the lowly carry little weight. I was one of the first to arrive here, and because of my skills in spirit enhancement, I managed to establish myself in the Vile Emperor dynasty. But I have little power. Xiaochun, I wasn't even free to leave this place and come find you. The only way I could have done it was to fly there myself. After all, the teleportation portals are all locked down. Although Big Fatty Zhang's voice was laced with bitterness, at this point, his face suddenly lit up. Hold on, Xiaochun. I might not have much power, but I have been able to help some of the people of Heavenspan. Guess what? I know where Patriarch Spirit Stream is. And also sect Uncle Li Qingho. They've gathered a lot of disciples from the river-defying sect. When Bai Xiaochun heard this, he shivered, and reached out to grab Big Fatty Zhang's shoulder. Shaking physically, he said, you know where Uncle Li is? And Patriarch Spirit Stream? And other disciples from the river-defying sect? Where? Where are they? Bai Xiaochun was almost certain that he had misheard. After all, despite extensive searching back in the Saint Emperor dynasty, he had come up completely empty-handed in terms of finding people he knew. Yeah. I know where they are. But I was worried about revealing their location, so I never went to see them in person. However, I can tell you that they are in the safest place in this immortal domain. Big Fatty Zhang could tell how emotional Bai Xiaochun was getting, and he didn't hold anything back. He quickly went on to tell him everything he knew. You never went to see them in person. That was smart. And safe. As long as they're alive, that's what matters. That's what matters. That's what matters. Bai Xiaochun had to force himself to remember to breathe. Eventually, he released Big Fatty Zhang's shoulder, and thought back to how Li Qingho would often look at him with both sternness and love in his eyes. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's eyes welled with tears. Uncle Li. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168, A Big Secret. Chapter 1168, A Big Secret. It took a while for Bai Xiaochun to regain his composure. At that point, Big Fatty Zhang took another drink from his jug of alcohol, then hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice and saying, Xiaochun, I discovered a monumental secret. I'm not sure if I should even say it out loud. Bai Xiaochun looked at him, clearly taken aback. He could see that Big Fatty Zhang seemed confused about what to do, as though he wanted to reveal what he knew, but at the same time, wanted to keep it a secret. If this were any other person, he would assume they were trying to be deliberately mystifying. But this was Big Fatty Zhang, and he knew that he wouldn't do that. Furthermore, considering the level of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, he was able to sense that Big Fatty Zhang's will was different from that of others. Although Big Fatty Zhang was still only a nascent soul cultivator, his willpower surpassed that of most demigod experts, and was close to that of a celestial, but back in the Heavenspan realm, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have been able to tell. But as a celestial, he understood much more about how the larger world worked. Obviously, there was something special about Big Fatty Zhang, some inner quality of his that was related to will. It was almost as if he were blessed by will itself in some special way. It had been many years ago that Big Fatty Zhang began to perform spirit enhancements in accord with will. That had a lot to do with it. I wonder if that's why he began to dream of leaving the Heavenspan realm. Bai Xiaochun thought. With that, he waved his right hand, sending out some cultivation base power that added a further layer of concealment and protection to the spell formation protecting the embassy. Reaching out into Big Fatty Zhang's mind with divine sense, he said, "Tell me with your divine sense. I can guarantee that for the next 10 breaths of time, not even an Archean could eavesdrop on us." Big Fatty Zhang visibly relaxed, and without the slightest hesitation, explained himself via divine sense. "Xiaochun, I know a secret about the Vile Emperor. It's really hard to explain, and I'm not even sure how to put it into words. And I'm worried that telling you about it, even with the defenses you've set up, could lead to a disaster. If you want to know the details, the best thing would be for me to take you to see it in person. Then you'll understand." Big Fatty Zhang's divine sense operated with incredible quickness, perhaps because of his willpower. In only 10 short breaths of time or so, he explained as much as he could about the circumstances surrounding the secret. Back when he had arrived in the Eternal Immortal Domains on Ghostmother's battleship, spirit enhancement was something that no one in the Eternal Immortal Domains had even heard of. As soon as Big Fatty Zhang's abilities became known, it caused a huge stir in the Vile Emperor dynasty. Even the Vile Emperor himself was pushed into a state of frenzied anticipation. He had Big Fatty Zhang perform numerous spirit enhancements to see the results. Afterward, he issued orders giving Big Fatty Zhang a high standing, but also, to assign him a mission. That mission was, to perform a spirit enhancement on the shocking trident around which was coiled the bone dragon that housed Vile Emperor City. Because of that, Big Fatty Zhang came to have a special place in the Vile Emperor dynasty, and became quite famous. However, Big Fatty Zhang knew his own limitations. When performing spirit enhancements on ordinary items, failures weren't anything he would worry about. But when it came to that spear, he knew that if he failed in the enhancement, the spear would suffer a major backlash. In fact, the worst-case scenario would involve the spear collapsing. And that would likely result in his own death. Therefore, Big Fatty Zhang held back. He told the Vile Emperor that he was only strong enough to perform a 5-fold spirit enhancement, and that it would take a full 60-year cycle to complete it safely. He was the only person in the Vile Emperor dynasty who could perform spirit enhancements, so there was no way for anyone to determine if he was telling the truth or not. Even if they suspected he was not, there would be no way to confirm it. Therefore, after some consideration, the Vile Emperor agreed. However, the people of the Vile Emperor dynasty continued to study spirit enhancements. And eventually, the Heavenspan realm collapsed, and its people were scattered everywhere. As it turned out, the Vile Emperor dynasty began to enslave them, all with the hope of cracking the secret of spirit enhancements. In terms of the secret Big Fatty Zhang wanted to tell Bai Xiaochun, it had something to do with the spirit enhancements he had performed on that trident. Up to now, he had taken the trident up to the level of a 3-fold enhancement. Every time he performed an enhancement, he would experience a vision, something that was apparently unique to him. Big Fatty Zhang's guess was that it had something to do with his spirit enhancement abilities. After all, not even the Vile Emperor had been aware of his visions. Bai Xiaochun could see how cautious Big Fatty Zhang was being, and how seriously he was taking the matter. Eyes flashing, he decided not to beat around the bush. "When can I go see it?" he asked. "Right now," Big Fatty Zhang replied. He had been keeping this secret in his heart for far too long, and hadn't dared to even think about it. It was a secret that was so significant that it could affect all of the Eternal Immortal Domains. That was why he had almost immediately decided to tell it to Bai Xiaochun. He was worried that if one day he unexpectedly died, perhaps the secret would be buried in the sands of time. Another factor was that each time he performed another spirit enhancement on the spear, the vision would grow more difficult to see. "I bet that with 2 more enhancements, it will disappear for all eternity." Not even performing more enhancements on the spear would produce the vision. Without the slightest hesitation, he rose to his feet. Bai Xiaochun could tell that this was a matter of utmost importance. Masking both his aura and Big Fatty Zhang, he waved his hand, causing them to vanish and appear outside in Vile Emperor City. Big Fatty Zhang was very familiar with the city, and quickly led Bai Xiaochun along a little path that led to a remote palace deep in the valley. It was located in a sort of ravine right next to the huge trident, where there was a slight gap between the spear and the lands around it. This palace was the residence the Vile Emperor had given to Big Fatty Zhang, to make it easy for him to perform enhancements on the spear. Just outside of the palace was the huge spear itself. From here, it was possible to see the 3 silver designs that were evidence of the successful enhancements Big Fatty Zhang had performed in the past. At this point, Big Fatty Zhang didn't say anything. He just pointed at the spear. Were this any other person than Big Fatty Zhang, Bai Xiaochun would have hesitated at the suspicious nature of what was happening. But right now, he didn't hesitate to walk right up to the spear. As he neared, he could sense a fierce aura coming from the trident, as though it had slaughtered too many lives to even count. All of the hair on his body stood on end. It almost felt like he was about to descend onto a deadly battlefield. Thankfully, the trident was protected by a sealing mark that prevented most of that aura from escaping. Even still, only someone with a nascent soul cultivation base or higher would be able to get near it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to even build Vile Emperor's city on the bones that hung on the spear. Do I need to actually perform a spirit enhancement? He thought. His methods of performing spirit enhancements were different from others. But in the end, they all stemmed from the same general principles. When it came to high-level enhancements, he would have to use his turtle walk. And even for lower-level enhancements, it was generally much easier and simpler to just use the walk. But when it came to a mere fourfold enhancement, he could do it on his own if necessary. After all, he was a heavenly necromancer who had learned his skills in the Wildlands, which was the home of spirit enhancements. Reaching out, he summoned a four-colored flame, and then carefully placed it onto the surface of the trident. Almost as soon as his hand made contact with the trident, the flame melted into it, and his expression flickered. In that moment, he heard an anguished scream in his head. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to bring shame to my ancestor. Along with the scream came a shocking vision. Shockingly, he was looking at the Vile Emperor. Except, there wasn't just one Vile Emperor, there were two. They were currently fighting a battle to the death. The vision wasn't perfectly clear, but Xiaochun could clearly see the lightning-like attacks, and then, one of the Vile Emperors fell in death. He died screaming, stabbed to death by this very same trident. By the time the trident was pulled out of his body, he was dead in body and soul. And then his body faded away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, The Vile Prince Throws a Banquet. Chapter 1169, The Vile Prince Throws a Banquet. Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his heart and mind were battered with tidal waves of shock. The enormity of what he was witnessing defied anything he could have imagined. Considering how nervous Big Fatty Zhang had been prepared for something momentous. But this went beyond all expectations. There were actually two Vile Emperors. They looked the same, but one was the real thing, and the other was an imposter. It was impossible to say how many years ago this event had taken place, but from the way the dying Vile Emperor had shouted about letting his ancestor down, Xiaochun's intuition was telling him that he was not the imposter. Even as Xiaochun stood there, completely and utterly shaken, the vision faded, as though whatever secrets were locked in the trident were being thoroughly transformed into ashes thanks to this fourth spirit enhancement. No future enhancements would reveal any further visions. As Xiaochun slowly regained his senses, the shock in his heart made him completely forget about the spirit enhancement. He pulled his hand back, and the four-colored flame fell to the ground and sputtered out. The trident stood there, still and unmoving. He felt completely out of sorts, and was unable to quell the chaos he felt in his heart. As for Big Fatty Zhang, he had been unsure of whether or not Xiaochun would experience the same vision, but considering his reaction, it seemed he had. The Vile Emperor was an Archean, a level that completely surpassed that of a Celestial. His will was powerful to an unimaginable degree. If Celestials could be likened to mountain peaks, then Archeans were like the clouds that floated above them. Their willpower could encompass entire immortal domains, could transform heaven and earth, and could drive countless hosts of living things completely mad. For some unknown reason, the real Vile Emperor had been unable to notify the world of the truth of his passing. And yet, before his death, he had succeeded in passing a bit of his consciousness into the trident that killed him. That fleeting wisp of consciousness had remained undetected by whoever it was that killed him, and was not something that people could find by examining the trident directly. Only performing a spirit enhancement, which would restructure the trident on a fundamental level, would result in dredging up that slight bit of consciousness, and the memories therein. And thus, something which had remained secret for many years became known to Xiaochun. After a very long moment passed, he forced himself to calm down, whereupon, questions began to pop up in his mind that had terrifying implications. If the real Vile Emperor was killed, he thought, then, who exactly is the current Vile Emperor? And when precisely did it happen? How come something as monumental as the death of the Vile Emperor happened without anyone knowing? At this point, he looked up at Big Fatty Zhang, who had been standing there quietly the entire time. He could see the confusion and anxiety in Big Fatty Zhang's eyes, and at the same time, realized that his previous caution had been thoroughly justified. If the current Vile Emperor realized what he knew, the consequences would be too dire to contemplate. After another long moment passed, he left. He didn't want to stay with Big Fatty Zhang for too long. This sensitive matter was something that didn't just involve the two of them, but rather, the fundamental existence of the eternal immortal domains as a whole. By the time he got back to the main hall in the embassy, it was late. His two demigod subordinates greeted him, at which time he forced himself to put his thoughts in order. One of the demigods stepped forward and respectfully extended an invitation card. Exalted One, while you were in secluded meditation, the Vile Prince sent you several invitations. Apparently, someone noticed that Grandmaster Zhang came to visit you, as he yet again sent someone with an invitation. Exalted One, he has invited you to Vile Prince Mansion for a banquet, this very evening. With that, the two demigods went on to explain more details about what had gone on while he was in seclusion. Xiaochun looked at the invitation card, his brow slightly furrowed. He had spent most of his time as ambassador in seclusion, and had politely refused all invitations. However, the Vile Prince had sent numerous such invitations, and as Xiaochun's two demigod subordinates had said, he had noticed that he had accepted a visit from Big Fatty Zhang. In that case, refusing more invitations would likely lead to complications. Whatever. I've been in Vile Emperor City for a while now, I guess I might as well go check out this Vile Prince. Having made his decision, he reached out and took the invitation card. Since the Vile Prince has sent so many invitation cards, why don't the two of you go with me? Of course, the two demigods didn't dare do anything but comply. Immediately voicing their assent, they left the embassy with Xiaochun. The demigods led the way to a location on the skull of the bone dragon. By the time they arrived, the moon hung high, and the night felt deep and somber. As a celestial, Xiaochun's every move and action was subject to observation. And since he had made no effort to be stealthy in any way, the people in Vile Prince Mansion knew he was coming. Before he arrived, dozens of individuals flew out of the ornate, luxurious mansion, the weakest of them being devas, and with 5 being demigods. As they neared, they all clasped hands and bowed formally to Xiaochun. Greetings, Ambassador Bai. After you, Ambassador Bai. Everyone in Vile Prince Mansion is eagerly awaiting your arrival, but... From their formality and respect, it was clear to see that the Vile Prince was taking Xiaochun's visit very seriously. That was especially true considering who was standing outside the main entrance of Vile Prince Mansion. There were 7 people lined up, with one standing in front of them all. He was middle-aged, and dressed in a robe embroidered with dragons. Although he wasn't as domineering and impressive as the Vile Emperor, he looked very similar to him. At a glance, Xiaochun knew without a doubt that this was the Vile Prince. Xiaochun nodded in greeting from afar. The Vile Prince noticed the gesture, and in response, laughed heartily. Ambassador Bai, he said, hurrying forward, I sent so many unanswered invitations. If you refused this one, I might have just had to come visit you personally. Xiaochun could immediately see how much younger the Vile Prince was than the Vile Emperor. He didn't appear sinister to the bones like the Vile Emperor, nor was he very domineering. He almost seemed to have mastered the smooth-faced demeanor of the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Trying to intimidate the new guy, huh? He thought coldly. Blaming me for not coming to visit you earlier? Lousy prince. You don't count for crap. Although he didn't have a very good impression of the Vile Emperor dynasty so far, he was very proficient when it came to putting on a pretense of civility and interest. How could I possibly inconvenience you by make you come visit me, Vile Prince? He said. You see, my cultivation base had reached a bottleneck, and thus, upon arriving, I was very anxious to get right to cultivation. Many apologies for all the delays. He ended with a slight chuckle. Considering how much higher his cultivation base was than the Vile Prince, that laughter, despite not being very loud, contained significant weight. In fact, it was more than enough to dissolve the domineering air contained in the Vile Prince's false courtesy. Eyes sparkling, and smile growing more radiant than ever, the Vile Prince clasped hands and said, I only invited 2 individuals to my banquet this night, Ambassador Bai. Please, come in. With that, he escorted Xiaochun into his mansion. Xiaochun was very used to this sort of environment, and smiled broadly in return as he followed along. The two of them began to chat, and soon it was clear that neither were inferior to the other when it came to such arts. However, were it not for the fact that he had a high standing by birth, the Vile Prince would not have been able to keep up with Xiaochun. Soon the underlings who were following them began to respect Xiaochun more and more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170, Please behave yourself, Vile Prince. Chapter 1170, Please behave yourself, Vile Prince. As the highest-ranking prince in the Vile Emperor dynasty, it only made sense that the Vile Prince mansion was far more luxurious than mansions of lesser princes. Upon entering, it was possible to see countless astounding decorative rock formations, as well as numerous streams and ponds. It felt like a place of spirits and immortals, and even a single intake of breath would stimulate the cultivation base to an astounding degree. Despite being a celestial, even Xiaochun was impressed. You have a nice place here. he said in all sincerity. You flatter me, Ambassador Bai, the Vile Prince replied, chuckling. Clearly, he was feeling very pleased with himself. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, he continued, I really do have to offer profound thanks to your heaven-span realm, Ambassador Bai. After all, it's only because of the secrets of spirit enhancement that my mansion has been elevated to this state. He pointed at a decorative rock formation some distance away. See that ornamental hill over there? I built it with ordinary immortal stones that I crafted into a spell formation. Then I scoured the Vile Emperor dynasty for Grandmaster Spirit Enhancers to work their magic on it. Although many of them failed at their task, the final result was worth it. In fact, all of the ornamental rocks here have threefold spirit enhancements. The Vile Prince seemed very interested in the subject of spirit enhancements, and as he led Bai Xiaochun toward the main hall of his mansion, he pointed out everything that had been enhanced. He seemed to be quite knowledgeable regarding spirit enhancement theory, prompting Bai Xiaochun to listen to what he said with some curiosity. So far, he hadn't met anyone in the eternal immortal domains who knew as much about the subject as the Vile Prince. According to my understanding, there are three main ways that you heaven-span realm cultivators perform spirit enhancements. The first has to do with confidence, which is connected to will. The second is in accord with magical law, and by finding ingredients that can harness the energy of heaven and earth. The third, and supposedly the most orthodox of them all, is by relying on multicolored flame. And of course, people who can use multicolored flame are called necromancers. From what I hear, Ambassador Bai, in all of the heavenspan realm, going back to the most ancient times, there was only ever one, heavenly necromancer. The Vile Prince was gauging Bai Xiaochun's reaction, and when he saw the surprise on his face, he chuckled. At that point, he suddenly looked somewhat wistful. Unfortunately, it's a real pity that, despite all my research, I only ended up proving that spirit enhancements can only be performed by people with the blood of the heavenspan realm in them. Without the power of that blood, even someone who has mastered all of the relevant skills will still fail. And even transfusing the blood into oneself will only provide a very limited ability. It's truly a blessing from the Eternal Mother to the descendants of the Archsovereign. He sighed. During his speech, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that he could detect the smell of blood coming from the man. Frowning, he was about to say something when the Vile Prince suddenly turned to face him, his eyes sparkling. Ambassador Bai, the truth is that I asked you here today to propose a trade that I think you might be interested in. You have something that I want. Like what? Bai Xiaochun replied, forcing down his displeasure as he stood there, looking back at the Vile Prince. The Vile Prince licked his lips and looked Bai Xiaochun up and down, in much the same way that a lecherous sex addict of a man would stare at a beautiful woman. It instantly caused Bai Xiaochun's eyelid to twitch a bit. Ambassador Bai, I want your body. Bai Xiaochun's face instantly turned very grim, and his hackles rose. Swishing his sleeve, he snorted coldly and said, Please behave yourself, Vile Prince. Clearly displeased, he turned to leave. Wait, Ambassador Bai, you misunderstand me. I have developed a bit of a hobby in collecting the fleshly bodies of cultivators. Calm down. Listen, if you agree, then I can arrange for another fleshly body to replace your current one. And I guarantee you'll be happy with the results. Considering the level of your cultivation base, it shouldn't be any problem for you to possess another body. And I have a huge collection, every one of them unique and perfect specimens. Apparently worried that Bai Xiaochun would refuse because of a misunderstanding, the Vile Prince waved his arms out, causing all of the ornamental rocks in the mansion to suddenly begin shining with bright light. As the light shone, the rocks began to turn translucent, making them look almost like ice. As that happened, it became possible to see corpses sealed within all of the rocks. There were men and women, old and young, beautiful and ugly, strong and weak. And yet, all of them, without a single exception, glittered like treasures in a museum. Bai Xiaochun had just been preparing to leave, but now he was rooted in place, his eyes wide as he looked around at all the corpses. His mind almost seemed incapable of catching up to how events were unfolding. Never could he have imagined that the Vile Prince would have a hobby like this. On the one hand, it seemed completely outrageous, but at the same time, it made Bai Xiaochun feel like he had just attained a deeper understanding of the world. I can't believe he actually likes collecting corpses, and setting them up in his courtyard. The Vile Prince was clearly very pleased with how stunned Bai Xiaochun looked. Looking around proudly at his collection, he began to introduce them as surely as if they were the most priceless of treasures. See that one? That is a one-of-a-kind Ten-Yang body. It's a type of battle body that can allow a deva to fight a demigod. It's so strong that it's really difficult to put into words. Oh, and that one over there is even more amazing. It possesses the most spectacular powers of attraction you can imagine. Men with that type of body can capture the hearts of endless numbers of female cultivators. After some research, I found that such bodies emit shocking fluctuations that tug at the psyches of anyone of the opposite sex. Look at this old guy. Forget about how ancient he looks. Technically speaking, no one in the eternal immortal domains ever lived longer than him. He clearly had a demigod cultivation base, but his longevity surpassed celestials to a ridiculous level. I wasn't able to determine the reason, even after lots of research. As the Vile Prince went about his introductions, Xiaochun looked around at the reactions of the other cultivators present. Considering how no one seemed surprised, it was obvious that this hobby of the Vile Prince was no secret in the Vile Emperor dynasty. Xiaochun looked back at all the corpses, and felt like his mind was spinning beyond control. Hair standing on end, he interrupted the Vile Prince's enthusiastic monologue to say, I got this body from my parents, Vile Prince. I'm afraid there's no deal to be made. I just realized I have an important matter to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, he began to back up. The Vile Prince immediately frowned in what appeared to be significant displeasure. Sorting coldly, he said, if you don't want to make the trade, Ambassador Bai, that's fine. But there's no need to act so stuck up. We cultivators are supposed to defy the heavens. Our goal in life should be to achieve the great eternal Tao. The fleshly body is merely a vessel to carry the divine souls of cultivators through the river of time. The journey along that river is a long and terrifying one, and fraught with peril. If a better vessel is suddenly presented, one should take it. That is the best way to improve one's chances of achieving that great Tao. The tenacity and focus in the Vile Prince's voice left Xiaochun a bit stunned, and in fact, some of what he said actually made sense. Ambassador Bai, as a celestial, you have experienced many things. I refuse to believe that you don't understand how sometimes it's necessary to replace the fleshly body that is our vessel in life. Only in that way can we save time and reach our ultimate goal, that great Tao. The Vile Prince was clearly pleased with how closely Xiaochun was listening to him. After all, he was talking about his Tao, which he was completely confident would take him to that which was eternal. It's true that your fleshly body came from your father and mother. But you should think of that body as merely the first of many. Bodies are like magical items. Ambassador Bai, I refuse to believe that you still use the same magical items that you did when you first stepped into the cultivation world. Xiaochun gasped slightly. Although he felt in his heart that the Vile Prince was incorrect, he spoke in such a decisive fashion that it seemed hard to question him. The Vile Prince suddenly tore open his clothing, revealing a body that appeared to have been stitched together from numerous other body parts. Ambassador Bai, look at this. See my left arm? It comes from the Vile Glory clan, and possessed the power of sinister coldness. And my right arm is from the Clash Heaven Horde, and can release profoundly shocking divine abilities. I got my left leg from the Fiend Killers, and my right leg from the Dragon Herds. He was crisscrossed with scars, a sight that would be shocking to anyone who looked at him. Xiaochun was completely shaken by what he was hearing. Never could he have imagined that a freakish person like this could exist in the world. His father permits all of this? He thought. Apparently, the Vile Prince was used to people reacting in this way, and could tell exactly what Xiaochun was thinking. Smiling, he said, His Majesty the Vile Emperor initially opposed my Tao, but after enough time passed, he changed his mind. In fact, he approves of it now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171, A Free Dog. Chapter 1171, A Free Dog. The Vile Emperor approves. Xiaochun thought, blinking a few times as his heart began to beat faster in his chest. Poor kid. He doesn't even know that the person he thinks is his father is actually an imposter. His real father disapproved, but once the imposter took over, it was only natural for him to approve of such a harmful inclination. Although he felt bad for the Vile Prince, he was now in absolutely no mood to participate in some sort of banquet. Furthermore, he was now convinced that just about everyone in Vile Emperor City was crazy. Not a single one seemed like an ordinary person. At the same time, he decided that nothing about the Vile Prince's speech just now made sense. After all, he didn't want ideas like that to take root inside of him and cause unwanted changes to his psyche. These people are psychos. Xiaochun firmly refused the Vile Prince's offer again, and then, despite the fact that he knew it would not please him, flew up into the air, along with his two demigod subordinates. Just as he was preparing to leave, he stopped and looked back at the main gate. As he did, the aura of the mid-celestial realm suddenly erupted out from that very spot, shooting out as if to oppose his departure. An unsightly expression overtook his face, and his heart turned icy as he looked at a figure walking out of the darkness of the gate. There, dressed in a black robe, was Taoist Heavenspan. His face was cold and grim as he stared at Bai Xiaochun, and it was almost possible to hear the sound of thunder crackling when their gazes met. There's something strange going on with Taoist Heavenspan. He's much stronger than the last time we met in the second immortal domain. Bai Xiaochun had made rapid progress because of the enormous good fortune he had come across. However, it was clear that Taoist Heavenspan had also encountered some unimaginable good fortune of his own. His cultivation base had risen rapidly, to the point where he was now catching up to Bai Xiaochun. Were he not in Vile Emperor City, Bai Xiaochun would have attacked Taoist Heavenspan without even thinking about it. But now, he could only do something like that if it was absolutely necessary. Now that Taoist Heavenspan had arrived, the Vile Prince flew up into the air, laughing. Ambassador Bai, there's no need to be in such a rush. If you don't want to make that trade, then fine, we won't trade. Now that you've come all this way, though, you definitely have to enjoy some fine alcohol. I specifically invited you and Taoist Heavenspan here so that I could act as a mediator between the two of you. No matter what, the two of you are both from the Heavenspan realm. There are no enmities that we can't resolve if we try. Come. Let's drink together and put the past behind us. We cultivators pursue the eternal, that is the true great Tao. In response to the advice, Taoist Heavenspan clasped hands and bowed deeply at the waist. I'll follow your every word and command, Vile Prince. To see Taoist Heavenspan acting and speaking in this way caused Bai Xiaochun to frown. After all, Taoist Heavenspan was a celestial, and therefore, there didn't seem to be any reason for him to act in such an ingratiating fashion. Even if Taoist Heavenspan was a foreigner, it still didn't make sense. Furthermore, this didn't seem at all the way that Taoist Heavenspan used to act. He had been the high and mighty celestial at one time, but now he was acting completely differently. It was as if he had changed completely. Looking at him, Bai Xiaochun slowly and forcefully said, "You gave up everything, and even treated your own flesh and blood with the ultimate cruelty, abandoning your own people, just to leave the world you lived in. And now, Taoist Heavenspan, you are nothing more than a dog and a lackey. Are you happy?" Taoist Heavenspan's expression didn't change as he looked up with cold eyes. "I'd rather be a dog with freedom," he said, "than waste away into death in that tomb of a world." He spoke the words with utmost calmness, as though he had already pondered this point at length. Taoist Heavenspan's response only served to anger Bai Xiaochun more. "Maybe you're a dog with freedom," he shot back, "but you watched with your own eyes as your people suffered in torment." "It was survival of the fittest," Taoist Heavenspan replied calmly, as if nothing so far had provoked even the slightest emotional reaction within him. Perhaps for them, it was just the first step. Those who survived are suitable to keep living. Those who died simply faced a cultivation tribulation. For those who were buried in the process, perhaps it was good fortune for them to die with the world around them. Well said. The Vile Prince declared, a look of praise on his face as he laughed loudly. You couldn't have said it better, Celestial Heavenspan. In the cultivation world, survival of the fittest is the most important thing. Ambassador Bai, what point is there in weeping for the weak? People are born, and they die. It's as simple as that. As the Vile Prince chuckled, Taoist Heavenspan nodded in agreement. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, he smiled. Bai Xiaochun, you used to be as timid as a mouse, and scared out of your mind of dying. How come you've suddenly become so sentimental? Bai Xiaochun stared dead at Taoist Heavenspan for a long moment, seemingly struggling to control himself. Then he suddenly chuckled. Eyes filling with determination, he said, you want to fight? Then let's fight. Taking a step forward, he transformed into a series of afterimages that shot toward Taoist Heavenspan. As he neared, Taoist Heavenspan's eyes narrowed, and he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, 10 Dao gates appeared behind him, swirling into the form of a tempest that surged forth to meet Bai Xiaochun. They moved with blinding speed, colliding in a massive explosion that sent shockwaves out in all directions. The nearby devas and demigods were visibly shocked and backed away. Even the Vile Prince immediately fell back. After all, a battle between two celestials could flatten everything in the area. It was truly a shocking thing. What are you doing, Bai Xiaochun? The Vile Prince shouted, clearly placing all the responsibility on Bai Xiaochun. However, once Bai Xiaochun committed to launching an attack, he didn't care what anyone said or did. He followed through like lightning, and within the blink of an eye, he and Taoist Heavenspan had exchanged dozens of blows. Blood sprayed out of Taoist Heavenspan's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward, his face as white as a sheet, and yet, his eyes defiant. He had goaded Bai Xiaochun into attacking to get a sense of exactly how strong he actually was. The answer he had received was not satisfying. Even as he fell back, Bai Xiaochun accelerated, striking him again. Taoist Heavenspan once again found blood spraying out of his mouth as he was flung backward another 300 meters. Just as Bai Xiaochun's killing intent truly began to rage, streams of divine sense began to converge on the location. The Celestials of Vile Emperor City were preparing to interfere. If it had been just them, it might not have been anything to worry about. But then a divine sense that surpassed any Celestials appeared, something vile and domineering, something that could split apart the heavens. Instantly, the divine will grabbed Bai Xiaochun and pushed him back in completely unceremonious fashion. Bai Xiaochun shivered as he staggered backwards several dozen meters. At the same time, the voice of the Vile Emperor rang out coldly in his ears. "That's enough." Taoist Heavenspan immediately bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir." As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood there for a moment with clenched jaw before nodding. Waving his sleeve, he turned and began to walk away. However, after only walking a few steps, he stopped in place, looked over his shoulder and said, "How is Du Lingfei?" Bai Xiaochun had been holding those words in his heart for a long time now. In the past, he hadn't dared to ask them, mostly for fear of what the answer might be. But now, he didn't hesitate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172 Windfall. Chapter 1172 Windfall. Up to this point, Taoist Heavenspan's expression had remained as cold as ice, even when he was coughing up blood. But in response to Bai Xiaochun's words, he suddenly shivered. He even averted his gaze to avoid revealing the bitterness and other mixed emotions he felt. Although his expression quickly returned to normal, his voice softened just a little bit. "She's alive." "Where?" Bai Xiaochun replied, similarly shivering a bit. A long moment passed. Finally, Taoist Heavenspan said, "I haven't been able to find her." When Bai Xiaochun heard that, not even he was sure of what to think or how to feel. Another moment passed, and then he left, not bothering to ask any more questions. Back at the embassy, he yet again went into seclusion in his private chamber. After sitting down cross-legged, he shivered, and a bitter gleam appeared in his eyes as he recalled what it had been like to have Taoist Heavenspan absorbing him, with Du Lingfei desperately pleading for him to stop. "As long as you're alive, that's all that's important," he murmured. For some reason, not even Taoist Heavenspan had been able to track her down, but Bai Xiaochun knew that as long as she was still alive, he would be able to find her eventually. It was the same with Bai Hao. As long as there was even a tiny bit of hope, he would cling to it. And that beautiful hope enabled him to refrain from sighing about the matter. "It's definitely going to happen." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts, closed his eyes, and resorted to cultivation to seek peace, something he had once been loath to do. A month flew by in a flash, and Bai Xiaochun focused on cultivation the entire time. Forgetting the bitter pain of the past by immersing himself in cultivation was something he had grown used to. Another month went by. After calculating that the spirit automaton was asleep again, he went back to the damaged fan. He knew that the spot where the fan floated through the inky darkness of the void was far, far away from the eternal immortal domains. Although he wasn't sure exactly where the fan was, he knew that when he stood on it and sent his divine sense out to scan the area, it felt very different from the eternal immortal domains. "Is the void that huge?" he murmured. Not only was he happy to use the fan to improve his cultivation, he was also using it to step through a door of epic proportions. He wasn't sure if anyone before him had ever left the eternal immortal domains in this fashion, but he had the feeling that if people had, they were few and far between. It seemed likely that not even the Vile Emperor or Saint Emperor had traveled so far out into the darkness. "I wonder if I'm really the only person from the eternal immortal domains to have ever been out here." Finally, he looked away from the void back to the damaged fan. Things are probably going to get even harder after the 78th level. Eyes flashing, he headed toward the fan rib that led to the 79th level. Bai Xiaochun soon found out that the 79th level was even more shockingly difficult than he had imagined. In fact, it took roughly half a month for him to pass it. If it weren't for his tremendous powers of regeneration, and the fact that he had absorbed some flesh and blood from a sovereign, he probably would have failed. And next was the 80th level. Time flew by. In the past, when the spirit automaton had remained in slumber, Bai Xiaochun would have been able to pass 10 levels in that amount of time. But this time, he only got to the 83rd level. Upon emerging, he was clearly spent. He lay down flat on his back, wounds still bleeding, his fleshly body and cultivation base teetering on the brink of collapse. That was too hard, he thought. He lay there for 3 days before he felt recovered enough to do some calculations regarding the spirit automaton. I probably don't have enough time to get through the 84th level, he thought. That little automaton should wake up in 2 or 3 days. Although I could at least check out the level to see what it's like, and maybe start thinking of a way to pass it. Gritting his teeth, he headed toward the 84th level. As soon as he entered and looked around, he saw something that was almost completely unimaginable. His eyes went wide. There's no way this is really happening. Heavens! The world of the 84th level was a bleak wasteland. The sky was dark, and what little vegetation existed was withered and dry. There was also a pervasive aura of death that filled the entire place. Surrounding him in the air were vast numbers of souls. They floated around mindlessly, and apparently would continue to do so for all eternity as long as no one bothered them. However, if they were disturbed, they would become vicious, and completely intent on gobbling up anything living. Considering the vast number involved, it was only possible to imagine the shocking scene that would play out if that happened. To the cultivators of the eternal immortal domains, souls were not a common thing to see. Although it wasn't completely impossible to encounter them, they were definitely a rarity for people with lower cultivation bases. Bai Xiaochun had long since come to realize that fact. It was one of the reasons why he hadn't been able to replenish his stock of multicolored flame, and by extension, unable to resurrect Bai Hao. Therefore, seeing this many souls collected in one place nearly caused his vision to swim. He was like a poor beggar who had stumbled across a mountain of gold, and was half convinced that he was seeing things. Apparently, his mere presence was a stimulating factor to the nearby souls, who began to awaken from their state of blankness and turn in his direction. Innumerable souls looked over and began to shriek in soundless fashion, causing fluctuations to roll out everywhere and creating a cosmic tempest that filled the entire 84th level. It almost seemed like the world was about to explode. Then the countless souls began to charge madly toward Bai Xiaochun. Heavens, could it really be true? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was seeing clearly. Then, before any of them could even get close, he blurred into motion toward one of the nearest vengeful souls and grabbed it. Crushing it, he created a one-colored flame. The sight of the one-colored flame immediately filled him with unprecedented levels of excitement. They're not illusory? Heavens! I love this place. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. As of this moment, he realized that this damaged fan was a wonderful place. Although some of the levels had been difficult, it was now giving him a huge windfall at absolutely no cost. He didn't care if the spirit automaton woke up right now. All he could think about were souls. During his time in the eternal immortal domains, he had watched his reserves of multicolored flame shrinking, to the point where he almost had none left. As a result, he couldn't perform the same amazing spirit enhancements that he could in the past, and in fact, had to be very judicious in their use. Mine. All mine. Don't run. Ha ha ha. Be a good soul now, come over here to Lord Bai. Rich. I've really struck it rich. The excited cries of Bai Xiaochun echoed about in the world. As for the previously vicious souls, although they didn't really possess any level of intelligence, they were soon looking around in complete shock. Never before had anyone challenged this level in such a fashion. From what they could understand on an instinctual level, living people should be afraid of them. But now, Bai Xiaochun was running around tossing soul convergence pills left and right, each resulting detonation of which sucked in vast amounts of souls. If that were all there were to it, it might have been possible to accept. But he was also conjuring flame at the same time. Suddenly, the tables were turned, and the vengeful souls were the terrified ones. Shrieking, they tried to flee Bai Xiaochun's clutches. Be a good little soul. Don't run. Eyes shining, Bai Xiaochun lunged forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173, Returning from a Rewarding Journey. Chapter 1173, Returning from a Rewarding Journey. Vengeful souls were used to striking terror into the hearts of living beings. And this world of death that they existed in had been created for that express purpose. But now, Bai Xiaochun had come, the first heavenly necromancer to ever visit this place. With his soul convergence pills, he created a storm the likes of which the damaged fan had never seen, a storm which changed everything. Rumbling booms filled the entire world. During his time in the eternal immortal domains, Bai Xiaochun had drawn upon many of the medicinal pills he had in reserve, but none of his soul convergence pills. As such, he had a huge amount on hand. Back in the wildlands, he had made a point of building up a large stockpile. That way, if he ever encountered vengeful souls in random locations, he would be well equipped to get his hands on them. However, there were virtually no souls floating around in the eternal immortal domains. As a result, his hands had often itched to return to their previous habits. And now, he was completely overwhelmed by excitement and joy. There were just too many souls. This level was definitely a windfall for Bai Xiaochun, providing him with benefits that surpassed any of the rewards from the previous levels. In fact, even if this level didn't have a specific reward at the end, it would still be better than any of the other levels. To him, the vengeful souls he could acquire were the best reward imaginable. Be a good little soul and don't run. Lord Bai is a nice fellow, he won't bully you guys. Eyes shining, he leapt to and fro, tossing out soul convergence pills and then snatching up the soul spheres they formed to toss into his bag of holding. I'm just scooping up the souls. The only thing that disappointed him was that he couldn't collect the souls faster, and that he only had 2 hands. Worried that he might be expelled from the level, he spared no amount of effort to crazily get as many vengeful souls as he could. Stop right there, all of you. Behave. Damn it, get back here. Soon, the amount of vengeful souls had been visibly reduced, while those that remained continued to flee in terror. Around the time that Bai Xiaochun had collected about 20 or 30% of the vengeful souls, the spirit automaton finally woke up. As soon as his eyes opened, he realized that Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of challenging a level. Sending some divine sense out, he saw the shocking scene playing out in the 84th level. The spirit automaton was so stunned that he almost didn't dare to believe what he was seeing, and couldn't even react for an extended time. This. Although he wasn't actually capable of crying, in this moment, that was exactly what he wanted to do. Heaven damned Bai Xiaochun. He howled. My souls! My souls! The exalted sovereign shed blood, sweat and tears to master the Tao essence of life and death, and then created those souls from nothing. Heavens! Each of those souls contains some of the Tao essence of life and death. They're priceless. Descending into madness, the spirit automaton sent some divine sense out into the level and unhesitatingly used his authority with the damaged fan to try to get Bai Xiaochun out of the level as quickly as possible. Within the world of the level, chaos exploded into being as a massive gravitational force descended from above, wrapped around Bai Xiaochun, and began to drag him forcefully out of the level. Bai Xiaochun instantly started getting nervous. What are you doing, you little automaton? You're cheating. I haven't finished with the level yet. Why are you letting me pass? You're a spirit automaton. Have some respect. How could you possibly surrender right now? Let me go. I want to rely on my own skills to pass this level. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun wasn't in control of his own body. The gravitational force dragged him up into the sky, and the souls drew further and further away. You good-for-nothing little automaton! He shouted in rage. He even drew upon his authority within the damaged fan to try to fight back. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The spirit automaton shouted, not sure of what else to say. As of this point, he and Bai Xiaochun had almost equal levels of authority within the fan, and because of that, Bai Xiaochun managed to force an equilibrium. Then, he started tossing out more pills and collecting up the resulting soul spheres. The spirit automaton was enraged to the point of madness. Despite having just awoken, he decided to put everything on the line and potentially injure himself to teleport Bai Xiaochun out of the level. When Bai Xiaochun finally vanished, the spirit automaton sagged in exhaustion, his divine sense weakened, his mind drained. Although he considered swearing an oath to destroy Bai Xiaochun in the next level, considering how many times he had sworn such oaths, only to have Bai Xiaochun confound him at every turn, he decided that perhaps it wasn't the best thing to do. He's like my arch-nemesis. Filled with grief, and feeling overwhelmed with exhaustion, he immediately went back to sleep. Outside of the level on the damaged fan, Bai Xiaochun reappeared, heart-pounding, expression that of rage. He tried to go back into the level, but just as with the world of the dark concoctors, he was unable to do so. No amount of trying met with even a hint of success. Finally, he simply sighed. That spirit automaton is way too stingy. What's the big deal about a few souls? This fan is eventually going to be mine anyway. If I'm fine with taking some things that belong to me, what is he getting all bent out of shape for? Snorting, he patted his bag of holding and checked to make sure that all of the souls were in place. At that point, his heart surged. It's been a long time since I had so many souls, he thought. Hand fairly itching, he began to conjure some flame. Light flashed as one tongue of multicolored flame after another appeared. The highest he could go at the moment was 15 colored flame, but he did manage to get quite a collection of that. After all, the difficulty level grew much higher after 15 colors, and the process also tended to be much more draining. Although he had acquired a significant number of souls, after some quick calculations, he was fairly certain that he didn't have enough to conjure up to a 22-colored flame. If I get a bit more, maybe I can get to 22 colors. Eyeing the spark-shaped mark on the back of his hand, he took a deep breath and swore that, after he became the true owner of the damaged fan, he would go back and get all of the souls that remained in the 84th level. It took half a month for him to complete his flame conjuring session. At that point, he had a much more sizable collection of multicolored flame in his bag of holding. Feeling quite pleased, he looked around at the fan and decided that he should probably head back to the eternal immortal domains. After a short rest, he did just that. Soon, he materialized back in his private chamber in the embassy in Vile Emperor City. What a rewarding journey! High-spirited and full of mettle, he summoned his demigod subordinates to get a report of what had occurred while he was in seclusion. After dismissing them, he crossed his legs and began to practice cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. His cultivation base was back in top shape, and he was just getting ready to go back to the damaged fan when an imperial edict came down from Vile Emperor Palace. Before anyone could even react to it, a sonorous voice echoed out to fill the embassy. The Saint Emperor Dynasty's ambassador Bai is hereby summoned to the palace for an audience with the emperor. All of the cultivators in the embassy were visibly shocked, and looked over to see how Bai Xiaochun would react. Bai Xiaochun was a bit hesitant, and wondered if the Vile Emperor planned to punish him for the incident with Taoist Heavenspan. There's no way he's that narrow-minded, right? In the end, he decided that it most likely wasn't because of that. After all, he was the ambassador of the entire Saint Emperor dynasty, and wouldn't be punished unless he committed some massive crime. Perhaps things might have been different if he wasn't a celestial, but he was, and thus felt very confident. Well, it's not like I can refuse anyway. Whatever. Might as well go check things out. Still feeling slightly uneasy, he took a breath and headed toward the Imperial Palace on the Dragon's Skull. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174, Hidden Killing Intent. Chapter 1174, Hidden Killing Intent. After flying out of the embassy, he immediately felt a bit more at ease as he looked around and realized that he wasn't the only person to have been issued an imperial edict. Celestial Verpka and the other celestials were also included. Back when powerful experts of the Vile Emperor dynasty had been fighting those from the Saint Emperor dynasty, they had all been working together. But the truth was that, normally speaking, they were always at odds. People noticed Bai Xiaochun, but did little more than look at him before moving along. That also served to put him more at ease. This thing probably isn't about me specifically, he thought. After all, I'm the ambassador from the Saint Emperor dynasty. The Vile Emperor probably just invited me to attend out of formality. Feeling calmer than ever, he flew up to the Imperial Palace. Upon arriving, he saw a beam of light approaching, within which was a woman. She was beautiful, but cold beyond measure. Most people edged away from her subconsciously, seemingly unwilling to even come into contact with the ghost chi that surrounded her. She was none other than Gongsun Wan'er. Because Bai Xiaochun had given her a chunk of the sovereign's flesh back in the second immortal domain, she had acquired a reward that none of the other celestials did. Despite that, she treated Bai Xiaochun as coldly as ever, almost as if she didn't even notice him. Bai Xiaochun had originally planned to call out a greeting, but upon seeing how she was acting, gave an inward harumph. He was really getting convinced that Gongsun Wan'er had mental problems. Considering that, he wasn't inclined to pay her any attention, and simply turned to enter the Imperial Palace. And yet, even as Gongsun Wan'er walked past him, he heard an almost undetectably quiet voice in his ear. Be careful. Only those 2 words were spoken, nothing else. And yet, ripples of divine sense could be detected inside the Imperial Palace in response to them, as though people had noticed. By then, Gongsun Wan'er was passed by Xiaochun and in the Imperial Palace. He stood in place for a long moment. Moments ago, he had calmed himself down, only to have that calm shattered by Gongsun Wan'er's words. And yet, there was no going back now. Steeling himself, he entered the Imperial Palace. He was in no mood to marvel at the magnificent Imperial Palace. Feeling the pressure mounting, he entered the main hall to find numerous banquet tables set up, spread with immortal liquor and spirit fruits. There was also a host of handmaidens present to serve the guests. Bai Xiaochun looked around hesitantly at all the tables. He recognized many of the people here. Verpka, Gongsun Wan'er, Prince Ur Demon, Celestial Deadfall, Taoist Heavenspan. There were also quite a few demigod experts that he had seen before. At the far end of the hall near the dragon throne was the Vile Prince, who was currently chatting with the cultivators seated near him. When he noticed Bai Xiaochun, he looked over and laughed heartily. Ambassador Bai. Come, sit here with me. He even rose to his feet, walked over, and cordially put his arm over Bai Xiaochun's shoulder to lead him over to the table. Bai Xiaochun cautiously went along. After being seated, he looked over at the Vile Prince and asked, "What's the occasion, Vile Prince?" "My father the Emperor recently had a cultivation breakthrough, and instructed me to throw a little banquet. I invited all of the officials and officers of the Vile Emperor dynasty, first to offer their congratulations, and second to, Ambassador Bai, most of your time in Vile Emperor City has been spent in seclusion. You should really spend a bit more time getting to know the cultivators of the Vile Emperor dynasty. He chuckled a bit, during which time many of the surrounding cultivators turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. The Celestial's eyes were cold, and more than one derisive smile could be seen. Clearly, none of them had any desire to conceal the revulsion they felt for Bai Xiaochun. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun realized that this banquet had indeed been set up to target him. And the likely culprit wasn't the Vile Emperor, but rather, the Vile Prince. Bai Xiaochun's brow furrowed slightly, but then he relaxed. Laughing heartily, he took a casual swig of some immortal alcohol, and then cast an enigmatic smile in the Vile Prince's direction. In response, the Vile Prince's eyes flickered with icy light, and he chuckled again. Apparently, everyone who had been invited was now gathered. It was at this point that divine sense fluctuations spread out that clearly surpassed anything from a celestial. Before any of the shaken guests could react, someone appeared on the dragon throne. He wore a dragon robe and an imperial crown, and despite his expressionless face, looked like some sort of god. He was none other than the Vile Emperor. Everyone, Bai Xiaochun included, shot to their feet, clasped hands, and bowed. "Greetings, Vile Emperor," they said in unison. The Vile Emperor said nothing. Waving his hand dismissively, he closed his eyes, as though nothing present were worthy of attracting his interest. Apparently, there were many people here who were used to the Vile Emperor, and understood the significance of his action. And many of them began to cast occasional glances in the direction of the Vile Prince and Bai Xiaochun. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was now feeling more convinced than ever that this was no banquet. No matter what he has planned, I just have to play along. I refuse to believe that I can commit some sort of capital offense while simply enjoying some alcohol. Snorting coldly in his heart, he kept a calm expression on his face. At this point the Vile Prince rose to his feet, eyes narrowed. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said with a smile, "I think it's safe to assume that most of you have at least heard of the new ambassador from the Saint Emperor dynasty, King Heavenspan, Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun raised his glass of alcohol as protocol required, a faint smile visible on his face. "Thanks to my profound love for my father the Emperor, I have been tasked with presiding over today's festivities. Therefore, the first thing I would like to do is give Ambassador Bai a chance to enjoy his first Vile Emperor dynasty banquet." Everyone looked on as the Vile Prince gave his little speech, all of them looking very pleased. "Ambassador Bai, worry about the alcohol later. Please, take a moment to enjoy a special kind of dance that has become something of a tradition in recent years." Glancing at Bai Xiaochun out of the corner of his eyes, he began to clap in very soft fashion. Within a moment, soft footfalls could be heard as two groups of women entered from either side of the hall. All of them were beautiful and lightsome. However, there was something awkward about the way they moved, as if they were marionettes. Odd smiles could be seen on their faces. Strangely, each and every smile seemed exactly the same, down to the slightest twist of the lip. Anyone who saw such smiles would find them to be completely bizarre. However, what was even more shocking was their expressions. Within their eyes could be seen profound entreaty, and even despair. These were not female cultivators. Clearly, these were former female cultivators who had been transformed into corpse puppets. And yet, their souls had been ensnared within them, giving expression to their eyes. They were not like the Walking Dead, but rather, were being controlled by external forces. And as soon as they reached the center of the hall, they began to perform a graceful dance. Some people might not find it too surprising of a situation. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on the spectacle, his mind began to spin, and he even began to tremble visibly. Within moments, his eyes were completely bloodshot. And that was because these women were all cultivators from the Heavenspan realm. In fact, two of them had been disciples in the river-defying sect who had written love letters to him, but... Smiling, the Vile Prince looked over at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Ambassador Bai, don't you just love this opening dance that we've come to enjoy before banquets in the Vile Emperor dynasty?" The eyes of the many celestials and demigods in the room were all focused dead on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was struggling to remain calm. Clearly, the Vile Prince had set this all up on purpose to provoke him. The celestials were watching him with coldly flickering eyes, and even the Vile Emperor sat there without saying a word. If he did something rash here, then it would give them a perfect excuse to claim that he was trying to assassinate the Emperor, and then possibly execute him as a result. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175, he smiled. Chapter 1175, he smiled. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything. He held his cup of alcohol, hand trembling slightly. He could sense the contempt of Taoist Heavenspan, the mixed feelings in Gongsun Wanner, and the cold expressions on the faces of everyone else. He slowly closed his eyes. Strength, he thought. If I were strong enough to fight an Archean, none of them would dare to humiliate me in this way. None of them would dare to tyrannize heavenspan cultivators like this. Thankfully, his eyes were closed, making his struggle impossible to detect by anyone else. Unfortunately, things weren't over yet. In response to Bai Xiaochun's restraint, the vile prince smiled again, his eyes flickering with contempt. Don't worry, Ambassador Bai. We've prepared more traditional entertainment for you. He waved his hand to indicate to his followers to begin the next phase of his plan. You know, we struck it off as friends as soon as we met. Furthermore, you represent the Saint Emperor dynasty. Therefore, I'd like to present you with a gift. It's none other than, he looked over and waved a finger at the dancing corpse puppets. Well, it's the technique used to produce corpse puppets like this. That way, Ambassador Bai, you can go back and make some of your own to enjoy even more. And, yes, I did make all of these corpse puppets myself. Before Bai Xiaochun could open his eyes, two cultivators entered the hall and approached the vile prince. After clasping hands in greeting, they waved their sleeves, causing three cultivators to tumble out of their bags of holding. They were all in the nascent soul stage, and were all unconscious. Watch carefully, Ambassador Bai. I'll personally make some puppets right now, just for your benefit. The vile prince smiled broadly, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He had set this trap specifically for Bai Xiaochun, who he was convinced was just too stubborn for his own good. If Bai Xiaochun had agreed to trade bodies, he would have talked to his father the emperor to ensure that his stay in the vile emperor dynasty went smoothly and safely. But Bai Xiaochun had refused him. Therefore, the vile prince had determined to take by force what had not been given in trade. Just as Bai Xiaochun had already guessed, if he was even the least bit impulsive in the presence of the vile emperor, it could instantly be turned into an enormous problem. Therefore, the vile prince's intention was to put Bai Xiaochun in a situation where he couldn't hold back from taking action. Chuckling coldly, the vile prince began to create corpse puppets right there in front of everyone. Within moments, anguished screams erupted from the mouths of the cultivators. Shivering, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. The truth was that he knew he needed to see exactly what was happening. There's something about this technique you need to pay special attention to, Ambassador Bai. And that is, you must absolutely not let them die in the process. You must torment them in a way that makes them scream bitterly and in anguish, and yet, does not kill them. That way, the final product will be particularly lively. The vile prince smiled as he explained what he was doing. As for the brutal process playing out, it left everyone feeling quite shocked. Bai Xiaochun's hands were clamped onto the arms of his chair, and his eyes were crimson as he felt himself slowly slipping into madness. The brutality on display was worse than someone being skinned alive. Living people were being slowly transformed into corpse puppets, and the vile prince was describing the process in minute detail. And there was more to it. In order to provoke Bai Xiaochun even more, he released the magical seals on the three cultivators, allowing them to think and speak as normal. One of the three was a middle-aged man who seemed to know Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun's eyes locked onto him, the man wailed, "Help me, Arch-Ancestor, help me." Gongsun Wanner's face twitched, and she shook her head warningly at Bai Xiaochun. As for Bai Xiaochun, his hands were gripping the arms of his chair so tightly that they suddenly shattered, sending splinters of wood out in all directions. As that happened, the Celestials all looked over at him, energy surging. Bai Xiaochun was so angry that he was losing control. Shivering from the inner pain, he wished that he didn't have such a powerful fleshly body. That way the wood would stab into his palms and possibly help him forget about his inner anguish. Feeling profoundly grim, he rose to his feet. In that same moment, the vile emperor stirred on the dragon throne, and looks of glee appeared in the eyes of Verpka and the other Celestials as they prepared to attack. And yet, in that very moment, Gongsun Wanner waved her hand, sending 3 streams of black smoke speeding out. As a demigod, the vile prince was powerless to do anything, and furthermore, his attention was fully focused on Bai Xiaochun. Before he could react, the smoke stabbed into the screaming, pleading heavenspan realm cultivators. The 3 of them shivered, and then looks of release could be seen in their eyes as they died. "Enough," she said, her voice like a cold, sinister wind that swept through the imperial palace. "This is the imperial palace, vile prince. Do your research elsewhere. It sickens me." It was not in Bai Xiaochun's place to do something like she had. But she was a celestial of the vile emperor dynasty, and therefore, any consequences she would face would be trivial at most. "You!" the vile prince blurted, turning to face her. Everyone else present also looked over in shock, including the Celestials, upon whose faces could be seen slight frowns. But in the end, there was little they could say by way of response. The vile emperor opened his eyes and looked over, his expression unreadable. Bai Xiaochun looked at the dead cultivators with faint expressions of relief on their faces. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the Vile Emperor and clasped hands formally, his face expressionless. Vile Emperor, Your Majesty. I'm afraid I must excuse myself early. With that, he turned to leave. A very grim expression could be seen on the Vile Prince's face, and his eyes flickered with hidden hatred as he looked at Gongsun Wan'er. As of this moment, he had vowed to one day transform her into a celestial-level puppet. And yet, he simply wasn't resigned to letting Bai Xiaochun leave. Rushing forward, he blocked his path. Ambassador Bai, His Majesty the Vile Emperor hasn't given you leave to depart. The banquet isn't over. How could you possibly leave now? There's a very important matter still on the agenda. Bai Xiaochun looked coldly at the Vile Prince, the killing intent in his heart growing stronger by the moment. At the same time, the Vile Prince's heart was trembling with icy rage. Were it not for the fact that the circumstances made it impossible, Bai Xiaochun would have cut this Vile Prince down where he stood. Instead, he stepped around him and continued on his way out. The eyes of Verpka and the other Celestials flickered hesitantly as they looked at him, and then over at the Vile Emperor, who as yet had not spoken or done anything. A cold sweat covered the Vile Prince's body, born of humiliation and rage. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. In response, a beam of light approached from off in the distance, within which was an old man with a demigod cultivation base. And he wasn't alone. He was dragging someone else along with him. Shockingly, the person being dragged toward them wore imperial robes, although his head hung down, making it impossible to make out his facial features. He did not wear a crown, and yet his robes alone made him spectacularly eye-catching. Arch-Emperor! Bai Xiaochun said hoarsely, stopping in place. For many years, only two people in the eternally mortal domains had qualified to wear imperial robes. One was the Vile Emperor, and the other was the Saint Emperor. But now, another person existed who held such qualifications. He was a direct descendant of the Arch-Sovereign, the true and rightful ruler of the imperial dynasty from the Heavenspan realm, the Arch-Emperor. Back when Bai Xiaochun fought with Taoist Heavenspan, the good fortune from the Gravekeeper bestowed him with the bloodline of the Arch-Sovereign, and turned him into the new Arch-Ancestor. In addition to the fact that he had a celestial cultivation base, he was very much like an emperor to the current Heavenspan realm cultivators. However, the Arch-Emperor was the true paragon entity from the Heavenspan realm. The Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, but the Arch-Emperor hadn't perished. He had been captured by the Vile Emperor dynasty, tortured for information, and then locked up like an animal in the imperial palace. Now, he was being paraded out for Bai Xiaochun to see. Upon hearing his title being spoken out loud, the dazed Arch-Emperor slowly looked up, and his gaze fell on Bai Xiaochun. And then he smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176 Succession. Chapter 1176 Succession. The way the Arch-Emperor smiled made him seem very different from before. His left eye had been dug out, seemingly by himself. Normally speaking, he shouldn't have aged so dramatically, but because of his years of imprisonment, and the brutal ways the Vile Prince had used him for research purposes, he had. He was the magnificent reigning Arch-Emperor. Back in the Wildlands, the Grand Heaven Master had turned him into a puppet ruler, but formally, he was still the most respected ruler in the world, a person toward whom innumerable citizens offered worship. But now, his bleak and battered state caused Bai Xiaochun to tremble. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but his words stuck in his throat as he thought back to what the Arch-Emperor had been like back in the Wildlands. Right now, he looked like a completely different person. Never could Bai Xiaochun have guessed that he might see the Arch-Emperor right here and now. When the Vile Prince sensed the fluctuations of Bai Xiaochun's divine sense, his eyes glittered, and a feeling of immense pride rose up in his heart. He had racked his brains to come up with ideas to deal with Bai Xiaochun, to force him to commit some mistake or crime. After all, he was an ambassador, in a sensitive position. But if the Vile Prince could get him to do something bad enough, then it would make things much easier. The truth was that the Vile Prince truly did want to get his hands on Bai Xiaochun's physical body, and most specifically, all of his blood. He was confident that, with his blood, he could unlock the secrets of the Arch-Sovereign's bloodline, his goal being to learn about both spirit enhancement and hereditary cultivation techniques. By now, it was no secret in the eternally mortal domains that Bai Xiaochun had cultivated the undying live forever technique. And his heaven-defying powers of regeneration had left many opponents shaken. The Vile Prince had already acquired the necessary manuals describing the technique. However, he was unable to cultivate them. Only people with the blood of the Heavenspan realm could do so. That was the most fundamental requirement for the technique. And thus, the Vile Prince passionately wanted to take Bai Xiaochun's body. Now that he had finally found a way to get under Bai Xiaochun's skin, he began to chuckle loudly. Ambassador Bai, I'm very interested in spirit enhancement. And as you know, I pursue perfection in all things. Part by part, I've even replaced my own body inside and out. Listen, I won't lie to you. I already have a bit of Heavenspan realm blood in me, and have begun to acquire a basic understanding of spirit enhancement. But the blood I have just isn't enough. My father the Emperor has already approved my request to refine the Arch-Emperor, and use his flesh and blood to create a new arm for myself. It will be an arm completely imbued with the blood of the Heavenspan realm. With that, I am confident that I'll unlock the secrets of the Arch-Sovereign's bloodline. As of this point, the vile prince seemed completely crazed, as if he were truly insane. And yet, most of the people bearing witness to what was playing out, even the demigods, seemed envious of him. At this point, the vile prince lifted his left hand and then slashed it down, instantly chopping off his right arm. Even as blood sprayed out everywhere, he reached out, grabbed the Arch-Emperor, and began to drag him toward the open wound. Tendrils of muscle and flesh then snaked out in bizarre and sinister fashion, boring into the Arch-Emperor's body. Although he trembled and spasmed, he continued to smile as he looked at Xiaochun. And then, he managed to speak. My left eye contained all of the secrets of the Arch-Sovereign's bloodline. No one will ever get them. From the first day I began to suffer this humiliation, and came to learn of their thirst for such secrets, I dug that eye out and destroyed it. The secrets of the Arch-Sovereign's bloodline are the foundation of the Heavenspan realm. They are everything, and no one will ever take them away. It took the last scraps of energy the Arch-Emperor had to be able to speak such words in front of all the officials of the vile Emperor dynasty, and even the vile Emperor himself. Furthermore, it was clear that his words were directed toward one person, Xiaochun. He knew that although Xiaochun's blood was not the most true and orthodox, in some ways, it surpassed his own. He also knew that he was the Emperor of the Heavenspan realm. Perhaps he was the last Emperor, but that was his fault, and he had to bear the responsibility. Even if he couldn't be the Emperor anymore, he still could not let the secrets of his bloodline fall into the hands of an enemy, but instead, he would trust Xiaochun. From the moment I dug out my left eye, I ceased to be the Arch-Emperor. Today I die, but not as an Emperor. I am only an ordinary demigod from the Heavenspan realm. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, at the same time trembling as the tendrils of flesh and muscle from the vile prince dug into him. He was already withering up physically, almost like melting wax. And yet, his voice thrummed with excitement, and despite his weakened state, echoed out in all directions. I am no longer the Arch-Emperor. The true Arch-Emperor appeared in the moment that the Heavenspan realm was destroyed. Even as his laughter began to fade, his left eye socket began to glow with bright light. And that light shone on one person. Xiaochun. He hadn't yet finished speaking, and yet everyone in the imperial palace knew exactly what he meant when he said that a new Arch-Emperor had appeared. That person was obviously Xiaochun. The vile prince was not absorbing the Arch-Emperor. Instead, he was giving the old Arch-Emperor a chance to formally choose his successor, with the officials of the vile Emperor dynasty present to bear witness. The successor of the Arch-Emperor. Even as his words continued to echo within the imperial palace, the old Arch-Emperor withered away, becoming increasingly unrecognizable. Slowly but surely, his left eye went dark. However, despite his bitter state, his smile remained. He had finally discharged all of his responsibilities. Xiaochun trembled, his eyes welling up with tears as he clasped hands and bowed deeply. It was a show of respect to the previous Arch-Emperor, a display of respect to a great hero. In the past, he might not have been a hero, but now he was. Even though it happened in the last moment, that did not change its significance. Not even the vile prince could ever have guessed that something like this would happen. Immediately, he felt overwhelmed with humiliation. Howling, he took the lump of flesh and blood that was the old Arch-Emperor and sent wriggling tendrils of flesh and blood all over him until he became an arm. Then the arm was pulled back toward the wound on his shoulder, and was stitched to it. The power of the blood of the Heavenspan realm immediately began to emanate from the arm, and when the vile prince detected that, he clenched his hand into a fist and started laughing. What do you think of my new arm, Ambassador Bai? He said, looking over at Xiaochun with narrowed eyes. Do you sense that aura of spirit enhancement? Xiaochun was still lowered in a bow. However, his eyes were so bloodshot they seemed like they might start bleeding, and the impulse to take action began to rise up in his heart. There was no way he could respond to the vile prince in this moment. The killing intent in his heart was so strong that it towered to the heavens, and if he unleashed it, it would lead to destruction of a cataclysmic nature. He stared with burning eyes at the vile prince, then turned his gaze to the vile emperor. Your Majesty the vile emperor. I might be from the Heavenspan realm, but I'm also the ambassador of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Furthermore, I'm one of only 12 celestials in the entire eternal immortal domains. In this so-called banquet of yours, a demigod prince of your dynasty has heaped utter humiliation onto me, which was completely uncalled for. If this happens again, then I don't think you can blame me for killing someone." With that, he turned and left. The vile prince felt like he was going crazy. The look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes moments ago had been far more intense than earlier, and had burned into the prince's heart like a red-hot branding iron. Before he could say anything further, Bai Xiaochun was gone. At that point, the vile prince began to grow somewhat calm, although fury still burned inside of him. As he tried to decide what to do next, the vile emperor looked at him, a trace of ridicule in his eyes that no one else could detect. Some of that ridicule was for Bai Xiaochun, but most of it was for the vile prince. Without saying another word, he rose to his feet and left, followed by Verpka and the others. All of them knew that, on this occasion, Bai Xiaochun had somehow managed to avert a major catastrophe. Eventually, the vile prince was left alone, his face distorted with rage, and his eyes flickering with insanity. "You're mine, Bai Xiaochun. I will have your body." Flicking his sleeve angrily, he turned and stalked off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177, A Severed Arm in the Void. Chapter 1177, A Severed Arm in the Void. Bai Xiaochun didn't even remember returning to the embassy. He was virtually soulless, almost like the Walking Dead. All he could think about was how much he hated being weak, and how much he detested being so useless. He felt like his heart had been ripped in two. One part was saying that he couldn't have done anything to change the situation. But the other part was screaming in rage, telling him that he should have done something to rescue the Arch-Emperor from his pain and misery. The mental anguish and torment caused tears to well up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, until he felt like he might collapse at any moment. He didn't feel capable of handling the responsibility that had been thrust upon his shoulders. After all, he usually lived by the seat of his pants, pragmatically handling situations as they arose. But somehow, he had become the hope of everyone from the Heavenspan realm. He didn't dare to think about what would have happened if, instead of the Arch-Emperor, it had been Li Qinghe, Song Junwan, Mistress Red Dust, or Big Fatty Zhang. Then what would have happened? My cultivation base. It's all about my cultivation base. If only I were an Archean. Eyes bloodshot, he clenched his hands into fists, his determination to become stronger rapidly turning into full-on madness. He took out the Greatsword of the North and studied it, thinking back to what the northern Heavenspan River region had been like. After a moment, he pulled out his turtle walk, and using his new stockpile of multicolored flame, began to enhance it. As more and more spirit designs appeared, the aura of the sword began to change. Eventually, it emanated an air of sharpness and strength that was profoundly shocking. This sword is not enough to fight an Archean. He put away the Greatsword of the North, and then vanished from his private chamber. When he reappeared, he was back on the damaged fan. As of this moment, his killing intent and madness had reached the point that he needed to vent, lest he collapse mentally. And the best way to vent would be to challenge the levels of the fan. He didn't even bother to calculate whether or not the spirit automaton was asleep. Without any hesitation, he flew directly into the next level. Rumbling sounds echoed out within the world around him as he summoned the Greatsword of the North and unleashed it in a powerful attack. Backed by the power of his fleshly body as well as his cultivation base, he used it to vent his madness and anger by destroying the entire level. 85th level. 86th. 87th. The levels got harder and harder, but he was in a state of complete madness. It didn't matter what appeared within the levels, he saw nothing but the color of blood as he unleashed shocking slaughter. Kill. 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 His killing intent seemed to sink into the depths of his cultivation base, merging with it, pushing him to a higher level than he could have imagined. In the past, it couldn't have happened. But because of the slaughter he was unleashing, he was being tempered, pushing his battle prowess to an even higher level. 88th level. 89th level. By the time he reached the 90th level, his wounds were far worse than they had been at any time in the past when challenging the damaged fan. His undying codex was operating in shocking fashion, and his attacks were the type that had only been seen previously in the Heavenspan realm, the type in which he sustained damage to inflict fatal blows. It was a unique fighting style that Bai Xiaochun had begun to develop starting in the Luochen Mountains. By now, although it couldn't be said to have reached a state of perfection, it was certainly getting close to that point. His blood boiled as he vented, and the madness in his eyes raged. And it all reached a head in the 90th level. The 90th level was a world of heat and fire, its sky filled with leaden clouds and the glow of fire. The entire world rumbled as lava and flames spewed from the tops of seemingly endless volcanoes that stretched out in all directions. Within that violent world roamed 3 enormous stone beetles, each one fully 30,000 meters from end to end. As they moved about, they smashed into the occasional volcano, sending lava and fire roiling out in all directions. Worst of all was that, although the lava and fire didn't hurt the stone beetles, it would melt any rock it touched. In the end, the world was like a sea of molten fire, across which rolled waves of a terrifying nature. One of the stone beetles noticed by Xiaochun as soon as he appeared within the world. Roaring, it turned into a blur of afterimages as it shot toward him ravenously. On any other occasion, Bai Xiaochun would have dodged out of the way. But this time, he simply waved his hand and utilized the living mountain incantation. The air around him rippled and distorted as massive rocks and boulders flew toward him, rapidly transforming him into a stone golem. Instead of backing up to brace for impact, he lunged forward, the deafening roar that erupted from his mouth completely surpassing that of the stone beetle. Then, the entire world shook and trembled as the other 2 stone beetles began to charge toward Bai Xiaochun as well. A few days later, he emerged from the 90th level, soaked in blood, his right arm missing, and his skull visible on the left side of his face. However, instead of the lunacy that had burned in his eyes before, they were now calm, although within the depths of that calm simmered violence and rage. After passing the 90th level, he returned to the main square of the fan. At that point, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, and then toppled forward onto his face. A long moment passed, and then he struggled up into a cross-legged position to do breathing exercises. As his cultivation base rotated, and the regenerative powers of his fleshly body worked away, 3 days passed. Eventually, his arm grew back, and his face healed. At that point, he opened his eyes. However, his session of cultivation was not yet over. The blood of the stone beetles he had fought was shockingly corrosive. As such, it was taking much longer for his powers of regeneration to get him completely back to normal. At around that time, a massive tremor suddenly shook the entire damaged fan. At the same time, an aura which shocked Bai Xiaochun to the core swept into the damaged fan from the void beyond. Shocked, he rose to his feet and walked over to the edge of the fan, where he peered out into the darkness. Eventually, his eyes went wide, and his heart trembled with shock. "Is that?" he gasped as he saw, far out in the darkness of the void, a soft glow of light. As it neared, he could see that it was huge, fully 30,000 meters from one end to the other. There, floating through the void, glowing with light, was a huge arm. It did not look like the arm of a cultivator, but rather, wolf-like, complete with claws. As the arm neared, the entire damaged fan trembled. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun realized that he recognized the aura of the arm. Heavens! That's a sovereign aura! Even as he realized this, a shriek could be heard from behind him, its source being none other than the spirit automaton. Which sovereign? Let me look more closely. I see. That arm likely belonged to Gao Tianchen from the Wolf Devil realm. Yeah, it must be him. He was one of the weakest sovereigns back in the day, and there's no way I would mistake his aura for someone else's. Gao Tianchen's left arm. Bai Xiaochun, lend me your control over the fan. With the power from that arm, I can increase the speed of the fan, and reunite it with its other half even sooner. And I promise to only interfere with one of the remaining levels. The spirit automaton was so excited that he blurted out some bits of information that should have remained secret to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Although this sovereign's arm was enticing, he didn't trust the spirit automaton at all. Even as the damaged fan sped toward the arm, it suddenly moved. Unexpectedly, numerous vengeful souls began to stream out from it and head toward the damaged fan, shrieking soundlessly, their eyes filled with greed and madness. Souls! Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes widening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178, 22 Colored Flame. Chapter 1178, 22 Colored Flame. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time seeing vengeful souls out in the void. After all, he had already acquired an Archean soul from that enormous floating palace he had seen. But when he saw this host of vengeful souls streaming out from the sovereign's arm, he couldn't help but start getting excited. Ever since he had arrived in the eternal immortal domains, he had lacked vengeful souls. Only the trial level filled with souls that he had passed earlier had replenished his stocks to some degree, but even that hadn't been enough. Unfortunately, he couldn't get back into that level to get more souls, and even if he did, there were only so many inside. Even if he got all of them, he would still come up short. So, there really are vengeful souls out here in the void. Staring intently at them, he unhesitatingly declared, "Alright, little automaton, I'll trust you just this once, but..." He released his hold of authority over the fan, the only reason being that he knew that even if the spirit automaton got greedy, he could take it back if necessary. After all, his level of authority over the fan now surpassed the spirit automatons. Of course, because he hadn't yet passed the 100th level, he didn't have the ability to use the fan's divine abilities, or control it completely. The spirit automaton was thrilled to find that Bai Xiaochun was relinquishing his authority. Quickly unleashing his divine sense, he called upon the powers at his disposal to cause the fan to glow with dazzling light. At the same time, he pointed his finger out at the approaching souls. "Be subdued," he said, his voice resounding like heavenly thunder, and sending ripples out into the void. At the same time, the image on the face of the fan began to move as if it were alive. That image depicted a mountain, atop which was a tower, and beneath which was a river. On the river was a boat, within which could be seen two men playing Go. Also in the water of the river was a palace. As the image on the fan rippled, one of the men on the boat waved his right arm, which caused a huge gravitational force to appear out in the void. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the vengeful souls shrieked, transforming into streaks of light that shot into the image of the river on the fan. As for the severed arm, it shivered visibly. If the arm had been attached to the sovereign it had once belonged to, then the spirit automaton of the damaged fan would have been helpless to do anything about it. But now that it was no longer attached, matters were much simpler. Gradually, the arm slowed down, then touched the fan, whereupon it was also dragged into the picture. However, during the process, the fan trembled, as though some massive pressure had begun to weigh down on it. After all, that arm was not the flesh and blood of a sovereign clone, but rather, an actual limb from a real sovereign. The spirit automaton was weakening visibly, his eyes bloodshot as he went all out to make sure the process went smoothly. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, both surprised and nervous about what was happening. After all, back when he had acquired the Archean soul, the fan had not been under the control of the spirit automaton, and yet had still put on a very impressive display. But now, with the spirit automaton controlling the fan, the image on its face emitted a shocking aura. That was especially true of the man on the boat. After all, he was pulling in the sovereign's arm in completely astonishing fashion. This magical item is totally incredible. After the arm was pulled into the fan, Bai Xiaochun looked on in excitement as the picture on the face of the fan gained a new element, an enormous arm. If I can actually control this fan one day, then who cares if I have to face the vile emperor? I could crush him with the wave of a finger. Heart-pounding, he imagined what it would be like to rout an Archean in that fashion. After the sovereign's arm was fully absorbed, the damaged fan began to emit even more radiant light than before. And then, just as the spirit automaton had said, the fan used the influx of power to begin to move even faster. The spirit automaton seemed to be severely drained. Gasping for breath, he turned into a beam of light that shot back toward the fan to go back to sleep. At the same time, the authority he had borrowed from Bai Xiaochun was relinquished. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't willing to let him go so quickly. Before he could vanish, he shouted, "Hey, I didn't give you my authority just to be nice. I don't want the arm, but give me the souls." The spirit automaton sighed and muttered inaudibly to himself for a moment. Then, for some unknown reason, it actually complied with Bai Xiaochun's request. Sending some divine sense into the fan, it caused a vast quantity of vengeful souls to fly out from the arm toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun excitedly collected the souls, the weakest of which was at the nascent soul level. Many of them were Deva souls, and there were even a good number of demigod souls. Most shockingly, there were 3 Archean souls. Bai Xiaochun nearly began to dance with joy. As he put all the souls away, the spirit automaton entered the fan and went to sleep. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged, and waited until he was sure the spirit automaton was fully asleep. Then, as the damaged fan continued to sail along through the void, he began to conjure flame. With this most recent influx of souls, he could now conjure beyond the level of 15 colors without worrying about wasting too much. "I'm going to conjure 22-colored flame," he said, his eyes bloodshot. He had dreamed of this moment back in the Heavenspan realm, but had never been able to succeed. Then, after arriving in the eternal immortal domains, he had felt confident, but had lacked ingredients. Throwing his arms wide, he summoned a vast collection of souls, and began to conjure. Meanwhile, back in the eternal immortal domains, near Vile Emperor's city, was the coalition of cultivators who Big Fatty Zhang had secretly been helping. Among them were Li Qingho and Patriarch Spiritstream. Furthermore, in recent days, there were 2 new additions. The first was Song Junwan, and the other was Mistress Red Dust. They had come after hearing that Bai Xiaochun had been made the ambassador in Vile Emperor City, and neither wanted their children to be born without the father at least being there to see them. Song Junwan had been protected by Bruiser this entire time, whereas Mistress Red Dust didn't need any help at all. Both of them had visibly protruding bellies. When Li Qingho, Patriarch Spiritstream, and the others saw that, their eyes went wide. Song Junwan took the stairs in stride. As for Mistress Red Dust, she simply blurted out the name of her child's father, causing many jaws to drop. Then, a murderous look appeared in Song Junwen's eyes. Snorting coldly, she announced the name of her own child's father. At that point, Patriarch Spirit Stream cleared his throat and hurried away. As for Li Qingho, he smiled wryly, and then did his best to console the one and pacify the other. Eventually, he got them calmed down. At that point, he returned to his residence and angrily grumbled to himself, "I can't believe the little brat knocked up two at the same time." Of course, despite his seeming front of anger, he couldn't cover the happy smile that spread out across his face. Perhaps it was because of the happy reunions which had just taken place, but back on the damaged fan, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his expression exhausted, and yet clearly filled with excitement. It worked! He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, extending his hand, causing the unprecedentedly bright light of a 22-colored flame to illuminate the entire fan. Because of it, the damaged fan became a burning torch in the darkness of the endless void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179, A Reunion Before the Storm. Chapter 1179, A Reunion Before the Storm. Although the sight of the 22-colored flame was very exciting to Bai Xiaochun, it also caused his mood to sink as he thought back to the last time he had seen such a flame, back in the Heavenspan realm, when Bai Hao saved his life. By igniting himself, he had created a flame that surpassed the very limits of the world around him. Although Bai Xiaochun knew that he was innately skilled when it came to flame conjuring, he didn't come close to his own apprentice. Without Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun may have been able to reach his current level on his own, but it would have taken much longer, and come at a far greater cost. Because of Bai Hao's genius, Bai Xiaochun's advancement in the art of flame conjuring had been incredibly smooth. Furthermore, Bai Hao's skill had been the key to snatching Bai Xiaochun out of the jaws of death. When it came to his apprentice, Bai Xiaochun felt much guilt, as well as profound pain. Whenever he thought of him, he couldn't help but think back to everything that had occurred in the wildlands, and how they had relied on each other to survive. "However," he murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "it won't be long now. Master is definitely going to resurrect you by means of the flame." He looked down at the mark on the back of his hand, and after a long moment passed, left the damaged fan, completely wrapped up in his memories. He was not the carefree and happy-go-lucky Bai Xiaochun that he had been in the past. He carried great weight on his shoulders now. And then there were the events that had played out in the Imperial Palace. The vile prince had viciously humiliated the people of the Heavenspan realm, and the Archemperor himself, right in front of Bai Xiaochun. And Bai Xiaochun could not feign indifference to the Archemperor's defeated and yet victorious gaze as he named him successor. Strength and cultivation base. After returning to his private chamber in the embassy in Vile Emperor City, he immediately sat down cross-legged, arranged his spoils from this trip to the fan, and began to work on his cultivation. Although the spirit automaton had claimed that he would only interfere in one of the following levels, Bai Xiaochun didn't completely trust him. Besides, even without interference, the levels would only continue to get more difficult. He was already at the 90th, which meant that he only had 10 more to go before achieving true success. Failure was not an option. The only thing he could do now was take the rewards he had earned at the ends of the levels, the various medicinal pills and other items, and use them to advance his cultivation base. That was the only way he could win in the end. If he succeeded, the ultimate reward would be stupendous beyond imagination. And that became a great motivating factor. Half a month passed, which he spent entirely focused on his cultivation. Thanks to the rewards he had earned from the damaged fan, his cultivation base continued to advance, pushing him ever closer to the peak of the mid-celestial realm. Eventually, 2 people arrived at the embassy, both women. One of them was tall, slender, and particularly beautiful, with a celestial cultivation base. Bai Xiaochun almost immediately detected her presence. Gongsun Wanner? Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and sent some divine sense out to check out the situation. Immediately, he caught sight of a young woman standing next to Gongsun Wanner, and a tremor passed through him. "Xiao Mei," he blurted. Vanishing, he reappeared right in front of Gongsun Wanner and Ho Xiaomei, whose cultivation base was now in the Deva realm. Ho Xiaomei had long since been an apprentice of Gongsun Wanner, and had been in seclusion ever since Bai Xiaochun had arrived in the eternal immortal domains. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and Ho Xiaomei looked somewhat different. Perhaps it was because of the technique she cultivated, but she was now even more eye-catching than before. There was also a frigid aura to her that resembled Gongsun Wanner's. Despite that, as soon as she laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, her eyes lit up with a smile of excitement and happiness. There was a warmth in her gaze that had always been there, and it was now even more intense than it had been back in the Heavenspan realm. When that warmth combined with the frigid coldness she had now, it made her even more bewitchingly attractive than ever. Big bro Xiaochun. Her eyes seemed red as if with tears as she looked at him. He was very different to her from before, older and more mature. Although other people might not be able to tell, to her, he looked like another person altogether than the Bai Xiaochun she remembered from the ovens back in the Spirit Stream sect. She knew the reason for all of it. Her master had explained everything after she came out of seclusion. It had been difficult for Hou Xiaomei to accept, although she seemed strong on the outside, she was actually very sensitive. But in the end, she had no choice. Upon hearing that Bai Xiaochun was in Vile Emperor City, her heart began to pound with strange emotions. And before she could even ask it, Gongsun Wan'er brought her here. Once she saw him in front of her, the rest of the world disappeared, and time slowed down. As she stepped forward and slowly wrapped her arms around him, he looked down and embraced her. They said nothing. It was as if, during all the years that they had been apart, they had simply been waiting to reunite and hold each other in their arms. Mixed emotions flickered in Gongsun Wan'er's eyes as she looked on. Then she backed up to give them a slight bit of privacy. Bai Xiaochun noticed that, and his eyes flickered to meet hers. They shone with gratitude, thankfulness for how she had taken care of Hou Xiaomei, and appreciation for bringing her here now. The truth was that Gongsun Wan'er had feared Bai Xiaochun might do something drastic after the events in the Imperial Palace. Therefore, she had brought Hou Xiaomei here in the hopes of bringing him a bit of consolation. Bai Xiaochun knew that Hou Xiaomei would be much safer with Gongsun Wan'er than she would with him. But for the moment, he lowered his head and began to whisper softly into her ear, telling her about everything that had happened since their separation. Soon, evening had fallen, and the time had come for Hou Xiaomei to leave with Gongsun Wan'er. Looking into Hou Xiaomei's eyes, Bai Xiaochun quietly said, "Wait for me, Xiaomei. I'll take you away with me soon, very soon." Hou Xiaomei was not the ditzy girl she had been in the past. Whether it was her personal experiences on Heavenspan Island, or the things that Gongsun Wan'er had told her later, she was very well aware that Bai Xiaochun couldn't afford to have people near him who could be used against him, or who might hold him back. Although she didn't want to leave him, she knew she had to. Tears welling up in her eyes, she kissed him on the lips, then turned to leave. As she departed, Bai Xiaochun savored the warmth of her lips and her lingering fragrance. Moments passed, and his eyes began to shine with determination, strength, and cultivation base. After returning to his private chamber, he vanished and reappeared on the damaged fan, where he began to challenge the levels again. They were all very difficult, to the point where he failed numerous times before passing them. There was no need for the spirit automaton to interfere. Furthermore, he had interfered too many times in the past, and currently was not even close to matching up to Bai Xiaochun in terms of authority. The automaton had said he would only interfere once, and the truth was that, because of his waning authority, he truly could not do so more than once in the last 10 levels. Days slipped by. Bai Xiaochun was completely absorbed in challenging the levels. Whenever he was forced to rest for a bit, he would take advantage of the time to research 23-colored flame. In this manner, half a year passed. During that time, the Vile Prince kept a very low profile, and didn't cause problems for Bai Xiaochun. Because of the incident in the Imperial Palace, most of the other Celestials were warier of Bai Xiaochun than ever, and resolved never to offend him if at all possible. After all, the Vile Prince had already openly shown his hostility. Therefore, all they needed to do was wait and watch the sparks fly whenever their inevitable showdown occurred. Most relevant in the entire situation was that the Vile Emperor had apparently reached a critical moment in cultivating a certain Taoist magic, and had gone into protracted secluded meditation. There was something different about this session of seclusion. The Vile Emperor had left orders explicitly stating that unless a matter that pertained to the possible fall of the entire Vile Emperor dynasty occurred, he was not to be disturbed. And thus, Vile Emperor City quieted down. However, to those who were in the know, it seemed like the quiet that came before a storm of monumental proportions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, The Spirit Automaton Makes His Move. Chapter 1180, The Spirit Automaton Makes His Move. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun slowly slipped into a state of complete frenzy. It was as if the only thing that existed in his life was his desire to pass the levels in the damaged fan, and to conjure a 23-colored flame. He rarely went back to Vile Emperor City. Because of how focused he was on cultivation, and the rewards he got at the ends of the levels, his cultivation base advanced in shocking fashion. In terms of the levels, his progress was not rapid. But considering how hard he was working, and his powers of regeneration, he eventually reached the 96th, 97th, and 98th levels. A few days after that, he finally passed the 98th level and reached the 99th level. The spirit automaton never showed his face. However, the more progress Bai Xiaochun made, the more on guard he was. He knew that the automaton would most likely make his move in one of the final 2 levels. Bai Xiaochun's guess was that it would come in the 100th level. However, as it turned out, it was when he reached the 99th level that the spirit automaton woke up for the first time after drawing upon the powers of the damaged fan to acquire that sovereign's arm. The 99th level. He blurted as soon as he opened his eyes. The truth was that he had left a marker behind in the 99th level that would awaken him if Bai Xiaochun reached it. Under normal circumstances, he would have just rested until he was fully recovered from the extremely draining ordeal. However, he hated Bai Xiaochun so much that he had arranged for a way to be woken up if necessary. Alright, Bai Xiaochun. Lord Automaton is going to make one last-ditch effort to stop you. If you succeed, then I guess I'll have to resign myself to the fate the heavens have decreed. The spirit automaton took a deep, shaky breath. He was not confident at all in this, his final attempt to interfere. On too many occasions in the past when he had been completely certain he would come out on top, Bai Xiaochun had gone on to show him what was meant by the unexpected, shamelessness, and cheating. By this point, the spirit automaton had actually begun to believe that everything had been fated. Sighing, he vanished from his current position to reappear within the 99th level. Some time earlier. The 99th level was different from any of the other levels. It consisted of a huge palace hovering in the air, of epic proportions. The main hall of the palace was almost half as large as the entire Saint Emperor dynasty. And at the end of the hall was a gigantic statue. It depicted a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, looking off into the distance. The aura of the statue vastly surpassed that of the Archean realm, and seemed to coexist with the void itself. Bai Xiaochun gasped slightly at the sight of it. He felt shaken, with great pressure weighing down on him that caused him to struggle to breathe. Even his cultivation base felt a bit unstable. There was an alcove in the statue's forehead within which rested a throne. A cultivator could be seen sitting on the throne, although at this distance, it was difficult to make out his features even with divine sense, which was limited within the level. No matter how hard Bai Xiaochun strained with his divine sense or physical eyes, he couldn't make out any details, although he was fairly certain that the person on the throne was a sovereign. Most likely, it was the very person who had created the damaged fan to begin with, the same sovereign who reached enlightenment regarding the Tao essence of life and death. It seemed likely that only such a person would be able to occupy a throne like that, which looked out over all of the palace around it. Even as Bai Xiaochun strained to make out the details of the impressive figure in the forehead of that statue, a cold voice echoed out into the courtyard of the palace within which he stood. You might as well stop looking. As the words echoed out, Bai Xiaochun suddenly spun in place to find a middle-aged man standing roughly 300 meters behind him. He wore simple, homespun clothing, and appeared ordinary in nature. However, he seemed at one with the world, and although he had his hands clasped behind his back, he looked like a black hole that could absorb any and all auras that existed around him. That is the statue of the exalted sovereign, the man continued, and in its forehead is a projection of the sovereign himself. He's looking at you. You are the first person to reach this level in all the years since it was created. Perhaps you do not have the blood of the immortal world in you, but since you were born in the eternal world, then you qualify to acquire the legacy. But in order to do so, you have to pass the final 2 levels. I am no powerful expert, only an Archean. And I'm only here in clone form, not in person, which means that this is my final resting place. Any challenger who can survive one of my fist strikes without dying, can pass this level. The man didn't bother to ask whether Bai Xiaochun agreed or not. He stepped forward, clenched his hand into a fist, and struck out at Bai Xiaochun, who was still about 300 meters away. In response, the entire 99th level filled with pressure that vastly surpassed that of a celestial. It was an Archean aura, with fluctuations that could destroy any form of life, that could rip apart the air, that could crush anything. And it was heading directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Archean! He blurted. Never could he have imagined that the requirement for this level would be to sustain a direct blow from an Archean and survive. There was no time for thought or planning. The pressure from this man filled Bai Xiaochun with a sensation of such crisis that he was instantly scared out of his mind. The power of his fleshly body flared to life as he threw his hands out in front of him, throwing in all the cultivation base power he could manage to push his defenses as high as they could go. Rocks and boulders materialized around him as his living mountain incantation took form, transforming him into an enormous stone golem. Then he used the cloud lightning forefather transformation, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill the air. Unfortunately, that was all that he could do before the explosive fist strike was upon him. It was the type of blow that could destroy anything in its path as easily as a boulder crushing a drinking glass. When it was still 30 meters away from him, his body began to vibrate, and the living mountain incantation shattered, sending stone shrapnel flying in all directions. His cloud lightning forefather form was also incapable of withstanding the force, and shattered when the fist was still 24 meters away. During the process, blood began to ooze out of the corners of his mouth, and he once again threw his hands out, resorting to his Live Forever lamp. Innumerable Live Forever lamps appeared, and even Bai Xiaochun transformed into one. It was as if the entire world had become filled with Live Forever lamps. And yet, in comparison to the fist strike, all of that was like a mantis trying to stop a war chariot. The fist was only 15 meters away when the Live Forever lamps collapsed. Bai Xiaochun was already in bad shape. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he fell back, summoning the greatsword of the north and slashing it toward the fist. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the enormous sword, which to date had never yet been defeated, was shoved backward by the fist, sending a backlash directly into Bai Xiaochun. By now, the fist strike was only 3 meters away from him. A huge glob of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he lost his grip on the greatsword of the north. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, a shocking moment of crisis had appeared. The greatsword of the north was still spinning away from him as the fist strike slammed into him, a destructive vortex of shocking nature. In that final moment, a streak of black light shot out, which was none other than the turtle walk. A massive boom rang out, seemingly violent enough to destroy the entire world. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun felt indescribably destructive power hitting the walk. It was the type of power that could destroy all types of cultivation bases, and instantly pushed his powers of regeneration to the ultimate limit. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent tumbling off into the distance like a kite with its string cut. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs all vibrated on the point of exploding. Even with the protection provided by the turtle walk, most of the bones in his body shattered. Then, he slammed into the ground, his vision fading as though he were teetering right at the gates of hell. Without his spectacular powers of regeneration, he would have been killed in body and soul. And that had all come from only a single fist strike by this middle-aged man. After sustaining the blow, the turtle walk turned into a black streak of light that shot back into his body. Clearly, he would not be able to summon it again anytime soon. Gasping for breath, he struggled to his feet and looked over at the middle-aged man, who looked back at him as he slowly lowered his fist. Smiling in approval, the man said, "You passed the lev." However, in that very moment, his eyes went blank, causing Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound with a sense of profound dread. The man then spoke again, his tone sharper than before. "Any challenger who can survive one of my fist strikes without dying, can pass this level." With that, he began to unleash another fist strike. "Spirit automaton, show your face immediately!" Bai Xiaochun shouted bitterly. "You're dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1181, Swear You Won't Change My Surname. Chapter 1181, Swear You Won't Change My Surname. Bai Xiaochun fell back, cursing the spirit automaton the entire time, his heart overflowing with waves of rage. Were it not for the fact that he couldn't do anything to the automaton, he definitely would have skinned him alive. "I hate you," he shouted, sounding very dispirited. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man took another step forward, and thrust his fist out again. In response, the sky turned dark, and immense pressure weighed down in the area. A massive tempest rose up with this fist strike, and although it seemed slightly weaker than before, it still contained the power of an Archean. As the fist struck out, mountain-toppling, sea-draining force was unleashed directly toward Bai Xiaochun. The air shattered, and the heaven and earth that made up this world seemed to tremble on the verge of collapsing into smoke. Bai Xiaochun let out a yelp. Considering what was happening, he knew he had no other options. As the tempest that was the fist strike closed in, he threw his arms up and then shoved them down toward the ground. Even as the wind buffeted his face, he shouted, "Water Swamp Kingdom!" Rumbling sounds echoed out, shaking the entire palace, sending out rippling fluctuations in all directions. At the same time, the entire world transformed into a watery swamp. Water vapor rose up, along with a howl that seemed to echo from primeval times. Moments later, numerous spikes began to rise up. The Water Swamp Kingdom, one of Bai Xiaochun's most powerful trump cards, was making its entrance. Rumbling sounds filled the world as what appeared to be mountain peaks rose high into the air. The roaring sound continued, and in the blink of an eye, the Archean fist strike slammed into the Water Swamp Kingdom. The boom that resulted shook the world with violent convulsions. As for the spikes and mountain peaks of the Water Swamp Kingdom, they seemed incapable of standing up to the Archean fist strike, and in fact, the entire summoning effect appeared to be on the verge of ending. But just as the Water Swamp Kingdom seemed to be on the verge of completely collapsing, a defiant roar filled the air that surpassed anything from before. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was using the Water Swamp Kingdom again. A second time in a row. Roar! 2 land masses appeared to be rising up, covered with numerous mountains. Shockingly, they were like teeth. And the 2 land masses were the enormous jaws of Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. It was like some sort of crocodilian beast from the most ancient of times, brutal to the extreme as it shot toward the tempest that was the Archean fist strike. The world shook on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, Xiaochun did not have an Archean cultivation base, and therefore, despite how strong his water swamp kingdom was, his cultivation base was having a difficult time supporting it. A defiant howl echoed out as the water swamp kingdom faded away completely. The tempest of the Archean level fist strike then continued onward toward Xiaochun. However, for some unknown reason, this fist strike was much weaker than the previous one, and after its clash with the water swamp kingdom, was weakening even further. There was no time for Xiaochun to sit around thinking and planning. After his water swamp kingdom was gone, he howled, unleashing the explosive power of his fleshly body, and also rotating his cultivation base. Suddenly, his heaven-span Dharma eye opened up, sending dazzling violet light cascading out. Simultaneously, his turtle walk appeared in front of him again. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. And then, the Archean level fist strike arrived. Xiaochun's fleshly body was flayed to the point of being ripped to shreds, and his cultivation base teetered on the verge of complete collapse. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as the violet light of the heaven-span Dharma eye met the fist strike. The final obstacle was the turtle walk. A massive bang filled the air, causing the world to shudder as Xiaochun was flung backward like a kite with its string cut. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were nearly destroyed, and his powers of regeneration were working in overdrive to keep up. However, the fist strike was not over yet, and Xiaochun continued to fly backward. Even though the fist strike had been weakened, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Xiaochun had summoned the turtle walk prematurely, and therefore, after sustaining the dreadful strike, it didn't even return to him. Instead, it spun off to the side, where it was swept up by a soft, gentle light. That light came from none other than the spirit automaton. Shocked, the spirit automaton shouted, "If you can get past the level after this, Xiaochun, then I'll bow my head to you immediately." "Bow your head? You just wait, bitch." Xiaochun ground to a halt, a profound sensation of deadly crisis filling him. After all, the tempest of the fist strike was still heading in his direction. "Time to go for broke," he shouted. Instead of backing up, he used the mountain-shaking bash. But that wasn't all. He picked up speed with the Undying Hex, simultaneously clenching his hand into a fist. "Undying Emperor's Fist," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, the huge image of a shadowy emperor appeared behind him. By this point, he had no idea how many multiples of the original fist strike this equated to. But he held nothing back, becoming a shooting star that headed directly toward the opposing fist strike. Deafening rumbling filled the shaking world. The huge palace complex couldn't withstand the force, and began to collapse, until the only thing that remained floating there was the huge statue. As for the tempest of the fist strike, it had been weakened over and over again, and even as it dissipated for the final time, it slammed directly into him. Xiaochun had no clue how many mouthfuls of blood he had coughed up, he just knew that a power was descending on him that could wipe him out of existence. In that moment of crisis, he unleashed his God-killer technique. A mist of blood surrounded him as he shot away. However, the destructive power of the fist strike had connected, and could not be dispersed. It swept through him, dispersed, then reconverged again to batter him with incredible force. This happened a total of 8 times before the power was finally gone. At that point, Xiaochun began to laugh loudly. "I passed the level." "Impossible!" the spirit automaton blurted, completely aghast. He had done everything he could think of to prevent Xiaochun from passing the level. And yet, despite the incredible level of difficulty, Xiaochun had still succeeded. And this time, he had done it without the help of the turtle walk in the final moment. Even with that turtle walk, most other celestials would have been destroyed. It was such an astonishing turn of events that, at long last, a bit of admiration for Xiaochun rose up in the heart of the spirit automaton. But then he thought about his future fate, and defiantly shouted, "You must swear an oath right now, here in the presence of the sovereign, that you won't change my surname after becoming my lord and master." "Say what?" Xiaochun murmured, a look of shock appearing on his face. "Swear it." Considering all of the things the spirit automaton had done to him throughout all the levels, Xiaochun simply glared and replied, "Screw off. You think I'm an idiot? I'm not swearing anything. In fact, I'm definitely going to change your surname." Argga. How could Xiaochun have ever realized that his response would provoke the spirit automaton in such a way? Suddenly, the middle-aged man who had unleashed the devastating fist strike stepped forward again and clenched his hand into a fist. Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. If the man unleashed another strike, then it would be too devastating to survive. He immediately opened his mouth to try to pacify the spirit automaton. However, that was when the figure which had been sitting within the alcove in the forehead of the huge statue slowly stood up. Then, a voice could be heard which echoed like heavenly thunder, filling the world with somber dignity. Enough, Xiaochun. Challenger, you have passed the level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182, are you ready? Chapter 1182, are you ready? As the voice echoed out into the world of the level, it seemed to supersede natural law itself. All of the dust and ruins that had been strewn about in the area suddenly seemed to pass through countless tens upon tens of thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, they turned into absolutely nothing. The sky was no longer clear, but rather murky and gray, and the lands vanished as though by means of the passage of innumerable years, leaving nothing but a gaping void. Only the statue of the sovereign remained. Apparently, it wouldn't change in the least no matter how much time passed, as though it were something completely eternal. Shaken, Xiaochun began to pant. Never could he have imagined that a spoken word could cause such profound changes. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and a plethora of years had passed by in the briefest of moments. Even more unimaginable was the idea of what would happen if a similar thing happened to a cultivator. It was a terrifying notion. Even a powerful Archean would likely become nothing more than ash. A sovereign. So this is what sovereigns are like. Xiaochun felt like a new world had been opened up to him. As for the spirit automaton, he trembled as he flopped down to kowtow, eyes shining with reverence. Deeper in his eyes, there was longing and sorrow. As the voice of the sovereign continued to thrum in the area, the figure in the alcove took a step forward, and began to approach Xiaochun. As he did, black lightning filled the sky above, along with thunderous rumblings. From what Xiaochun could tell, each lightning bolt seemed capable of destroying the tempest caused by the Archean fist strike moments ago. And he was right. Any one of those lightning bolts would cause even an Archean to flinch in fear. As of this moment, the image of that sovereign became the sole, most important entity in all existence. And yet, there was more. As the sovereign approached, corpses began to rise up from within the depths of the world. There were so many that they were impossible to count, their flesh tattered and gory, their eyes filled with the despair and blankness that would arise in the last moment before death. Although these corpses were clearly dead, their auras were those of celestials and Archeans. Xiaochun even spotted some enormous giants who, in their moments before death, had been struggling to rise from kneeling positions, but had failed. Xiaochun was deeply shaken, both by the lightning and by all of the corpses. It was at this point that the image of the sovereign, not having reached Xiaochun, spoke, his voice echoing to fill the entire world. You have passed the 99th level. Now, there is only one level left. His voice crashed like thunder, filling the world with immense pressure. Xiaochun stood there shivering, his flesh, blood, and bones creaking and grinding from the terrifying weight pushing down on him. He was like a rowboat in an angry sea, so weak and powerless that the sovereign could turn him to ash with a mere thought. Before he could even attempt to compose himself, the sovereign spoke a second time. To pass the final level, you must acquire my approval. If you do, then you will become my successor disciple, and will be given my legacy treasure. When he spoke the word approval, it was as if the power of natural law and the forces of time itself were at play. To Xiaochun, it felt as if time were being stretched out, causing everything to slow down. This sovereign is so powerful. Xiaochun's eyes were wide with nervousness and incredulity. If he were facing an Archean, he might be able to compose himself, but this was a sovereign, and at the moment, he barely had the strength to keep standing. His eyes were completely bloodshot, not from excitement, but because he was subconsciously rotating his cultivation base to resist the pressure. Under such circumstances, most cultivators would not be able to pay attention to the words being spoken to them, but in this case, the shocking power of the sovereign's voice forced its way into Xiaochun's mind. If you do not gain my approval, then you will be buried here. As the words were spoken, brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth, and winds blew, carrying the howling of innumerable dead souls. As all of this happened, the image of the sovereign continued to approach Xiaochun, striding slowly through the air, causing everything in the area to shake violently, and black lightning to crash without cease. The corpses you see around you are from the time before the Great War of the Starry Sky began. They belong to others who rose to the challenge, but failed. Not a single one of them earned my approval. With the wave of my finger, they died, and became the flesh, blood, and spiritual power that operates my legacy fan. As the sovereign strode through the corpses, his features became clearer. He was middle-aged, incredibly handsome, with eyes that seemed to contain the starry sky itself. A single look from him seemed more than enough to cause all living souls to cower. Many years have passed since the War of the Starry Sky was fought. You are the first person to reach this point since then. And now, I must ask you a question. Are you ready? By this point, the image of the sovereign was standing right in front of Bai Xiaochun. He looked like a mountain that could crush any starry sky, and left Bai Xiaochun feeling like nothing more than an insect. The pressure and energy on display here was the type that could look disdainfully at anything in creation. With a mere thought, it could crush the life out of all creation. And that energy seemed to be waiting for Bai Xiaochun's response, before swallowing him up. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, only an idiot would respond that he was ready. After all, in the face of this raging energy, the only outcome seemed to be certain death. Even as he began to speak, a sensation of imminent crisis filled him, and he shook his head firmly. I'm not ready. The sovereign's eyes glittered, and the spirit automaton looked over at him, blinking. Then, a look of absolutely unprecedented joy filled the spirit automaton's face. Oh right. He doesn't know that this level. Intense rumbling sounds filled the area as teleportation power sprang up, grabbing Bai Xiaochun and removing him from the level. Moments later, he was out of the 100th level and back on the surface of the damaged fan, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt like a mortal, not even strong enough to grab a chicken, much less face the brutal energy he had just sensed. That was scary, he thought. He had obviously been frightened, but it seemed that anyone who was forced to face the furious energy of that sovereign would make the same choice. But if I don't pass this level, then all the other levels will have been a big waste. He sat down cross-legged to wrestle with the matter for a bit. Finally, he gritted his teeth. The fan has been looking for an owner for years and years. Seems like the projection of that sovereign is probably getting pretty anxious about the matter. Maybe he'll take it easy on me. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he took a deep breath and headed back into the level. As soon as he entered, the image of the sovereign rose to his feet, energy raging as he stepped forward and said the exact same things he had said before. Just as Bai Xiaochun was opening his mouth to respond, the sovereign extended his hand, causing the tempestuous, destructive energy to surge around Bai Xiaochun. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun was certain that he was going to die. Shaking physically, he said, still not ready yet. I'll come again later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183, I passed? Chapter 1183, I passed? What do I do? What do I do? Days passed, and Bai Xiaochun was still sitting in the main square on the damaged fan, looking anxiously at the spot to enter the 100th level. Despair ate at his heart, despair at the fact that he had no chance at passing the 100th level. This is ridiculous. How are you supposed to pass the 100th level when it's so hard? You definitely have to be an Archean. But then again, even an Archean would probably be killed. And yet, here I am. He tugged at his hair, his eyes bloodshot and growing increasingly crimson. Eventually, he slapped his bag of holding to summon a few jugs of alcohol, and began to drink. He drank for 3 days straight. He hemmed and hawed, occasionally pacing back and forth, occasionally sitting there dejectedly. At a certain point, the spirit automaton showed up, sat down in front of him, and joined him in sighing. Whenever he stood up as if to make another attempt at a challenge, the spirit automaton would say something along the lines of, "Even I'm not sure why the exalted sovereign did things this way. I've been wanting a new master for a long time, you know. You have no idea what it's been like to see so many people die in such horrific and painful fashion." Sometimes he would tell stories. I remember one time when someone came along with an incredible fleshly body, and terrifying powers of regeneration. I definitely thought that he would become my new master. But guess what happened? Bam! The sovereign smashed him into a bloody pulp. Oh, the humanity! The more Bai Xiaochun heard such stories, the jumpier he got. It was truly horrific. Blood was splashing everywhere, and then there was this sort of popping sound as his head exploded. The spirit automaton's sighs echoed about constantly as he gave very serious advice. You know, Bai Xiaochun, I was really hoping that we might end up becoming friends after all of the squabbling. But from the bottom of my heart, I urge you not to throw your life away. That would be meaningless. I'm actually starting to get the feeling that the sovereign doesn't want me to have a new master. The old fart. Whatever. The most important thing is that you stay alive. You might not be able to pass the 100th level, but at least you have some authority with the fan. We can work together. Don't worry, I'll help you do whatever you need. After 3 days, Bai Xiaochun was fairly drunk, and the spirit automaton was jabbering about how terrifying the 100th level was. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun put his alcohol jug down and looked over at the spirit automaton. "Since when did you become so considerate?" he asked. "I've always been this way." The spirit automaton replied in dead earnest. Sounding like the epitome of righteousness, he said, You think I was doing all that just to make things hard for you? Wrong. I was trying to save you. I don't want the old fart to get his way and kill you. I want you to live. That way I'll have someone to chat with. You have no idea what it's like to be me. I've been here for so many tens of thousands of years that I've already lost track of time. It's so lonely. He sighed again, a bitter look in his eyes as he stared off into the distance, but at the same time, peered cautiously at Bai Xiaochun out of the corner of his eye. Bai Xiaochun, tipsy, looked over at the spirit automaton and realized that something definitely seemed suspicious. Suddenly, he shot to his feet and then pretended to let out a stream of uproarious laughter. You're trying to pull a fast one, he said. You don't want me to go into the 100th level, do you? Startled, the spirit automaton leapt to his feet. I'm not lying. You absolutely, positively must not go into that level. I don't want you to die. Upon seeing the spirit automaton's reaction, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, more suspicious than ever. Snorting coldly, he began to walk toward the fan rib. I see through your little scheme, he said loudly, picking up his pace as he headed forward. The spirit automaton was so nervous that he was about to cry. Scrambling after Bai Xiaochun, he bitterly said, You have to believe me. Don't do this. I don't want to lose you. Arg. Why won't you trust me? I have your best interests at heart. The more the spirit automaton babbled, the more suspicious Bai Xiaochun got. He also kept moving faster until he was right outside of the 100th level. There, he lifted up his foot as if to step into the level. Turning, he glared and said, Tell me the truth, you little automaton. The level's fake, isn't it? The spirit automaton's heart seized momentarily, and he stood there blankly, looking as if he might start crying at any moment. When Bai Xiaochun saw how he was standing there seemingly at a loss for words, his mood instantly improved. Stepping down, he vanished, to reappear within the 100th level. Everything happened exactly the same as before, with shocking energy filling the area, as well as a destructive, murderous aura. The sudden pressure sobered him up significantly, whereupon he shivered in fear and began to wail inwardly. Was the spirit automaton really comforting me? Or is he actually trying to get me killed? Damn it! I'm not really going to be stymied by the last level, am I? Feeling like he was going crazy, he watched as the projection of the sovereign approached, causing the entire world to tremble. Challenger, are you ready? As the world trembled, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned completely bloodshot. He knew that if he chickened out again, not only would it be much harder for him to reach the Archean realm, but it would also be highly unlikely that anyone would become the rightful owner of the fan. He had worked very hard to reach this point. And all the while, the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm were suffering. Thinking back to what had happened in the Imperial Palace, he suddenly threw caution to the wind and shouted, Bring it on! Pulling out the turtle walk, which had returned to him of its own accord after the previous level, he put it on his head. I'm ready, fool. The sovereign's eyes flickered as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, and then extended his hand. Bai Xiaochun immediately unleashed the full power of his cultivation base and fleshly body, and prepared to fight back against the sovereign. However, it was in completely unexpected fashion that the sovereign merely reached out and bopped the turtle walk. And then, there was no tempest. There was no surge of energy. There were no fluctuations. After bopping the turtle walk, a very serious expression overtook the sovereign's face, and he nodded. Well, since you're ready, then you pass. Congratulations! You are my successor. Many years have passed since the War of the Starry Sky, and this projection of mine is already growing very weak. The time has come to leave. Treat Xiaoqi well. I hope that, as my successor, you can tread the path that I never walked to the end. Remember my name. I was a sovereign of the immortal world. Zhou Chen. The projection of the sovereign smiled faintly at him, then turned, floated up into the sky, and faded away into nothing. Bai Xiaochun stood there in a bit of a daze, the turtle walk still perched on his head. The sovereign was gone, but for some reason, he felt like he was in a dream. It seemed completely unreal. He even looked around a bit, and then down at himself to make sure he was real. After confirming that he was in fact standing there, he felt even more confused. I passed, just like that? I won? Feeling very uncertain about the whole thing, he cautiously left the level and returned to the fan rib. As he did, countless fluctuating streams of bright light shot up from the fan and flowed directly toward him. As they fused with him, his fluctuations of control over the fan erupted out in all directions. The two sets of fluctuations instantly formed some sort of resonance, causing all of the levels in the fan ribs to unlock, and filling him with the sensation that a single thought on his part could control the entire fan. Chest heaving, he finally came to the realization that he really had passed the 100th level. If he wanted, he could change the direction the fan flew in. It was under his complete control. His heart surged with nearly uncontrollable excitement at all of the powers of the fan that he now had at his disposal. The little automaton really was trying to pull a fast one. All of a sudden, he shouted in a loud voice, "All right, little automaton, get the hell out here. Lord Bai wants to talk." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184, Tell me. What's your name? Chapter 1184, Tell me. What's your name? Bai Xiaochun had been waiting for a long time to say those words. Although he could have uttered them in the past, he hadn't dared to. Knowing how petty the spirit automaton was, he knew that provoking him could be very dangerous. But now he didn't care at all. He had become the owner of the fan, and had absolute control. Now, he could revel in his role as the master any time he wished. It felt wonderful to yell in such a fashion. It was like being able to drink a big cup of cold water on a hot, sweaty day. Swishing his sleeve, he raised his voice even further and shouted, "Hurry up! What are you stalling for? Lord Bai wants to talk." As his voice echoed back and forth through the damaged fan, the spirit automaton was crouching on a distant fan rib, cradling his head in his hands, tugging at his hair, his face a mask of bitterness. Unfortunately, it didn't matter whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to Bai Xiaochun. Invisible forces made it so. Sighing, he turned and flew over toward him. As he did, he changed his appearance, transforming into a charming boy, the type who anyone would like right off the bat. Bai Xiaochun was not very pleased with the dilly-dallying, and snorted coldly when he finally caught sight of the spirit automaton approaching. The spirit automaton shivered, and tried to put on the most fawning expression possible, mixed in with a bit of nervousness. Coming to a stop in front of Bai Xiaochun, he clasped hands and bowed his head. "Greetings, master. I'm not pleased with this look of yours," Bai Xiaochun said primly. Before, he had always dealt with the spirit automaton in divine sense form. But now, he was here in physical form, making it the first time Bai Xiaochun had actually seen him in person. He looked fair and delicate, even more so than Bai Xiaochun himself. In response to Bai Xiaochun's words, tears began to stream down the spirit automaton's face as he did his best to look humiliated, but not willing to talk back. The truth was that he really was scared. After all, he had definitely offended Bai Xiaochun on a very deep level. "Master. The spirit automaton was about to launch into some flattering words, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat loudly. Eyes glittering, he looked the spirit automaton up and down and then said, "The time has come to tell your new master what your name is. Go ahead." Bai Xiaochun couldn't keep from chuckling darkly. He had the feeling that he was going to be very pleased with where this conversation was going. The spirit automaton's face blanched as surely as if he had choked on some food. After a long moment passed, he managed to gurgle, "My name, well, it's Xiaochi." Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh uproariously in response. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stuck his chin up and grandly went on to say, "I mean your surname too. Speak up. What's your full name?" "My surname is Xiao," the spirit automaton replied in a low voice, looking completely crushed. Chuckling, Bai Xiaochun said, "From now on, your surname is Bai. Come. Say your new name really loud." The spirit automaton hesitated at first, but considering how Bai Xiaochun was just standing there laughing, he started to get mad and said, "You. Fudge. Fine, who cares if my surname is Bai now? Just call me Bai Xiaochi." At this point, Bai Xiaochun's resentment toward the spirit automaton began to fade. Snorting coldly, he began to stroll toward the fan ribs. "Very well, Bai Xiaochi. Please give your new master a little tour of this damaged fan." Overall, Bai Xiaochun seemed very pleased with the spirit automaton's new name. "Oomph," he thought. "Who forced you to offend me so much before, Bai Xiaochun was feeling wonderful, but Bai Xiaochi was crestfallen and on the verge of tears. This was exactly what he had hoped so dearly to avoid. Ever since he had sworn that oath, he had feared what would happen if Bai Xiaochun succeeded, and then forced him to change his surname. Although, it could have been worse. Now the calamity had come and gone, and he could only sigh in despair, then lead Bai Xiaochun around and introduce the damaged fan to him. Of course, he immediately began to do the worst job possible. Sadly for him, he had once again underestimated Bai Xiaochun, who could tell exactly what he was doing. "Listen here, Bai Xiaochi," he said. "Do a good job, make me happy, and I might give you your old surname back." Bai Xiaochi's eyes went wide, and he began to pant. Back when he had been fighting against Bai Xiaochun, the automaton had seemed like a clever individual. But the truth was that, now that Bai Xiaochun had become his master, there was nothing he could do to fight back against him. And although he didn't quite trust Bai Xiaochun's character very much, there was no way to tell if he would follow through, and eventually change his surname back. Suddenly finding a new reason for hope and passion, he began to enthusiastically introduce everything about the fan. Master, this legacy fan has a total of 108 fan ribs, each of which are filled with various rewards. If you want them, they'll appear in front of you instantly. Of course, the rewards are like that, but not the entities which exist within the levels. Those are shared between all the levels. For example, there are only a limited number of souls. Oh, right. Now that you're the owner of the fan, you are free to seek enlightenment of the exalted sovereign's Tao essence of life and death. Generally speaking, once your cultivation base is high enough, you'll be able to use all of the fan's shocking powers and abilities. This fan surpasses what people call a world treasure. It's a starry sky treasure. When it flies through the starry sky, it can shake heaven and earth to the point where ghosts and gods weep. The most powerful divine ability of the fan is housed in the fan face itself. Bai Xiaochun felt quite smug and complacent as he listened to the introduction. He couldn't have been prouder of how swimmingly he had handled the fan's automaton. It had taken minimal effort. Punish firmly, but offer a reward in the end, he thought, reveling in the circumstances. That's my motto. As for Bai Xiaoqi, he paid close attention to Bai Xiaochun's reactions, and would quickly add more information whenever it seemed appropriate. Even more outrageous, he actually floated up and began to massage Bai Xiaochun's neck and shoulders. When Bai Xiaochun realized how obedient he was acting, and saw the fawning expression on his face, he sighed even more deeply. When the image on the fan face was brought up, Bai Xiaochun looked over at it. Before, he had only been able to observe it from a distance, but now, when he stood on the fan rib and looked at it, it was almost as if he were drawn into the picture itself. The river, the mountain, and everything else seemed to resonate with each other. There was also the boat in the river, upon which two men sat playing Go. There was also the palace in the river, and the sovereign arm floating in the sky. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been in higher spirits. Master, once your cultivation base is high enough, you will be able to create projections of the items in the fan face. For example, that boat is actually a world treasure. And the two men sitting there playing Go are actually Archean slaves. See that mountain? It was created by the Tao essence of the exalted sovereign. And that river is no ordinary river. One drop from it can transform into another mighty river wherever it is placed. And there's more. Master, remember how much I wanted to use the power of that sovereign's arm before? Master, if you just send your mind into the damaged fan, you'll be able to see what you can do with it now. Curious, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and sent his mind into the fan. Almost immediately, he began to pant. To his shock, he could sense that, somewhere else in the void, there was another damaged fan, heading in his direction. The other half of the damaged fan. He exclaimed, opening his eyes. Exactly. Bai Xiaoqi replied excitedly. Considering how fast it's going, it won't be long before the two meet each other. When they combine, then the fan will be whole again. If only one half of the fan is this powerful, Bai Xiaochun thought, then no one would ever dare to provoke me if I had the entire thing. Such thoughts immediately had him feeling more daring and heroic than ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185, Plundering. Chapter 1185, Plundering. Bai Xiaoqi provided a thorough tour and explanation of all the functions of the fan. During the process, Bai Xiaochun personally visited the mountain in the image on the fan face, atop which was a towering pagoda, filled with the aura of the Tao essence of life and death. It was a 9-story pagoda, the top floor of which actually contained the Tao essence of life and death. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base wasn't high enough to permit him to enter that level. He could only reach as high as the 4th. Even in that 4th floor, though, his progress when practicing cultivation vastly surpassed other locations on the fan, or in the eternal immortal domains. When he sat cross-legged in meditation for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, his entire body filled with burning heat. As it turned out, thanks to the stimulation of the Tao essence of life and death, his cultivation base power increased as much in that short period of time as it normally would in an entire month. This is a holy land of cultivation, he exclaimed. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi obsequiously said, "Milord, once you've reached the late celestial realm, you'll be able to enter the 5th floor. Once you're an Archean, you'll be able to enter the top floor, and contact the Tao essence of life and death directly. At that point, your cultivation will go even faster." Excited by the prospect, Bai Xiaochun did some more cultivation until his cultivation base and battle prowess were far stronger than before. Finally, he left. After taking a walk around the fan, he once again tried to use the power of his cultivation base to take control of the images in the fan face and the divine abilities they could unleash. Unfortunately, he couldn't budge the mountain or the river. However, the requirements to use the boat didn't seem as high, and after some work, he managed to get it to tremble slightly. Even the two men playing Go inside of it twitched. Although he couldn't fully summon an outside of the fan face, he was still pleased with the progress he had made. It felt wonderful to be the true owner of the damaged fan. Even better were all of the treasures and medicinal pills he had access to now. A mere thought on his part caused numerous such items to fly out of the fan and into his hand. At this point, he thought back to some of the strange things he had encountered in the various levels, such as the dark concoctors, or the level filled with souls. Blurring into motion, he headed into the level that contained the dark concoctors. As soon as he appeared, the dark concoctors sensed his presence, and looked up to see a figure that had haunted their nightmares ever since they first met him. Immediately, screams began to rise into the air. Heavens! It's him! The arch-nemesis of the dark concoctors. Impossible! How could he have come back? Didn't we banish him already? When Bai Xiaochun saw the dark concoctors trembling in terror, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. There was no way he would simply let such natural-born medicine concoctors off the hook. Using his authority and powers with the fan, he very easily forced them to submit. The dark concoctors agreed to his demands. Scowling on the verge of tears, they began to concoct medicine in exactly the way he demanded. Next, he went to the level filled with souls, and quickly cleared it out. Long ago, Bai Xiaoqi had claimed that he couldn't take those souls. Bai Xiaochun had then taken that to mean that he would just have to acquire them on his own. Bai Xiaoqi stood off to the side, watching Bai Xiaochun plundering the fan with seeming ease. Although his spirit automaton's heart dripped with figurative blood, he didn't let even a hint of that show on his face. He simply looked on. Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun said, "Don't look at me like that. It's a big waste to leave these souls sitting here doing nothing. There's no way I'm going to let them feed on any more of the spiritual energy powering the fan." Looking like the picture of righteousness, he sat down cross-legged and began to practice more cultivation using the medicinal pills he had just acquired. Half a month went by. Having just become the new owner of the fan, Bai Xiaochun was in extremely high spirits, and was enthralled with the various functions and abilities of the fan. Most of his time was spent either practicing cultivation, or doing research into 23-colored flame. Unfortunately, he didn't have a huge stockpile of souls anymore. But he had enough to work with temporarily. He eventually reached the point of being confident enough to do some tests. Although there were no successes, the failures gave him plenty of new insights, and he was gaining confidence in an imminent success. As Bai Xiaochun was immersed in his activities on the damaged fan, something happened in Vile Emperor City that was profoundly shocking to all cultivators from the Heavenspan realm. Earlier, everything had been calm. The Vile Prince had kept very low-key, and hadn't seemed interested in Bai Xiaochun at all. The Vile Emperor was in secluded meditation. But the truth was that, the Vile Prince had been working on a huge plan targeting the river-defying sect. Patriarch Spirit Stream and his allies had slowly been recruiting more and more cultivators to their cause, and even though Big Fatty Zhang was doing his best to keep it all a secret, their presence was finally made known. Before, the Vile Prince hadn't been confident enough to make a move on them. But now, his patience had reached an end. Furthermore, even after refining the Arch-Emperor into a new arm for himself, he was still unable to perform spirit enhancements. The Vile Prince was going crazy in his thirst for spirit enhancement blood. And therefore, he had spent the last few months secretly surrounding the river-defying sect. If the sect had been located in the Saint Emperor dynasty, he wouldn't have dared to make a move. But since it was in the Vile Emperor dynasty, things were much simpler. Even still, he knew that when he made his move, he had to strike like lightning. He arranged for some celestials to help him, which ensured that the river-defying sect forces were powerless to resist him. When he finally made his move, they couldn't even fight back. They were instantly captured. The news shook the entire Vile Emperor dynasty. And what was even more astonishing was the subsequent announcement made by the Vile Prince that he was setting up a massive spell formation in one of the plains outside of Vile Emperor City. Trapped within the spell formation were all of the cultivators from the river-defying sect, as well as other Heavenspan realm cultivators who had been imprisoned earlier. There were tens of thousands in total. All of them were sealed, and incapable of escaping the spell formation which, once fully activated, would extract their blood. The Vile Prince himself wouldn't oversee the operation, but rather, Celestial Deadfall and Reverend Devourer. It was shocking news, especially to the Heavenspan cultivators scattered in the Saint Emperor dynasty. All of them were immediately enraged. Vile Prince. Song Ke had just been preparing to go meet up with the river-defying sect, and was relatively close to Vile Emperor City. When he heard about what was happening, his eyes began to burn with madness and killing intent, and he instantly powered up his cultivation base. He had been a lone wolf for years now, and had slaughtered countless enemies. Because of that, and because of the cultivation resources he had acquired over the years, his cultivation base had long since broken through to the late Deva realm. However, because of his murderous aura, he was confident that he could actually fight a demigod. Years of enlightenment regarding the Tao of slaughter and killing made him seem like a razor-sharp sword dripping with blood. Without any hesitation, he began to speed in the direction of Vile Emperor City. It was at that exact same moment that, back on the damaged fan, Xiaochun finally conjured a 23-colored flame. Feeling very pleased with himself, he left the fan and returned to his private chamber in the embassy in Vile Emperor City. As soon as he materialized, he noticed that his transmission jade slip was vibrating loudly. Because of how far away the damaged fan was, he couldn't receive transmitted messages. But now, all of the messages came in, and when he saw them, his face flickered dramatically. Heart-pounding with a sense of profound unease, he sent his divine sense into the jade slip. Virtually all of the messages were from Big Fatty Zhang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186, Fury. Chapter 1186, Fury. Everyone in the river-defying sect has been arrested. A huge spell formation has been set up outside Vile Emperor City. They're going to extract the blood of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Heavenspan realm. Each message from Big Fatty Zhang was like a dagger stabbing into Xiaochun's heart. Patriarch Spirit Stream, Li Qingho, and other compatriots from the river-defying sect, as well as cultivators from other parts of the Heavenspan realm, were now trapped in a spell formation outside the city. Big Fatty Zhang didn't just sound anxious in his messages, he also sounded angry. Xiaochun could only imagine what level of despair he currently felt. Panting, and heart-pounding painfully, he rose to his feet, his eyes completely bloodshot as he let out a howl of anguish. Pain racked him both physically and mentally. Madness gripped him, from his mind down to his soul. He had been hurt deeply back in the incident at the Imperial Palace, and had Gong Sun Wan'er not intervened, he would have lost complete control. Afterward, it was only because of the Archemperor's legacy that he managed to clench his hands into fists and trudge back to the embassy like the Walking Dead. Then, he descended into a near-masochistic session of cultivation. His mood had lifted quite a bit after becoming the new owner of the damaged fan, but now he had returned only to be hit with this news. As of now, it was completely impossible for him to suppress the madness in his heart. He didn't care what the consequences might be, or what price he might have to pay. This was Patriarch Spirit Stream and Li Qingho. This was the river-defying sect. This was the lives of tens of thousands of people from the Heavenspan realm. Laughing in madness, he shot out from the embassy, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds. At the same time, a murderous aura erupted from him that cast the embassy and everything around it into the dead of winter. All cultivators present shivered as they were instantly sealed in place by the aura. A moment later, a blood mist sprang out around Xiaochun. He was directly resorting to the God Killer technique. Instantly, he vanished from the embassy. By the time the embassy staff came to their senses, he was gone, and they all knew exactly where he was going. Something big is about to happen. Quick, notify Saint Emperor City. Everyone in the embassy was extremely nervous. Obviously, they knew what the Vile Prince was up to, and therefore, to see Xiaochun suddenly explode into action was a clear sign that something major was going to occur in Vile Emperor City. And yet, what was about to happen surpassed anything they could possibly have imagined. The blood mist that was Xiaochun shot out of the city and then headed toward the shockingly large spell formation. The spell formation was a mass of turbid chaos, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. 9 black dragons formed the main structure of the formation, and seated cross-legged in key locations were several hundred Vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators. They were powering the spell formation, and sitting cross-legged in the air above it were Reverend Devourer and Celestial Deadfall. Upon the request of the Vile Prince, they were to actually operate the spell formation. They were aware of who was sealed inside the formation, and they also knew how it all related to Xiaochun. But this was Vile Emperor City, and in their estimation, the fact that Xiaochun had held himself in check during the incident in the Imperial Palace indicated that he was no fool, and that he would likely do the same thing again. Celestial Deadfall was very happy to be a part of what was happening. He had not forgotten how badly he had fared against Xiaochun in their fight some years ago, and was also irritated that Taoist Heavenspan's fame had surpassed his own in the Vile Emperor dynasty. If this Xiaochun comes, then his end will be miserable beyond belief. He'll be forced to watch the people of Heavenspan wither and die. And his grudge won't be with me, it will be with the vile prince. With such thoughts on his mind, Celestial Deadfall smiled and looked down at the spell formation below. However, it was in that very moment that his expression flickered. Off to the side, Reverend Devourer opened his eyes. Both of them looked over to see a crimson blur flying in their direction from Vile Emperor City, seemingly filled with an unending aura of blood and death. As soon as they saw the blur, and sensed the fluctuations coming from within it, both Celestial Deadfall and Reverend Devourer knew exactly who was coming. By Xiaochun. Celestial Deadfall rose to his feet, and yet, before he could say anything, By Xiaochun spoke in a voice that shook heaven and earth. Are you people looking to die? His voice continued to echo through the air as he bore down on the cultivators seated cross-legged, powering the spell formation. Most of them were devas, with some being demigods, and all of them looked up in complete shock as By Xiaochun shot toward them. Before any of them could react, he had stabbed through 7 or 8 of them. They couldn't resist or fight back. Their bodies instantly withered, and hoarse screams erupted out as they were transformed into desiccated corpses that toppled backward onto the ground. Terror erupted in the hearts of everyone present. As for Celestial Deadfall and Reverend Devourer, they shouted in anger and leaped to block By Xiaochun's way. But By Xiaochun's God-killer technique was too fast. Rumbling sounds echoed out as dozens of enemies were slaughtered. It didn't matter how scared they were, how they tried to flee, or what techniques they tried to use to defend themselves. They were powerless against that blood mist. It all happened so quickly that even the Celestials were too slow to do anything about it, let alone the terrified cultivators powering the spell formation. Wherever the blood mist went, cultivators transformed into dried-up corpses, their flesh and blood extracted, their souls plucked out, their life force wrenched away. Hundreds of cultivators dropped to the ground, their life force flowing into the God-killer technique, making it more powerful, until the entire area was stained with crimson light. By Xiaochun would usually refrain from killing if he could, but once he started, he wouldn't hold back. As of this moment, his murderous aura had combined with his frustration and madness, exploding out in unprecedented fashion. What incredible gall you have, By Xiaochun! Celestial Deadfall shouted. Both he and Reverend Devourer were actually secretly delighted. Considering what had happened already, they knew that By Xiaochun would not easily escape catastrophe. And yet, even as Celestial Deadfall's words rang out into the air, the blood mist converged upon itself to form an image of By Xiaochun's face, except as red as blood. Instantly, that head began to speed toward Celestial Deadfall. Celestial Deadfall's face fell, and Reverend Devourer narrowed his eyes. Both of them began to perform incantation gestures as they prepared to join forces. Before they could, though, By Xiaochun's enraged voice erupted from within the blood mist. Water Swamp Kingdom! Ruoruumble! Water vapor erupted in all directions, and spikes shot up into the air. Mountain peaks turned into a gigantic beast that rose up from the depths of the land around them, and then lunged toward Reverend Devourer. Yet again, Reverend Devourer's face fell. Originally, he would never have considered retreating, but after being set upon by this enormous beast, he had no choice. Within moments, Celestial Deadfall was left standing alone. By Xiaochun didn't hesitate for a moment. Accelerating, he slammed into Celestial Deadfall head-on. Howling, Celestial Deadfall defended himself, resorting to powerful divine abilities that spared him, but resulted in him tumbling backward with blood spraying out of his mouth. The God-killer technique dissipated, revealing By Xiaochun himself, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He wanted to take lives, even those belonging to Celestials. Without killing the people who stood in his way, he wouldn't have the time to open up the spell formation. I've never killed a Celestial before. Is that why you dare to stand in my way? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187, Slaughtering a Celestial. Chapter 1187, Slaughtering a Celestial. By Xiaochun began to rave with maddened laughter, laughter filled with all the vicious rage that he had been keeping suppressed during his time in the eternal immortal domains. Well, in that case, I guess I might as well kill a Celestial. Reverend Devourer had been forced into retreat by the Water Swamp Kingdom, and Celestial Deadfall had been injured to the point of coughing up blood by the God-killer. Therefore, it was without hesitation that By Xiaochun shot toward Celestial Deadfall. As he moved, countless rocks and boulders formed around him, transforming him into an enormous stone golem. Then, he utilized the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation, causing his stone golem form's fleshly body power to increase dramatically, and to grow even larger than before. By the time the process was complete, he was radiating energy that caused the sky to grow dim, and sent a wild wind screaming across the lands. Celestial Deadfall could hardly breathe. Eyes wide from the sensation of deadly crisis, he immediately unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, and drew upon all of the magical items and trump cards that he could think of. And yet, none of that did anything to reduce the sensation of profound danger. In fact, as Bai Xiaochun advanced toward him, that sensation only grew more intense. Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power erupted as he used his undying hex, as well as the mountain-shaking bash. It was almost as if he had transformed into an enormous mountain that blurred through the air toward celestial deadfall. Celestial deadfall felt like he was collapsing mentally. However, he couldn't evade the blow. In his despair, he prepared to meet the strike head-on to try to survive it. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had not yet resorted to his most deadly technique. As he neared, he clenched his hand into a fist. He was using the Undying Emperor's Fist. It was no ordinary Undying Emperor's Fist. It was backed by the Living Mountain Incantation, the Cloud-Lighting Forefather Transformation, his fleshly body power, his mountain-shaking bash, and his Undying Hex, as well as all of the life force he had just absorbed with the God Killer technique. This was a fist strike of unparalleled destructive power. Everything in the area began to tremble violently as energy fluctuations were released that surpassed ordinary celestials. This energy was on the very cusp of being in the great circle of the celestial realm. Time to die. Bai Xiaochun shouted. Meanwhile, celestial deadfall howled in desperation as they collided. Boom! Everything in the area shook violently, even Vile Emperor City. Mountains crumbled, and countless cultivators in the city were stunned by the deafening explosion. A shockwave spread out everywhere, along with a sound so loud that even celestial deadfall's cry of anguish was drowned out. When the dust cleared, Bai Xiaochun stood there, his right sleeve gone, revealing his arm. Although his arm seemed intact, closer inspection revealed that it was covered with too many wounds to count. However, those wounds immediately began to heal up. At the same time, it was possible to see a crater in front of Bai Xiaochun, at the bottom of which were scattered chunks of bloody flesh and gore. Celestial Deadfall's fleshly body had been completely destroyed. His Dao seed flew out and then vanished. A celestial had been killed. This was the second time in the eternal immortal domains that a celestial had been killed in recent times. The first to have been killed was the old woman who had been killed by the sovereign clone, and now celestial deadfall. Although he could be resurrected, it was still completely momentous. Off in the distance, Reverend Devourer panted for breath, his mind spinning. Bai Xiaochun, how dare you kill a celestial? Although the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty had been at odds for many years, nothing like this had ever happened before. Not only was Reverend Devourer stunned by the death of celestial deadfall, he was also terrified of Bai Xiaochun's display of battle prowess. He's already reached the point where he can kill a celestial with a single fist strike. Reverend Devourer shivered with fear. Although the Water Swamp Kingdom had already faded away, he was still completely terrified. Before he could come to his senses, Bai Xiaochun turned to him, eyes bloodshot, and began to walk toward him. And then there's you. Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he waved his finger in Reverend Devourer's direction. Instantly, numerous Live Forever lamps sprang up in the area. At the same time, Reverend Devourer himself became a lamp, along with the sky above and the land below. Reverend Devourer's face fell, not from fear of the technique, but rather, because Bai Xiaochun had just pulled out the Great Sword of the North, and was accelerating in his direction. Obviously, he planned to take advantage of Reverend Devourer being stuck in place by the Live Forever lamps, to kill him. Damn it, this guy really holds grudges. Gasping for breath, he performed an incantation gesture, causing a blood-colored light to spring up around him. In that same moment, the energy of the Live Forever lamps erupted, smashing into the blood-colored light and shattering it. At the same time, the Great Sword of the North descended toward Reverend Devourer. Normally speaking, Reverend Devourer would have chosen to go all out to seize victory. But right now, his life was more important to him than the spell formation or the people of Heavenspan. After all, everything had been set up by the Vile Prince to begin with. Therefore, it was without hesitation that he threw everything he had into blocking the sword strike. Then, blood spraying from his mouth, he sped off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun stood there panting, looking like he was completely out of control. However, the truth was that he knew exactly what he was doing. For one thing, his spectacular gains in the damaged fan had pushed him to the very brink of the late celestial realm. Second was that he was completely enraged by the situation the Vile Prince had set up. Ignoring the fleeing Reverend Devourer, Bai Xiaochun hefted the Great Sword of the North and then slashed it down toward the spell formation. Be destroyed! He shouted. As the sword descended, one of the 9 black dragons that made up the foundation of the formation howled as it was absolutely destroyed. The other 8 quickly rushed over to gobble up the bits of the destroyed dragon. Bai Xiaochun had never seen a spell formation like this before, but he could tell that it was extraordinary. Although he could use his Undying Hex to get into it, his goal was to save everyone inside. Therefore, using the Undying Hex would be too much of a waste of time. Being so close to Vile Emperor City, time was of the essence. He needed the spell formation open immediately. Lifting the greatsword of the north up again, he cut down toward the spell formation. Boom! He struck 7 times, destroying a black dragon with each blow. Each time, the spell formation trembled and grew weaker, until soon, the turbid chaos began to fade away to reveal the tens of thousands of Heavenspan realm cultivators inside. They were seated cross-legged in meditation, their faces ashen. Some were clearly putting up a fight, but some had already been reduced to skeletons. Bai Xiaochun quickly spotted Li Qingho and Patriarch Spirit Stream. Uncle Li. Bai Xiaochun murmured. It had been years since they had last seen each other. Li Qingho's hair was no longer black, but gray. Next to him was Patriarch Spirit Stream, who looked haggard and withered. There were many other familiar faces, all of whom caused Bai Xiaochun to howl with rage as he slashed away with the greatsword of the north. It was at this point that, with no warning whatsoever, a beam of light shot out from Vile Emperor City toward Bai Xiaochun. Feeling suicidal, Bai Xiaochun? The voice that rang into Bai Xiaochun's ears belonged to none other than the strongest celestial in the Vile Emperor City. Celestial Verpka. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188, More Fury. Chapter 1188, More Fury. Behind Celestial Verpka were streams of divine sense, which belonged to the other celestials in the city, all of whom had detected what was occurring with the spell formation. Most of them intentionally hung back a bit. After all, Bai Xiaochun had just killed Celestial Deadfall and seriously injured Reverend Devourer, leaving all of them quite shaken. Some, such as Prince Yuar Demon, were so frightened that they only dared to send out divine sense, and even then, let Celestial Verpka take the lead. Celestial Verpka, on the other hand, was the strongest celestial in Vile Emperor City, and had long since come to hate Bai Xiaochun. He had become suspicious of him back when they were both on the damaged fan, and had also suffered at his hands during the incident with the Sovereign Clone. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all to intervene when Bai Xiaochun tried to break open the spell formation. Bai Xiaochun looked up, aware that if Celestial Verpka hindered him in opening the spell formation, then the other celestials from Vile Emperor City would also come. Then, not only would he be in great danger, but it would also be impossible to save Patriarch Spirit Stream and the others. And that was without even mentioning the fact that the Vile Emperor could also show up eventually. Not much time had passed since he made his move, and he didn't dare to gamble on how long the Vile Emperor would remain in secluded meditation. If he emerged, then it could lead to a complete catastrophe. So, killing Deadfall didn't scare them. Well, if I can make Verpka stand down, then that should strike fear into their hearts. Knowing he had no other choice, he threw his head back and roared, drawing fully upon his cultivation base to shove the greatsword of the north down toward the spell formation. A boom rang out as the sword stabbed into the formation, which trembled violently, but held. However, stabbing the sword into the formation not only reduced some of the danger to those inside, it also made it much more difficult for the formation to repair itself. Looking up, Bai Xiaochun unleashed shocking fleshly body and cultivation base power as he shot toward Celestial Verpka. Have a death wish? It wasn't that Celestial Verpka hadn't seen Bai Xiaochun kill Deadfall. It was that he still believed that, even if Bai Xiaochun were stronger than he was, he could still be handled. And that was especially true now that he wasn't wielding his greatsword of the north. As the two closed in on each other, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the Undying Emperor's fist at nearly the highest level it could reach. A huge boom rang out, causing wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward. Verpka was equally shaken, his eyes shining brightly, and his heart swelling with shock. Even he was surprised by the fist strike Bai Xiaochun had just unleashed. Before he could attack again, Bai Xiaochun's wounds were healing up, and a ferocious smile could be seen on his face as he unleashed yet another Undying Emperor's fist. Deafening rumbling sounds could be heard as blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth again. And yet, he didn't hold back. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun attacked and was rebuffed 5 times in a row. And yet, Celestial Verpka was having a hard time sustaining the force, and staggered backward, coughing up blood. Looking livelier than ever, Bai Xiaochun lunged after him. Off in the distance, Prince Yuar Demon and the other celestials gasped at the sight of what was happening. Bai Xiaochun seemed to be gripped by madness, and was doing things that none of them could ever have imagined him doing. To them, he seemed completely different from the past. As of now, he clearly pulsed with veins of steel. He was obviously injured, to the point where he was coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Even with his powers of regeneration, it didn't seem like he should be able to sustain such terrible injuries. In the face of such madness and such veins of steel, even the valiant Celestial Verpka was coughing up blood, and finally seemed to be hesitating. Wiping the blood off of his mouth, Bai Xiaochun said, "Bring it on." With that, he blurred into motion, unleashing more undying Emperor's fists, causing all heaven and earth to tremble as shadowy Emperors unleashed a torrent of destruction. He seemed to completely disregard any injuries to himself as he fought with increasingly shocking battle prowess. With the undying codex bolstering him, Xiaochun seemed beyond the point of coming to a compromise. He would either kill his opponent, or die trying. As his murderous aura raged, Verpka struggled to fight back. After coughing up 7 huge mouthfuls of blood, his face fell. "Are you really trying to get killed, Xiaochun?" he shouted. There was nothing for Verpka to do other than shout and curse. As of this moment, Xiaochun's arm was in shreds, his bones visible beneath the skin. He was coughing so violently that the blood that came out was filled with chunks of internal organs. And yet, Xiaochun was in such a state of madness, and his murderous aura was so intense, that Verpka was already hesitating about whether to keep on fighting. At this point, even winning could place him in grave danger. "It's not worth it." He suddenly shot backward in the face of Xiaochun's next attack. Although it was a big loss of face, the danger was too great. Just like Reverend Devourer, he chose to flee, and even regretted having gotten involved to begin with. Off in the distance, Prince UR Demon and the other Celestials saw what was happening, and gasped in shock. After exchanging stunned glances, they turned to head back into the city. "Screw it. As long as he doesn't cause problems in the city, we should just leave him alone. This guy is obviously crazy. The vile Emperor might be in secluded meditation, but if things keep going on like this, he'll definitely come out and take care of things." Ignoring the fleeing celestial Verpka, Xiaochun flew back down to the Greatsword of the North. Panting for breath, he grabbed it by the hilt and then yanked it out of the spell formation. Even as his wounds healed up, he drew upon both his cultivation base and fleshly body power to slash the sword downward again. "Open up!" Boom! He hit the very spot where he had stabbed the sword into the formation, causing cracks to spread out in all directions. Then, the spell formation exploded. As the dust settled, the tens of thousands of Heavenspan realm cultivators who had been inside looked up. Despite being weakened, they knew that they now had a new lease on life. And then they saw Xiaochun. Although some didn't recognize him, many were his friends. And many began to shed tears. "Arch-Ancestor! It's the Arch-Ancestor! The Arch-Ancestor came to rescue us!" Xiaochun couldn't keep a calm heart in the face of such exclamations. Almost immediately, he focused on Li Qingho and Patriarch Spirit Stream, who looked profoundly weakened by this point. Rushing over to Li Qingho, he reached out to help him to his feet. "Uncle Li, . Considering how long it had been since they had last seen each other, it should have been a joyous reunion. And although Li Qingho was visibly excited, his face suddenly turned grim, and he gripped Xiaochun's shoulders tightly. "Xiaochun," he said, sounding very anxious, "you have to go save Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo." When Xiaochun heard that, a tremor passed through him, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. He had been searching for news of those two very women for many years, only to hear their names now, in this moment of critical danger. They were taken away by the vile prince. Li Qingho continued, "You have to rescue them." Looking just as anxious as Li Qingho, Patriarch Spirit Stream added, "Xiaochun, they're pregnant. And considering how the two of them have been acting around each other, you have to be the father. I'm not sure why they've been pregnant for so long, but from what Junwan told me, she's definitely bearing your child. Go, save them. What? Xiaochun was as struck to the core as if he had been hit by lightning. Although others might not understand the situation, based on what the giant Ghost King had told him, he knew that it was because of his bloodline and the undying live forever codex that the pregnancy terms of both women had been extended in such dramatic fashion. As of this moment, what he had felt before almost didn't count as being angry. As of this moment, he felt more fury than could be imagined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189, Furiously Charging into Battle. Chapter 1189, Furiously Charging into Battle. Water and Zimo, have my own flesh and blood in them, my children. Xiaochun shivered as a tempest began to build up in him, the likes of which he had never experienced in his entire life. On the one hand, he felt joy, on the other anxiety. The fact that he had no idea whether the two of them were even alive caused a fire to begin to burn hot within his heart. "Xiaochun," Patriarch Spirit Stream said, "it seems likely the vile prince has his eye on your physical body. Since he failed in his attempt to get it, he came up with two plans. One was to extract our blood, the other was to see Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and use your unborn children to harvest both their blood and vital yang energy. It's all for the purposes of extracting the secrets locked within your bloodline." Xiaochun's eyes were crimson as he threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, he was filled with a reckless rage that surpassed anything from before. These were his Taoist partners and his children, but the fact that the vile prince wanted to use them for such nefarious purposes was pushing Bai Xiaochun into an insane level of rage, the type that could stain all creation with blood. Even the most fearful and cowardly person would be unable to accept such a situation, and would be driven into a violent rage. However, he had not completely lost all sense of reason. He knew that if he went to save Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, he might not come out of the situation alive. He had feared death his entire life, and usually chose to take the safe route, not the dangerous one. But right now, he didn't care. Even if he faced mountains of daggers and seas of flames, he would still go. He had to go. Even if he died. What's the big deal about dying anyway? Such sentiments had never existed within Bai Xiaochun's heart before, but right now, they dominated his mind. Despite his frenzied state, he looked over at the tens of thousands of heaven-span realm cultivators, aware that if he left them here alone, they would be in danger. And if he took them with him in the Great Sword of the North, and he ended up perishing, then they would meet the same fate. Although he might be willing to throw his life away, he couldn't force the same fate on them. He had few options. Without any hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out at the sword. It vibrated, and then released a gravitational force that grabbed all of the heavenspan realm cultivators, even Li Qingho and Patriarch Spirit Stream, and sucked them inside. Next, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, sending the Great Sword of the North streaking off into the distance in a beam of light. He had thought of sending them to the damaged fan. But he knew that, despite being the owner of the fan, he couldn't send that many people into it. Gongsun Wanner, Bai Xiaochun, beg that you do me a favor. Take my people, and this sword, and deliver them to the Grand Heaven Master. Some distance away, Gongsun Wanner materialized out of thin air, mixed emotions visible on her face. She had come much earlier, and had been considering whether to help Bai Xiaochun or not. In the end, she didn't need to. The fact that he had spoken her name aloud indicated that he knew she had come. Even as she watched in silence, he turned and became a blur of light, shooting back toward Vile Emperor City like a meteor. He trusts me that much, she thought. Turning, she blurred into motion as she went after the Great Sword of the North. She knew that Bai Xiaochun was entrusting her with the lives of tens of thousands of his people. And she also knew that she couldn't stop him from doing what he was setting out to do. It all left her feeling very shaken. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun moved with shocking speed toward the bone dragon that was Vile Emperor City. Getting rid of the Great Sword of the North reduced his battle prowess to a certain degree, but he knew that he had no other choice. It was the only way to keep the people who had called him the Arch-Ancestor safe. It was the only way to be able to fight a bloody battle to the death without any distractions. If I don't kill you this day, vile prince, then I don't deserve to call myself human. Die. 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 The murderous aura which surrounded Bai Xiaochun propelled him forward like a destructive shooting star. The winds screamed and the lands quaked. The air, unable to sustain such force, cracked and shattered. The cultivators in Vile Emperor City who could see what was happening were absolutely shocked, and felt like they were being crushed by the pressure. They even felt the willpower inside of them stirring, but Devas, demigods, and celestials all gasped in shock, especially those in the embassy. All of Vile Emperor City seemed cloaked with a suffocating pressure as countless eyes looked at Bai Xiaochun streaking through the air. As for his destination, it was very obvious. He was heading to Vile Prince Mansion. He looked like a vicious blade slicing through the air toward the Vile Prince. Within Vile Prince Mansion, all of the Vile Prince's subordinates were shaking in fear. Meanwhile, the Vile Prince was in a private chamber, a crazed expression on his face as he looked at the spell formation set up in front of him. Let's see how long you can last, you puny animals. The spell formation resembled a yin-yang symbol, with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo sealed within it, their eyes closed. Both of them were trembling, their faces ashen and twisted by expressions of pain. Black smoke curled around them, stabbing into them to extract the blood and essences of both them and their unborn children. Thankfully, Song Junwan had a totemic tattoo on her forearm, which surrounded both her and Zhou Zimo with a violet, protective shield of light. Closer inspection would reveal that the totem tattoo depicted Bruiser. The spell formation was set up on a blood-colored altar, which was none other than the source of the black smoke. In response to the incantation gestures performed by the Vile Prince, the spell formation rotated constantly. At a certain point, the Vile Prince suddenly looked up and pulled out a transmission jade slip. Damn it! Can't anybody stop him? You want to kill me, Bai Xiaochun? You're just asking to be cut down. Let's see who's faster, you or me. I'm so close to succeeding. Face twisting with rage, he sent a message to his father. After a long moment passed in which he got no response, he got flustered and started sending messages to the Celestials in the city. He made all sorts of promises of incredible compensation in order to get their help, and when he finally got a response, he breathed a sigh of relief. Still worried though, he ordered the demigods under his command to intercept Bai Xiaochun. The experts in Vile Prince Mansion had no choice but to brace themselves and fly out into the open. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had reached the heart of Vile Emperor's city, and was closing in rapidly. Before the Vile Prince minions could reach him though, the Celestials who had responded to his promised rewards arrived. Daoist Heavenspan, Prince Demon, Reverend Devourer, and Celestial Verpka all appeared. The first thing they did was try to convince Bai Xiaochun to stop. Back down, Bai Xiaochun. The Vile Emperor is coming out of seclusion at any moment, Bai Xiaochun. Wake up. We can work things out, there's no reason for all of this. On any other occasion, Bai Xiaochun might have agreed to a compromise. But right now, his eyes were bloodshot and his murderous aura raged to unheard of levels. Never before in his life had he been this dead set on killing people. All of you, get the hell out of my way. He didn't waste time with words. He immediately resorted to the mountain-shaking bash, adding in raw fleshly body power and energy from his cultivation base. He even used the undying hex and his godkiller technique. A boom could be heard as he slammed into Prince Demon and Daoist Heavenspan. Blood sprayed out of both of their mouths as they were sent tumbling to the side. As for Reverend Devourer and Celestial Verpka, although they were still leery about the situation, they still tried to block Bai Xiaochun's path. More booms rang out as Bai Xiaochun himself coughed up blood, his chest completely caved in. However, he didn't seem to care. Laughing with madness, he grabbed Celestial Verpka and violently headbutted him. As Celestial Verpka coughed up blood, he realized that Bai Xiaochun was opening his mouth as if to bite a chunk out of his face. Without any hesitation, Verpka paid a heavy price to flee using a secret magic. He's really gone insane. Meanwhile, as Bai Xiaochun was tangled up with the Celestials, the Vile Prince's minions were flying out to meet a different intruder. He wore black robes that matched his swirling black hair, and wielded a long spear. Although he was clearly a deva, he was obviously powerful enough to fight with demigods. He was none other than Song Ke. After glancing up at the battle being fought between the Celestials, he turned toward Vile Prince Mansion. Kair is here to rescue you, Aunt June 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190, Get in my way? Die. Chapter 1190, Get in my way? Die. Up in midair, Bai Xiaochun shoved Celestial Verpka out of the way with the blood mist of his godkiller technique, then ignored Prince Demon and the other Celestials as he headed directly toward Vile Prince Mansion. He was completely out of patience, and therefore, anyone who got in his way would either be shoved to the side or killed. No one could stop him. Reverend Devourer secretly frowned. He was a slick and evasive person, and in any other circumstances would have simply stood down and let things play out how they would. Unfortunately, they were right in the middle of Vile Emperor's city. If Bai Xiaochun got to Vile Prince Mansion and did something drastic, then the Vile Emperor would likely be furious. Celestial Verpka might have it a bit easier because of the fact that he hadn't been working with the Vile Prince earlier on. But Reverend Devourer had been working closely with the Vile Prince for a while now, and therefore, he had no choice but to try to do something. Thinking back to how things had played out in the incident with the Sovereign's clone, he quickly chose what he hoped would be an effective tactic. Prince Demon. Daoist Heavenspan. We can't let Bai Xiaochun get into Vile Prince Mansion. The Vile Emperor will be out of secluded meditation at any moment. Even as the words left his mouth, he blurred into motion, drawing on significant cultivation base power to teleport right into Bai Xiaochun's path. Prince Demon and Daoist Heavenspan both had serious expressions on their faces as they utilized trump cards to help. Bai Xiaochun battered against their resistance several times in a row, but could not get past them. By this point, his murderous aura and burning rage had reached epic heights. Are you people looking to die? The blood mist of the godkiller technique shrank down, revealing Bai Xiaochun himself. Without any hesitation, he lunged to slam into Daoist Heavenspan. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Daoist Heavenspan tried to leap out of the way, but was hit in the shoulder. Instantly, most of his shoulder and arm were shattered, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Before he could react, Bai Xiaochun unleashed both the Live Forever lamp and his Water Swamp Kingdom to prevent Reverend Devourer and Prince Demon from intervening. Then, killing intent flickered in his eyes as he drew on the mountain-shaking bash and his undying Emperor's Fist. Before the attack hit, Daoist Heavenspan's eyes suddenly turned black, and black smoke poured out from inside of him to form a defensive barrier. It was a powerful obstacle. The fist strike that Bai Xiaochun had used to seriously injure Celestial Deadfall did little more than knock Taoist Heavenspan back by a few hundred meters, completely uninjured. Furthermore, the backlash Bai Xiaochun suffered caused him to grunt in pain. At the same time, tendrils of black smoke began to wrap around him like fetters, causing blood to ooze out of his mouth as he staggered backward, his powers of regeneration working at top speed. Meanwhile, Prince Yu'er Demon and Reverend Devourer both looked on with glittering eyes. The perfect opportunity, Reverend Devourer said, performing an incantation gesture that caused a bright blue sea to materialize around him. The sea quickly transformed into a gaping maw that lunged toward Bai Xiaochun. As for Prince Yu'er Demon, he also took action, causing a glowing red light to surround him. At the same time, a huge demon appeared at his back, crimson, with two horns sticking out of its head. Snarling, it jumped toward Bai Xiaochun. In the face of this seeming crisis, Bai Xiaochun simply chuckled. Eyes shining with madness and determination, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a 22-colored flame. Prince Yu'er Demon's face fell, and Reverend Devourer gasped loudly. Neither of them knew exactly what Bai Xiaochun was holding, but the terrifying power they could sense from it left them completely and utterly shaken. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary 22-colored flame. It had been conjured with the help of a sovereign's Tao essence of life and death, and contained some of that very essence. Not good. That aura, we can't let it hit us. They immediately fell back, and yet, they were too slow. Even as they began to move, Bai Xiaochun crushed the multicolored flame, causing a massive explosion. In that instant, a rumbling sound shook all of Vile Emperor City, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Even the Bone Dragon trembled, and numerous buildings on its surface collapsed. And that wasn't even the most terrifying thing that happened. As the 22-colored flame spread out, it devoured anything it touched. Moments before, a host of cultivators from Vile Prince Mansion had been in the process of surrounding Bai Xiaochun, and were looking on gleefully as his progress was hindered. But then, before they could react, they saw a fire the likes of which they had never seen before in their entire lives. And it was also the last thing they saw. Flames covered them, filling them with indescribable pain before reducing them to nothing but ash. The nearby buildings had already been emptied. After all, a battle between Celestials was something that weaker cultivators would only dare to observe from afar. However, the buildings that remained were also turned into ash by the burning fire, but Prince Yu'er Demon and Reverend Devourer were the closest to the epicenter, and were forced to draw upon the full power of their cultivation bases to protect themselves. Even still, they suffered significant injuries, and ended up coughing up blood, their eyes filled with shock. As they burst out of the expanding flames, Reverend Devourer moved a bit quicker, with Prince Yu'er Demon falling a bit behind. If they had been given a straight shot to escape, they would have been able to. However, it was in that moment that a stone golem suddenly stepped out of the fire. The stone golem was apparently not hurt at all by the fire, and in fact, didn't even pay any attention to it. Howling, it reached out and grabbed the despairing Prince Yu'er Demon. "No!" he shrieked, struggling. Unfortunately, he had reacted too slowly, and was soon engulfed by the expanding flames, along with the stone golem. Although no one could see what happened afterward, they could hear the agonized shrieking coming from within the fire. Taoist Heavenspan gasped and backed up, and Reverend Devourer shivered in fear as he accelerated away in the opposite direction. Celestial Verpka was further off in the distance, but even he pushed forward with greater speed. The fire lasted for about 10 breaths of time, after which the stone golem appeared, striding forward. Rock and stone began to crumble off of it until Bai Xiaochun was revealed, injured, but already recovering thanks to his undying codex. It took only moments for all of his flesh and blood to be back to normal. As he walked along, he dragged the unconscious Prince Yu'er Demon along with him. Instead of killing him, he tossed him into his bag of holding, then looked around for a moment before once again heading toward Vile Prince Mansion, but all of the Celestials and demigods in the area, as well as the other cultivators in Vile Emperor City, were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. Even Celestial Verpka was shaken. Earlier, he hadn't been willing to put everything on the line, and was now even less willing. After seeing the eruption of multicolored flame, he felt fear deep in his heart. It's not worth it to provoke him, not even for the sake of the Vile Prince. Besides, I was just asked to buy some time. I'd say I've accomplished that task already. No one was blocking Bai Xiaochun's path, and the Vile Emperor had not yet emerged from seclusion. Bai Xiaochun had no time to think about why that might be. Ignoring the exhaustion which was beginning to creep up inside of him, he stepped into Vile Prince Mansion. The instant he did, he saw piles of corpses. The corpses, whether they were Devis or nascent soul cultivators, were all killed in the same way, a spear wound to the forehead. Bai Xiaochun quickly sent some divine sense out, until he saw what was happening in the Grand Hall. There, he saw a familiar face, someone wearing a black robe and wielding a long spear. He was so soaked in blood that it dripped off of him and formed a pool around him on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191, Finally. Outdo you. Chapter 1191, Finally. Outdo you. He was none other than Song Ke. His aura was weak and faltering, and he was covered with wounds. In many places, bone was visible amidst the blood and gore. Because of a smoking, black handprint that could be seen on his chest, his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were nearly destroyed. He was missing an eye, and clearly, was on his last legs. It was as if he remained standing by sheer willpower alone, as strong and tall as a mountain. But earlier, the vile prince had dispatched all of his demigods to assist Prince Ur Demon and the other celestials in delaying by Xiaochun. By that point, the vile prince had already begun to go completely crazy. He had spent several days trying to break down Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and had reached a critical juncture in which success was just around the corner. That was when Song Ke barged into Vile Prince Mansion. Black robes fluttering, and spear in hand, he began to slaughter the devas who stood in his way, slowly making his way toward the Grand Hall. Just when the most critical of moments arrived, he struck the door with his spear, backing it with all of the cultivation base power he could muster, as well as his unswerving determination. By this point in his life, he cared not for matters of life and death, and therefore held nothing back in his attempt to break open the door. When the door shattered, the vile prince began to descend into utter madness. All of his schemes and plots had come down to his very moment, only to have Song Ke interrupt him. Furious, he began to vent his rage on Song Ke. Song Ke, with his Deva cultivation base, did not shrink back. Without any hesitation, he began to fight the vile prince, who was a demigod. Although the fighting did not reach the spectacular level of the original fight between Bai Xiaochun and Taoist Heavenspan, it was momentous, to say the least. Blood spattered as the two combatants fought madly, with Song Ke drawing upon all of the murderous aura he had built up over the years. He knew that he wasn't a match for the vile prince, and yet, he didn't hesitate at all to fight. After all, he was fighting for his beloved aunt. He didn't care much about Zhou Zimo, but simply could not ignore Song Junwan. She was his closest relative. And when he saw her swollen belly, he also knew that he was fighting for his nephew, a nephew whose father could only be Bai Xiaochun. But although he had always wanted to outdo Bai Xiaochun, and never really liked him very much, he could not forget everything that Bai Xiaochun had done for him since their original meeting in the fallen sword abyss. Song Ke was a proud person, but by this point in his life, he felt no grudge toward Bai Xiaochun. And although he realized that Bai Xiaochun was his superior, he had always believed himself capable of catching up. And thus, he came to fight. For his aunt, for his nephew, and for Bai Xiaochun's flesh and blood. He fought without regrets, filled with the desire to do battle to the very end. The vile prince was already shaken. He had never before met a Deva who could endure under the fury of his attacks. And yet, over and over again, Song Ke held strong, making it impossible for the vile prince to continue his work with the spell formation. Although it seemed beyond the bounds of possibility, Song Ke, a mere Deva, held out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. He could see that, despite the fact that Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo seemed incomparably weak as they sat there in the spell formation, they were still alive. And their children were still safe. If he didn't hold out for enough time, the consequences would be too horrific to imagine. To last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn required that Song Ke sustain mortal injuries, but hold strong. As the vile prince threw everything he could at him, Song Ke ignored the pain and injuries and repeated one thing to himself. Hold strong. Hold strong. Hold strong. When Bai Xiaochun finally shot down from the sky and entered Vile Prince Mansion, Song Ke knew that it had all been worth it. The Vile Prince was in a state of madness, gasping for breath as he unleashed one attack after another. Why won't you just die, damn it? Die. He could see Bai Xiaochun approaching, and his heart pounded with defiance. I was close. So close. Staring venomously at the dying Song Ke, the Vile Prince turned and fled. In that same moment, Bai Xiaochun's divine sense enveloped the entire mansion. Ignoring the fleeing Vile Prince, he rushed into the main hall to confirm that Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were safe. Then, it was with grief and sorrow that he turned to look at Song Ke, who stood there, his life slipping away. Song Ke managed to look up at Bai Xiaochun, and then slowly smile. Even in the face of imminent death, he stood tall and straight. He still looked manly and handsome, his eyes flickering with regret at having to leave the world of the living. Voice hoarse, he said, Bai Xiaochun. When we met in the fallen sword abyss, you snatched the heaven string energy that was meant for me. You outdid me by just a hair. In the Bloodstream sect, you did the same thing. Outdid me by a hair. It was the same in the river-defying sect, and at the Great Wall. It's almost like the two of us are cursed by a magic spell. Even in the wildlands, you still outdid me. I used to wonder if you would always outdo me. He staggered to the side a bit. He could hardly keep his eyes open at this point, and could sense his consciousness fading. As his last bit of energy drained away, he spoke his final words. By Xiaochun, you always did better than me. You always beat me. But today, I, Song Ke, managed to outdo you. With that, he threw his head back and laughed wholeheartedly. Tears streamed down his face as he slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't hold out any longer. The spear in his hand dissolved into ashes, and he toppled forward onto the ground. Song Ke had perished. For his entire life, he had struggled defiantly, always trying to catch up. But this time, just as he had said, he really did outdo Bai Xiaochun. He didn't wish to give in to death, but had no choice. However, as his consciousness faded away, he was happy. Bai Xiaochun trembled as he looked at Song Ke's corpse, completely aware that without his sacrifice, his own wives and children would be dead. Song Ke had offered up his own life for them. Song Ke, he murmured, tears beginning to roll down his cheeks. The pain he felt in this moment was the type that could shake heaven and earth. He suddenly found himself recalling old memories of Song Ke, back in the wildlands, at the Great Wall, in the river-defying sect, the Bloodstream sect, and finally, their initial meeting in the fallen sword abyss. You're the true chosen. He couldn't stop the tears, but at the same time, knew that time was limited. He had to endure the pain and sorrow, no matter how hard it was. He quickly sent Song Ke's corpse to the damaged fan, then turned and destroyed the spell formation in the Grand Hall. When he saw the faint violet light coming from the totem tattoo on Song Junwan's arm, he immediately recognized the aura. Bruiser, he murmured. Then he looked at the swollen bellies of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and reached out to touch them. He could sense the unborn children inside of them, moving. They seemed happy. All of a sudden, he felt powerful bonds of attachment connecting them to him. Considering how tiny and weak they were, Bai Xiaochun knew that protecting them was now the most important mission in his life. Your mother's protected you before, he murmured, but from here on out, Dad will keep you safe. Unsure of how to describe the feelings inside of him, he quickly sent the unconscious Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo to the damaged fan. Now that he was the owner of the fan, it was a simple task to send people there as long as they didn't fight back. After doing so, he looked up. Instead of making his escape, he decided to seek vengeance. The Vile Prince was still alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192 Executing the Vile Prince. Chapter 1192 Executing the Vile Prince. How could he not take revenge on someone who had attempted to kill his wives and children? How could he not take revenge on someone who had attempted to extract the blood of tens of thousands of Heavenspan cultivators? How could he not take revenge for the death of Song Ke? Murderous aura raging, he blurred into motion, locking onto the panicked, fleeing Vile Prince. You shall die. He growled, his eyes glowing with bizarre red light. Taking a step forward, he vanished, to reappear right in front of the Vile Prince. Waving his hand, he sent a frigid wind out that seemed capable of cleaving flesh from bone. It was like an enormous mouth that lunged toward the Vile Prince as if to devour him. The Vile Prince simply didn't have time to react. Almost before Bai Xiaochun's figure even became completely clear, everything around him was filled with deadly, frigid cold. Father, save me! He shouted in alarm. Before the cold wind could touch him, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from within the imperial palace. Instantly, the clouds up above swirled, forming together into an enormous face. It was threatening without being angry, and wore an imperial crown. It was none other than the Vile Emperor. How dare you, Bai Xiaochun! Although he spoke in a calm voice, it contained energy that shook all creation, and cast fear into the hearts of all living beings. Even Bai Xiaochun felt as though he were being suffocated. Bai Xiaochun knew that he was taking a big risk. Trying to kill the Vile Prince was a big gamble. Not only was he gambling that the Vile Emperor had certain plans and schemes that no one knew about, but he was also gambling that the Vile Prince wasn't actually very important to the Vile Emperor, but after all, this Vile Emperor was not really the Vile Emperor. Although the words the Vile Emperor had just spoken shook all the lands, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and, instead of slowing down or fleeing, pushed his cultivation base even harder. Waving his hand, he unleashed an even more shocking wind, which instantly overwhelmed the Vile Prince. The wind began to flay his skin and assail his bones with intense pain. The screams which echoed out from inside the wind almost didn't sound human. Up in the sky, the Vile Emperor's face looked down at Bai Xiaochun with cold, narrowed eyes, and flickering killing intent. Then, the face distorted as a huge hand appeared that shot down toward Bai Xiaochun. Since you want to die, I'll accommodate you. This was a palm strike from an Archean, and it instantly struck fear into the hearts of everyone, even Verpka and Reverend Devourer. As the palm descended, everything around Bai Xiaochun was completely locked down due to the immense energy involved. From what the onlookers could tell, he only had one option. He had to give up on trying to kill the vile prince, and then do his best to flee. If he obstinately persisted, then perhaps he might be able to kill the vile prince, but he himself would surely die in the process. Before passing the 99th level of the damaged fan, Bai Xiaochun might have struggled about what to do. But now that he had passed that level, he had already suffered a blow from an Archean. Archeans are strong, but if he wants to kill me, he won't be able to do it that way. Looking up, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout at the top of his lungs, drawing on all of his fleshly body power, and rotating his cultivation base at top speed. He also unleashed a bevy of divine abilities, although he didn't resort to pulling out his turtle walk. After all, this was only an illusory palm strike that he was dealing with, and after his experiences on the damaged fan, he was confident. After that 99th level, he felt mentally prepared to deal with an attack from an Archean expert. Without any hesitation, he used his Sutra of Former Reincarnation, causing numerous magical symbols to surround the Archean palm. The multitude of images that appeared within them caused the vile emperor's pupils to constrict as he negated their effect. However, in that short moment of time that he spent doing so, Bai Xiaochun summoned the gates of life and death. As the hand closed in, it grew weaker and weaker, as though it were passing from life into death. It all happened in the time it takes to think, and then, the palm struck. Intense rumbling sounds filled all heaven and earth, causing both the Imperial Palace and Vile Emperor City as a whole to shake physically. Many buildings in the area even collapsed. Countless onlookers cried out in shock and alarm. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities were crushed and destroyed, his cultivation base and his fleshly body were simply not capable of standing up to an Archean attack. However, the attack was visibly weaker than it should have been, especially after being struck by the Sutra of Former Reincarnation and the gates of life and death. Despite the deafening boom, and despite the blood which sprayed out of his mouth, Bai Xiaochun was still standing. Impossible! Celestial Verpka gasped. The other celestials were struck speechless, much less the demigods and devas. Almost no one could believe what they were witnessing there in Vile Emperor City. As for the Vile Emperor's true self, a serious expression flickered in his eyes as he sat there thoughtfully in his private chamber in the Imperial Palace. Then, a bizarre smile spread out on his face. As all of that was happening, the frigid wind Bai Xiaochun had deployed against the vile prince continued to rip his skin and flesh off of his bones, and whittle his bones into nothing. The pain was literally impossible to describe. Screams echoed out as he was flayed alive, and his bones destroyed. Soon, only his soul remained, which Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed. He had originally planned to simply kill the vile prince, but then changed his mind. That was too easy. Vengeance demanded that the vile prince not die such a simple death. There were too many things to atone for: the Heavenspan corpse puppets in the Imperial Palace, the gaze of the Archemperor in his final moments, the tens of thousands of Heavenspan realm cultivators trapped in the spell formation, the mortal danger Bai Xiaochun's wives and children had been placed in, and finally, Song Kei's death. Because of all of those things, there was no way he would give the vile prince a quick and easy death, but therefore, he efficiently extracted the vile prince's soul. You like to switch bodies with people, don't you? You like to make puppets, don't you? You like to torture people to death, don't you? As the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, a look of profound horror appeared on the face of the vile prince's soul. Father, save me. Apparently, those were the only words he was capable of speaking now. And yet, before he could even finish saying them, Bai Xiaochun tossed the soul into his bag of holding. Only then did the time come to retreat. After all, he knew that he had caused a major disaster in the eternal immortal domains. It was a disaster the likes of which would shake all cultivators in existence. He had killed Deadfall, and captured both UR Demon and the Vile Prince. As of this point, there was no way he could be allowed to remain alive within the Vile Emperor dynasty. Although he wasn't sure if and when the Vile Emperor would actually show up in person, he knew that he couldn't wait around to find out. Time to go back to the damaged fan. Having made his decision, he sent out a thought, and began to vanish. However, as he did, a whistling sound echoed out from the Imperial Palace. Rumbling sounds filled the area as the doors of the Imperial Palace's Grand Hall exploded, and a stream of light shot out. There, wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown, was none other than the Vile Emperor. He moved as quickly as lightning to appear right in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittering as he performed an incantation gesture and waved his finger. I know you got your hands on the Sovereign's fan, Bai Xiaochun. I've been watching you for quite some time, waiting for this very moment. Please, take me back with you to the Sovereign's fan. Although no one but Bai Xiaochun could hear the words, they immediately caused his mind to spin. As the Vile Emperor's finger waved through the air, a strange connection sprang up between him and Bai Xiaochun. Even as Bai Xiaochun's face fell, he faded away, as did the Vile Emperor, whose face shone with greed and anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193, Defending Against the Vile Emperor. Chapter 1193, Defending Against the Vile Emperor. As Bai Xiaochun disappeared from Vile Emperor City in the eternally mortal domains, so did the Vile Emperor. Out in the dark void, the only light to be seen came from the damaged fan, like the shining of countless torches. On the main square, the spirit automaton by Xiaoqi stood there, looking helplessly at two women and a corpse. The women were beautiful, and despite being extremely weak, were definitely alive. Unfortunately, despite the vast stores of knowledge which existed in Bai Xiaoqi's mind, he had no idea why their bellies were so large. What's going on here? He grumbled. Why did that shameless bastard send a corpse up here? Bai Xiaoqi was not very happy about what was happening. Unsure of what these two women had to do with Bai Xiaochun, all he could do was squat off to the side, sighing and staring. Bai Xiaochun hadn't been gone for very long, to the point where Bai Xiaoqi hadn't even had a chance to sleep. He couldn't stop thinking about having a new master. After all of the years of freedom he had experienced, it was somewhat of a depressing thought, and was a constant source of sighing. Suddenly, his expression flickered, and the depressed frown vanished from his face, to be replaced by a wide smile. Looking very ingratiating, he bowed at the waist in a certain direction some distance away on the main square. Bai Xiaochun was materializing in that very direction. Before the process was finished, Bai Xiaochun shouted out in an anxious voice. Activate the defensive formation, little automaton. We're under attack. Bai Xiaoqi shivered as, right behind Bai Xiaochun, another figure began to take shape. At the same time, an Archean aura erupted out, an aura filled with greed and excitement. At long last. I'm back. This sovereign fan is now mine. Shrieking, Bai Xiaoqi waved his sleeve to collect up the two women and the corpse. Backing up, he performed an incantation gesture, causing the entire damaged fan to tremble and emit bright light. At the same time, the image on the face of the fan erupted with powerful fluctuations that shot toward the Vile Emperor. A whole string of defensive countermeasures were unleashed at the same time. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun leaped to join Bai Xiaoqi, drawing upon all the powers he had at his disposal to suppress the Vile Emperor. The Vile Emperor was now about half materialized. His facial features were visible, and his divine sense was already spreading out into the fan. However, as soon as the fluctuations of the defensive countermeasures hit his divine sense, it dissipated. Furthermore, as the Vile Emperor continued to materialize, he suddenly found a force of expulsion pushing at him. It was clearly a shock to the Vile Emperor. Despite having come prepared, he could never have guessed that the fan's spirit automaton would heed Bai Xiaochun's orders. The implications were obvious, and caused a look of incredulity to appear on the Vile Emperor's face. You actually took control of the damaged fan? Impossible. It's too difficult to bond with this treasure. A celestial simply couldn't do it. Not only would you have to pass all 100 levels, but you would have to deal with resistance from the spirit automaton as well. It's just too hard. Despite the Vile Emperor's disbelief, the fluctuations of expulsion only continued to grow stronger. Letting out a growled shout, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing black flames to shoot forth. Along with the flames came a burst of Archean power, which managed to resist the force of expulsion to some degree. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bai Xiaoqi blurted. Off to the side, Bai Xiaochun was getting very nervous. Get him out of here, otherwise we're finished. Come on, you're the spirit automaton, right? This is a sovereign treasure. Is it really that hard to get an Archean out of here? Ignoring matters of propriety, Bai Xiaoqi angrily shouted, shut the hell up. This is a living Archean we're talking about. If he was outside the fan it would be one thing. But he's already halfway inside. Fudge, I'm doing everything I can. Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to get angry about Bai Xiaoqi's tone of voice. Racked with anxiety, he yelled, let's join forces. Use that sovereign arm we got. We have to get this bastard out of here, . Bai Xiaoqi was a bit hesitant to agree, but also knew that failure was not an option. Grinding his teeth, he joined forces with Bai Xiaochun, causing the wolfish arm that now existed in the face of the fan to slowly stretch out. As that happened, the Vile Emperor gasped. The arm of a sovereign, he said, shocked. Originally, he had assumed that once he got to the sovereign's fan, he could easily take control of it. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun had already become the new owner, and had turned the entire situation upside down. The vile emperor was not yet willing to just leave. All of a sudden, his eyes turned pitch black, and a bizarre aura swept out from inside of him. As the aura merged with his Archean cultivation base, he suddenly started growing stronger and stronger. Black flames raged around him, shoving away the fluctuations of expulsion. As that happened, he began to grow clearer and clearer, and even took a step forward onto the main square. Obviously, he was only moments away from fully materializing. Both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Xiaoqi were going crazy with anxiety. Bai Xiaochun spat out some blood to gain more power, and Bai Xiaoqi pushed his divine sense to the point of inflicting harm on himself. Together, they forced the sovereign's arm to move even faster toward the vile emperor. Before the vile emperor could fully materialize, the arm slammed into him, accompanied by deafening rumbling sounds. "Get back to where you came from!" Bai Xiaochun shouted. The enormous sovereign arm seemed powerful enough to destroy the heavens and crush the earth. As it bore down on the vile emperor, he began to tremble, and yet, his eyes grew even blacker, causing more flames to erupt around him. Soon, they formed together into an enormous flame giant, hundreds of meters tall, that howled as it prepared to fight the incoming sovereign arm. The flame giant shuddered as the sovereign arm slammed into it. A moment later, it collapsed, revealing the vile emperor. Strangely, because of the bizarre aura that swirled around him, the sovereign arm suddenly lurched to a halt for a brief moment. Seizing that moment of advantage, the vile emperor roared, forcing himself to fully materialize. As that happened, Bai Xiaochun unleashed all of the cultivation base power he could, as well as his divine sense, forcing the sovereign's arm to continue its attack. "Time to go for broke!" Bai Xiaoqi shouted. Blurring into motion, he shot forward to merge into the sovereign arm. A moment later, the arm began to emanate the aura of a sovereign. The vile emperor's face fell as the black flames around him began to flicker wildly, as though they might be extinguished at any moment. Although he had fully materialized, the arm was locked onto him, making it impossible for him to flee the incoming attack. Howling, he shot forward to meet it. The resulting boom caused the entire fan to shake wildly. "You can't stay away forever, Bai Xiaochun!" the vile emperor shouted. He was already returning to where he came from, not of his own accord, but because of the attack from the sovereign's arm, and the sovereign aura which came with it. To the vile emperor, it was supremely frustrating, like having a door opened up right in front of him, but being unable to enter it. As the vile emperor vanished, Bai Xiaoqi flew head first out from inside the sovereign's arm, his face pale. Before he even landed onto the main square, he was unconscious. As for Bai Xiaochun, he coughed up some blood, and then sat down cross-legged to focus on recovery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194, Achieving Desires. Chapter 1194, Achieving Desires. It was impossible to say exactly how much time passed. The damaged fan continued to sail through the soundless darkness. It was a state of seemingly ultimate peacefulness. Only the light of the damaged fan could be seen, twinkling in the darkness like a star or planet. However, with the fan's spirit automaton asleep, and Bai Xiaochun meditating to recover, the glimmering light was not as bright as before. One day, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes opened. He looked very tired as he crawled to his feet and looked around blankly. Back when he had passed out, Bai Xiaochun had only been able to lapse into virtual unconsciousness as he meditated. As a result, the enormous sovereign's arm had fallen down onto the surface of the fan, instead of going back into the fan face. Despite not being under anyone's direct control, the arm was still immensely powerful, and had damaged many of the fan ribs. The fan now looked in worse state than ever. The sight caused Bai Xiaoqi to tremble in grief. "My home," he wailed. Within the profound silence, the sound of his wail was particularly ear-piercing, and caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver. Then, his eyes opened, and he leapt to his feet, performing an incantation gesture as he looked around. When he saw that they were no longer under attack, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he hurried over to Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, who were still unconscious. Off to the side, Song Kei's corpse lay still and unmoving. Because of the strange properties of the fan, his corpse had not yet begun to decompose. He was surrounded by soft, swirling light, power from the fan itself that Bai Xiaoqi had placed over him to protect his body. Although Bai Xiaochun was relieved to see his corpse in good condition, bitterness filled his heart. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi was still wailing miserably. Annoyed, Bai Xiaochun snapped, "What's with the damn squawking?" "Shut up!" Bai Xiaoqi shouted back emotionally. "This is all your fault." "My home, dot." Stunned, Bai Xiaochun looked around. Moments before, he had been too worried about Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Song Kei to take a close look at the fan. Now that he looked around and saw how the sovereign's arm had smashed into the fan, he rubbed his nose guiltily. He couldn't help but feel bad, especially considering that it had only been with Bai Xiaoqi's help that he repelled the vile emperor. Now, seeing Bai Xiaoqi looking so sad, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but try to comfort him. "Well, you can't blame me. Ah, whatever. I'll help you fix it back up." Bai Xiaoqi blinked a few times in surprise. The truth was that he had immediately regretted his outburst, and was even scared about how Bai Xiaochun might react. Therefore, the words of comfort caught him off guard. He was also a bit excited. However, he knew that he shouldn't push things too far. Snorting, he joined Bai Xiaochun to put the sovereign's arm back into the fan face, and then start working to repair the broken fan ribs. They couldn't repair them perfectly, but did a fair job. After all, the fan was a starry sky treasure, and was also capable of repairing itself to a certain level. At a certain point, such powers of repair took over. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun spent more time recovering. Finally, he headed over to Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo. The sight of them sitting there with their swollen bellies, and with the bruiser totem tattoo on Song Junwan's arm, caused a warm look to appear in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaoqi looked at Bai Xiaochun, then looked at the two women. "Who are they?" Bai Xiaochun didn't even look back at him as he quietly replied, "They're my Taoist partners. And inside of them are my children." Bai Xiaoqi pondered why someone's Taoist partners would have children in their bellies. It actually sounded somewhat frightening. After some thought, he realized he had another question. "What about the corpse?" he asked. "He was a dear friend." Bai Xiaochun replied, closing his eyes to prevent the grief from showing. Deciding that this was a good chance to get some concessions, Bai Xiaoqi replied, Hey, Bai Xiaochun, I have a way to make sure that your Taoist partners and children get healthier than before. And there's also a chance I could resurrect your friend. Do you think you could maybe change my name back to?" "What did you just say?" Bai Xiaochun interrupted, vanishing and reappearing right in front of Bai Xiaoqi, his eyes shining with madness and excitement. The damaged fan seemed to respond to his emotions, and began to shine more brightly than before. At the same time, rumbling sounds echoed out as the repair work being done to the fan ribs began to speed up. Although Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo seemed to be in normal condition, just sleeping, Bai Xiaochun was fairly certain that they had sustained severe injuries to their vital energy. It was only because of the protection provided by Bruiser, and the powerful lives brewing in their bellies, that they had survived their ordeal. In any case, the injuries they had sustained were the type that Bai Xiaochun would only be able to heal once he was back in completely top shape. Only then could they regain consciousness. It was the same with Bruiser. As for Song Ke, he was dead, with his soul dispersed, nothing more than an empty corpse. Even if Bai Xiaochun became an Archean, he would still be powerless to resurrect him. Therefore, Bai Xiaoqi's words struck Bai Xiaochun like bolts of heavenly lightning. "Calm down," Bai Xiaoqi said, backing up a bit in fear. However, worried about the terrifying consequences of saying the wrong thing, he decided to explain everything he knew, and leave nothing out. "Listen, your Taoist partner's personal life essences have been severely damaged. That type of essence cannot be restored with common life force. Ordinarily, you would need precious materials of heaven or earth to even attempt to do so, and even then, it would be quite difficult. But we are not in any ordinary place. Things are different here. If we put them in the Taoist Tower of Life and Death, then their life essence will slowly build back up, and their cultivation basis will also progress. As for your good friend, well, let me be perfectly clear right now. I'm not completely sure that I can resurrect him. Years ago, my original master told me that his purpose in creating his Tao essence of life and death was to resurrect someone. In the end, he failed. But I think that the Tao essence of life and death really can resurrect people, although there's only a small chance of success. However, there will be a price to pay. If the Tao essence in the tower is absorbed by your Taoist partners and your friend, then it will gradually weaken. And then, it won't be as easy for you to practice cultivation there. Furthermore, the end chance of success is small. Are you sure you want to do it?" Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. Swishing his sleeve, he picked up Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Song Ke, and flew toward the fan face. As the owner of the fan, he actually didn't need any help from its spirit automaton to enter the fan face. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the tower atop the mountain in the fan face. He placed Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo on the second floor. Any further would have been harmful to them, and not helpful. As for Song Ke, he took a deep breath and, ignoring the pain and discomfort it involved, took him to the 9th floor. He couldn't stay in that location for long. After putting Song Ke down, he looked at him, wished him well, and then left, anticipation crawling in his heart. He also carefully extracted Bruiser from the totem tattoo on Song Junwan's arm. He wasn't sure when Bruiser had picked up the ability to transform into a totem tattoo, but considering how talented he was, it wasn't a surprise. Bruiser was now in the late Deva realm, very close to reaching the demigod level. The second floor wasn't the right place for Bruiser, but neither was the ninth floor. In the end, Bai Xiaochun found that the third floor was ideal. Having accomplished all of these things, Bai Xiaochun left the tower. After looking back at it for a long moment, he settled down cross-legged to meditate. He would stand guard until Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo both woke up. Based on what Bai Xiaoqi had told him, and based on what Bai Xiaochun knew of the Taoist Tower of Life and Death, he was sure that it wouldn't take very long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195, Late Celestial Realm. Chapter 1195, Late Celestial Realm. Meanwhile, the Vile Emperor returned to the eternal immortal domains, filled with rage. Word was already spreading about how Bai Xiaochun had cut down celestial deadfall, captured Prince Yu'ar Demon, executed the Vile Prince, and thrown the city into chaos. Not a single person in either the Vile Emperor dynasty or the Saint Emperor dynasty who heard about what had occurred was not astonished or shaken. He killed celestial deadfall? Heavens! It's been a long time since any celestials fought and killed each other, but... He captured Prince Yu'ar Demon? Damn! Prince Yu'ar Demon used to be loyal to the Saint Emperor dynasty. He was Celestial Chen Su's apprentice, but turned traitor. Well, I guess he got what he deserved. This King Heavenspan has really got some guts. From what I remember, he was only a demigod when he arrived in the eternal immortal domains. He executed the Vile Prince. How shocking! Tensions rose between the two dynasties, and many cultivators came to the conclusion that war would soon break out. The wrath of the Vile Emperor caused hatred for Heavenspan cultivators to grow in the Vile Emperor dynasty. However, most of those who had openly declared their identity were now safe in the Greatsword of the North. As for those who kept their identity secret, they were not under immediate threat, and yet, many of them began to make their way to the Saint Emperor dynasty. As such, those who suffered persecution were actually few and far between. Most importantly, Gongsun Wan'er lived up to the trust Bai Xiaochun had placed in her. She even took Big Fatty Zhang with her. Although she didn't technically betray the Vile Emperor dynasty by her actions, she came close. During the time in which the Vile Emperor was fighting with Bai Xiaochun on the damaged fan, she delivered the Greatsword of the North to the Grand Heaven Master. Thanks to the advance notice she gave him before arriving to deliver the sword, he had plenty of time to make certain preparations. Overnight, virtually all of the people of Heavenspan vanished from the eternal immortal domains. Their place of hiding was none other than the Greatsword of the North, which Gongsun Wan'er kept on her person as she fled as a fugitive to parts unknown. Of course, the Saint Emperor was a hypocritical liar down to the core. Considering how cruelly the Vile Emperor dynasty was treating the Heavenspan realm cultivators, and considering that Bai Xiaochun was missing and possibly dead, the Saint Emperor took advantage of the situation to open his arms in welcome. Because of this, the situation was less of a disaster for the Heavenspan realm cultivators than it might have been. Regardless of the Saint Emperor's motives, his actions benefited the Heavenspan cultivators, and were just the help they needed. War did not break out between the two dynasties. After all, celestial deadfall was soon resurrected by the Vile Emperor. And Prince Yu'ar Demon had been captured, not killed. Although that still left the Vile Emperor dynasty down a celestial, it didn't swing the balance of power completely in the favor of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Many people said that things would soon go back to normal, and generally speaking, that was what happened. 10 years passed. Eventually, the Vile Emperor's fury toward Gongsun Wan'er was sated, and he stopped searching for her. He even issued a proclamation stating that her crimes would be forgiven if she simply returned to him. 10 more years passed. People still talked about Bai Xiaochun occasionally, but not as often. Another decade went by. In total, half of a 60-year cycle passed. By this point, tensions had completely eased between the two dynasties, and everything was mostly back to normal. People were starting to forget about Bai Xiaochun, although the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm would often talk about him with deep sighs. The giant Ghost King and Grand Heaven Master, Li Qingho, Patriarch Spirit Stream, and others who had been close with Bai Xiaochun were now in the Greatsword of the North, and they missed him dearly. However, they knew one thing. Bai Xiaochun was not dead. And he would return eventually. It was a hope that burned inside of them, fueling their faith and their strength to endure. That half of a 60-year cycle flew by on the damaged fan just as quickly as it had in the eternal immortal domains. During that time, Bai Xiaochun remained on the mountain in the face of the fan, sitting in front of the tower, meditating. Thanks to the resources he had acquired from the various levels of the fan, and his own talents and abilities, his cultivation base climbed steadily. However, breaking through into the late celestial realm was turning out to be very difficult. Only after 30 years did he finally sense an impending breakthrough. Although that might seem like a long time, if word of it got out, other celestials would have been completely shocked. After all, most celestials would spend 300 years going from the mid-celestial realm to the late celestial realm. Taking only 30 years was completely unheard of. Some of it had to do with the resources at his disposal, and some of it had to do with the sovereign's arm, which constantly emitted a sovereign aura that benefited his cultivation base and sped up his cultivation. And thus, he made rapid progress with his Sutra of Present Life and Death. Eventually, his eyes snapped open and he took a deep breath, his cultivation base rotating rapidly the entire time. As of this moment, he had reached the great circle of the Sutra of Present Life and Death. The signs of an imminent breakthrough were more obvious than ever. "I'm going to break through." Bai Xiaoqi suddenly materialized next to him, his eyes glittering. Although Bai Xiaochun had spent most of the past 30 years in meditation, Bai Xiaoqi was still happy to have someone with him in the damaged fan. He still found Bai Xiaochun to be somewhat repulsive, but it was to Bai Xiaoqi's delight that he finally agreed to let him pick a new name. Unfortunately, even after 30 years, Bai Xiaoqi hadn't been able to come up with a good new name. None of the ideas he came up with seemed to fit. For one thing, he needed to come up with a name that, if someone came along in the future and changed it, would still sound good. Even as he was pondering the issue of a new name, he sensed the aura of Bai Xiaochun's breakthrough, and hurried over to see him. This guy takes too many risks. However, if he keeps up this level of cultivation, then he might actually reach the Archean realm. In fact, he might even become a sovereign. He suddenly thought back to Bai Xiaochun's previous breakthrough, when he had emanated the essence of time. At this point, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, whereupon an intense rumble rolled out to fill the entire damaged fan. As his aura roiled, the river, the boat, and even the sovereign's arm all began to glitter with bright light. As the light shone brighter and brighter, and as his aura grew stronger, he passed a certain barrier, and finally climbed into the late celestial realm. The light shining from Bai Xiaochun's eyes surpassed the one shining from the fan, becoming the brightest thing in the dark void that surrounded them. Rising to his feet, he threw his head back and let loose a long, piercing cry. Late celestial realm. Bai Xiaoqi assumed that Bai Xiaochun's session of cultivation was over. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out into the Taoist Tower of Life and Death to check on Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Bruiser, as well as Song Quebec. Then, he blurred into motion, coming to a stop on top of the sovereign's arm. There, he sat down cross-legged, unleashed his divine sense, and began to merge with the arm. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaoqi blurted in shock. "Fusing with the arm of a sovereign. Heavens! That's impossible, Nothing is impossible." Bai Xiaochun said, looking at Bai Xiaoqi with a look of crazed determination. 30 years of cultivation might not seem like a lot to many cultivators, but it was the longest period of time that Bai Xiaochun had ever spent cultivating. Despite the time that had passed, he was still possessed with madness because of the death of Song Ke, and the danger that his wives, children, and Bruiser had been placed in. He was worried about Li Qingho, the giant ghost king, the Grand Heaven Master, Gongsun Wan'er, and everyone else he knew. And he understood that the only way to do anything about the situation was to get stronger. After 30 years of practicing cultivation that was aided by a sovereign aura, he had come to a much better understanding of the nature of that arm. And he had long since come up with a new idea. "I'm going to fuse with that arm. If it works, then my battle prowess will skyrocket. I'm going back. And I'm going to do some killing, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1196, The Other Half of the Fan. Chapter 1196, The Other Half of the Fan. Bai Xiaoqi was visibly stunned. He might have taken Bai Xiaochun's words to be mere ravings, except for the fact that his divine sense was actually connecting to the sovereign's arm. That connection seemed completely and utterly inconceivable. He's just a celestial. He's not even an Archean. And yet he's actually connecting to that sovereign's arm. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Despite the fact that he had sensed the sovereign's aura influencing Bai Xiaochun's cultivation over the years, he still couldn't wrap his mind around what was happening. What secret is he hiding? Could it have something to do with the fact that he's from the eternal immortal domains? Maybe he... Bai Xiaoqi's eyes went even wider than they had been before. He hadn't thought much of the eternal immortal domains, but as of this moment, he couldn't help but recall a legend that his previous master had spoken of. Even as the spirit automaton stood there shaken, Bai Xiaochun's divine sense connected fully to the sovereign's arm, and he began to pour his thoughts into it. What had previously been only a vague outline of the arm now became clearer, and he began to absorb it into his mind. It was very similar to the way that he had meditated on the face of the beast statue in the spirit stream sect all those years ago. Time began to pass. 1 year. 3 years. 5 years. Before long, 10 years had passed. During that decade, Bai Xiaochun didn't move. He was completely immersed in his pursuit of enlightenment. Although he hadn't fused with the sovereign's arm completely, his understanding of it was becoming drastically more complete. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his trance, and when he did, his eyes shone with light that struck Bai Xiaoqi down to his very soul. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was emanating an aura that Bai Xiaoqi could not possibly mistake for anything else, weak as it was. The aura of a sovereign, he said with a gasp. Ignoring Bai Xiaoqi's shock, Bai Xiaochun slowly rose to his feet and looked down at his right arm. His eyes glittered with the light of augury for a long moment, and then he clenched his hand into a fist. As he did, an enormous, shadowy emperor appeared behind him, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. As for his facial features, they were an exact match for Bai Xiaochun's. The undying emperor's fist. However, this emperor was different from the emperors that had appeared in the past. His right arm did not match the rest of his body. It looked exactly like the sovereign's wolf-like arm. Everything down to the bones, the flesh, and the blood were all exactly like the sovereign's, and it radiated a sovereign aura that made it seem vastly more powerful than before. It was an aura that could shake celestials and archeans alike. This was what Bai Xiaochun had gained after 10 years of meditation. He had incorporated the sovereign's arm into his undying emperor's fist, fusing the two together. Clenching his hand into a fist, he punched out into the air. Instantly, the sovereign aura erupted, filling the void with dazzling light, and sending a massive tempest of wind out across the damaged fan. Any celestial or archean who saw this would be shaken to the core. The fan itself trembled, and Bai Xiaoqi's eyes bulged on the verge of popping out of his skull. He actually did it. Bai Xiaochun looked down at his new right arm, and softly said, "From now on, my undying emperor's fist is going to be called the undying sovereign's fist. It combines the power of my sutra of former reincarnation and my sutra of present life and death. It will be a trump card that I can use to fight archeans." Eyes flickering with determination, he flew off of the sovereign's arm and back to the Taoist Tower of Life and Death. There, he sent his divine sense out, anticipation burning in his heart. Zhou Zimo and Song Junwan were still asleep. However, much of the color had been restored to their faces, indicating that much of their life essence had been restored. Bruiser was similarly recovering well. As for Song Ke, he looked exactly the same as he had before, prompting a light sigh from Bai Xiaochun. At this point, his eyes flickered with cold light as he waved his hand, producing a faintly glimmering soul from his bag of holding. It was the vile prince's soul, which had long since lost self-awareness, and didn't even have the power to struggle against Bai Xiaochun as he held it. "How could I possibly allow you to die a quick death?" All of his time up to this point had been focused on reaching the late celestial realm and creating his undying sovereign's fist. Up to now, he hadn't had any spare time to deal with the vile prince. "You like switching bodies, right? And puppets?" Eyes shining with merciless anger, he waved his hand, causing an array of materials to fly out from the damaged fan, which he rapidly transformed into a puppet to put the vile prince's soul in. At that point, the vile prince regained some of his self-awareness, and after realizing that he was now trapped in a puppet body, looked up in terror at Bai Xiaochun. "How dare you do this to me, Bai Xiaochun? My father the emperor will never let you get away with it. He's definitely going to find you." "Your father the emperor? Hoof. The emperor is no longer your father. But don't worry, I'm still your enemy." Performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, he forced the puppet form vile prince to dance wildly in front of the huge tower, just as the prince's puppets had been forced to do back in the imperial palace. Those puppets had lost their lives to perform that dance, and the vile prince had lost his soul to perform his. As he danced wildly, his terror mounted. After all, the wildness of his dance was causing his soul to slowly disperse. Clearly, he was being killed in the same way that he had tormented his own victims. "That's bullcrap," he suddenly blurted. "What do you mean the emperor isn't my father?" Bai Xiaochun simply snorted coldly and started walking away. He would let the vile prince dance his way into death, as his soul dispersed. "You like dancing, don't you?" he said over his shoulder. "Dance away." "No. This can't be happening. Let me go, Bai Xiaochun. I won't ever bother you again, I promise. I guarantee it." Unfortunately for him, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Bai Xiaochun's hatred for him simply ran too deep. And thus, the vile prince danced madly for 9 days. At that point, the puppet body continued to dance, but his soul was almost completely faded away. He almost had no self-awareness left. On the 10th day, he danced into death, and his soul dispersed. At that point, the materials which had made up his puppet body stopped moving, and then collapsed onto the ground. Bai Xiaochun watched from a distance, with Bai Xiaoqi standing at his side, more terrified than ever. Death cannot wipe out your crimes, Bai Xiaochun said through gritted teeth, his hatred still festering in his heart. Finally, he stood up and went over to collect the materials that had once made up the puppet body. Even as he did, Bai Xiaoqi's face suddenly flickered dramatically, and he flew up off the surface of the fan to look out into the void. Rumbling fluctuations rose up which caused the damaged fan to tremble, and suddenly change directions of its own volition. The other half of the fan, Bai Xiaoqi shouted excitedly. The other half. Jaw-dropping, Bai Xiaochun left the fan face and appeared on one of the ribs. Looking out into the void, he saw a glowing light off in the distance, rushing toward them at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197, Sovereign Precious Treasure. Chapter 1197, Sovereign Precious Treasure. A closer look would reveal that within that glowing light was half of a damaged fan. It was exactly the same type of light that glowed from Bai Xiaochun's part of the damaged fan, although slightly dimmer. Furthermore, this fan was so damaged that it looked like it might collapse at any moment. It's finally here, milord, Bai Xiaoqi said excitedly. If you help me, then together, we should be able to put both halves of the fan together. Then it will become a true sovereign-level precious treasure. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and in fact, had often thought that it would never come, and that the two halves of the fan would forever follow their own trajectories through the void. But then that sovereign's arm appeared, with an aura that could actually power the damaged fan to a certain extent. Under Bai Xiaoqi's direction, the fan had slowly changed course to head toward its other half. And now, the two halves were about to meet. Bai Xiaochun was also excited, although not as much as Bai Xiaoqi. He stood there calmly at the edge of his damaged fan, looking at the other half approaching. Will the other half have another spirit automaton? He asked. Bai Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment, as though he hadn't considered the possibility. Then he looked at Bai Xiaochun and confidently said, if it does, then I'll definitely crush him. Bai Xiaochun didn't reply. Keeping his cultivation base rotating, he thought about what it would be like to have a complete fan. It was an exciting thought. Soon, the other half of the fan was close enough that Bai Xiaoqi performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing bright light to erupt from the half of the fan that was under his control and spread out toward the other half. However, as the two halves of the fan got close to each other, a vicious howl erupted from the other half, and a huge figure appeared. It looked like a larger version of Bai Xiaoqi, except vicious, with green skin like an evil ghost. It was with madness and greed that this strange version of Bai Xiaoqi looked over at them. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted, and Bai Xiaoqi gasped loudly. There is another spirit automaton, he exclaimed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Now that he was in the late celestial realm, he was a lot more confident than he had been in the past. Snorting coldly, he stepped off of his damaged fan and appeared within the beam of light that Bai Xiaoqi had sent streaming off of it. The enormous spirit automaton was immediately on guard, and even lunged at Bai Xiaochun with outstretched hands. Screw the hell off! Bai Xiaochun barked, waving his sleeve and sending the power of his cultivation base shooting out. As soon as the giant spirit automaton was struck, it howled in anguish and began to back up. What had injured it was not Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base power, but rather, the sovereign aura he now had. Although most cultivators would not understand what it was, the gigantic spirit automaton was very sensitive to that type of aura. Eyes swimming with terror, it continued to back up. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then reached out toward the other half of the fan, but rumbling sounds echoed out as the two fans rushed toward each other and began to merge together. The giant spirit automaton howled in terror and rage, but Bai Xiaochun simply looked over his shoulder and quietly said, "Didn't you say you planned to crush him, little automaton?" Although Bai Xiaoqi had initially been a bit frightened by the way Bai Xiaochun leapt to the attack, his eyes now began to shine brightly. Flying toward the huge spirit automaton, he shouted, "I'm the real spirit automaton, fool. Who cares if you're extra big? You're mine." The two spirit automatons roared as they began to fight viciously. That was something that Bai Xiaochun couldn't assist with, so he simply sat down cross-legged and sent his divine sense out to speed up the process of the two halves of the fan combining with each other. Slowly but surely, the fan was becoming whole. Bright light shone as the two spirit automatons fought, until eventually, Bai Xiaoqi won, and consumed the larger automaton. Bai Xiaoqi looked larger and oddly disproportionate as he flew unstably back to Bai Xiaochun. A happy look on his face, he burped, then sank down into the fan face, where he disappeared. As he left, Bai Xiaochun scanned the fan with divine sense to make sure that Bai Xiaoqi wasn't hurt. Before long, the two halves of the fan had combined to create one whole fan. There were some areas that were still damaged and cracked, but considering how the fan was capable of repairing itself, Bai Xiaochun was fairly certain that it wouldn't take long for it to be back to its original state. Now that the fan was complete, it was larger than before, and also shone with much brighter light. It looked completely spectacular as it continued to sail through the void. Even more exciting was that his level of authority over the fan had actually increased. With a mere thought, he could change the direction the fan was traveling in, and also its speed. He could even make it stop if he wanted to. That was something he had not been able to do in the past. However, he could also tell that the fan was following a preset trajectory. And after sending some divine sense into the fan, he realized that somewhere far off in the distance, something was calling to the fan. Now that the fan was whole, that calling had begun to pull the fan toward it, causing it to fly in one specific direction. What called out to the fan after it became whole? He thought. Could it be? His heart began to pound. Could the call be coming from the sovereign from the immortal world, the one who created the Tao essence of life and death, and also the fan? It didn't seem likely to Bai Xiaochun, considering that the sovereign had supposedly perished. At this point, he realized that although he could make minor adjustments to the fan's direction, he couldn't change its overall course. Finally, he decided that he would ask Bai Xiaoqi some more questions when he woke up. Now that the fan was whole, the greatest change to it was the world in the fan's face. Before, that world had contained a river, a mountain, a tower, and a boat with two men playing Go. There was also a palace floating in the river, and the arm of a sovereign hovering in the air. But now, the river was complete, and contained something new. A black fish. Its eyes shone with strange light, and although it wasn't moving, Bai Xiaochun could sense the fluctuations of a sovereign coming off of it. There was something about the aura that made him think of the Tao essence of life and death, and seemed to be connected to the Taoist tower of life and death. After closer inspection, Bai Xiaochun was certain that the black fish contained the fan's true sovereign-level divine ability. Before, the damaged part of the fan that he had become the owner of had the Taoist tower of life and death, but had lacked the black fish. And the half of the fan that the fish had existed in lacked the Taoist tower of life and death. But now that the fan was whole, its sovereign-level divine ability was complete. Excited, he performed a few tests, only to find that the current level of his cultivation base didn't permit him to actually use that special magic. Not willing to give up so easily, he performed some more tests, only to find that he was unable to do anything with the mountain, the river, or the boat. However, the palace was different. It had been so severely damaged that, despite the fact that it contained a portion of an Archean soul, it wouldn't actually be dangerous to an Archean in a fight. Frustrated, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense onto the boat. To his shock, one of the old men playing Go suddenly shivered, and the Go piece in his hand began to shine with bright light, and emit powerful fluctuations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1198 Archean Slaves. Chapter 1198 Archean Slaves. As the Go piece vibrated, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine as he realized that, apparently, all it took was a thought on his part to control the Go piece. Maybe it's not just the Go piece. Holding his breath, he sent his divine sense into the Go board as a whole, which also began to shine with bright light. However, only a moment later, the light faded, and his divine sense began to dissolve. Can't quite get the Go board, he thought, sighing regretfully. Pulling his divine sense back, he sat down cross-legged and performed some breathing exercises until he was fully recovered. Then he stood up and sent his divine sense out again. Instead of targeting the Go board, though, he locked onto the Go piece. As it began to vibrate and emit bright light, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger through the air. The Go piece became a bright streak of light that shot out of the fan face and into the void. The energy on display far surpassed that of a celestial, and was more like that of an Archean expert. The fan itself trembled, and the startled Bai Xiaochun waved his finger in the direction of the sovereign's arm. When the light hit the arm, a spectacular boom echoed out, and the arm was shoved backward several meters. At the same time, a hole appeared in it, the same size as the Go piece. It only dug about 3 inches into the surface of the arm, but it caused the flesh to begin to decay for a moment before the fan's powers of regeneration kicked in and healed the wound. Even still, Bai Xiaochun was shocked by the ferocity of the attack. So strong. He was excited, but at the same time, didn't want to injure the arm any further, and therefore didn't dare to use it to do any more tests. Next, he used his authority over the fan to cause it to stop moving, and then he flew off of it into the void. There, he performed an incantation gesture, calling upon his connection to the fan to send a bright stream of light shooting out from it. The light pierced through the void until it reached a certain spot, where it exploded. Vibrations rolled out through the void, invisible, but detectable by Xiaochun. Considering that he was now in the late celestial realm, and had already fought with an Archean once, he could tell exactly what those fluctuations indicated. An Archean-level attack. It even seemed stronger than when the Vile Emperor attacked me. I wonder how long it would take for the light from that go piece to reach the eternal immortal domains if I summoned it. And I wonder how many times I could do it. After some more thought, he went further out into the void to do some tests and see how quickly the light could reach him. What he found was that as soon as he summoned it, it would appear in front of him, almost as if it were completely ignoring the space between the two of them. Eyes widening, he changed locations and did a few more tests. Afterward, he was convinced that it didn't matter where he was, the light would come to him immediately. Now this is what I call a weapon, he said, throwing his head back and laughing uproariously. He continued to perform more tests. After 15, it reached the point where no light came. At that point, he realized that 15 times in a row was the limit. I wonder if that means I can use it 15 times every day. 15 times per day would be more than enough. Savoring this development, he returned to the fan, sending it along its way through the void as he sat down cross-legged to meditate. The next day, he excitedly performed some more tests. However, it was to his shock that he got no response from the go piece. All of a sudden, he started to get a bit nervous. No way. Don't tell me that you can only use it 15 times total. The thought instantly caused him to want to moan in grief. Starting to obsess at the thought of what he might have lost out on, he waited for more time to pass. For an entire month, all of his tests met with failure. By now, he was feeling profound regret for what he had done. The thought of having wasted 15 Archean-level attacks made him wish he could smack himself silly. Why did I have to go and waste them? He said, frowning and sighing in defiance. An entire year passed. Finally, he decided to perform another test, whereupon bright light suddenly began to shine from the go piece. Apparently, after using all of the light, it would take a full year to recharge. Shooting to his feet, he began to laugh loudly. From now on I'm going to call the light from that go piece Archean luminescence. Swishing his sleeve, he reveled in the sensation of having another trump card at his disposal. Once Wanner and Zimo are awake, I'll go back to the eternal immortal domains. High-spirited and full of mettle, he looked back at the tower. Based on his calculations, there was only a year to go before Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo awoke. Bruiser would likely awaken along with them. Sadly, there didn't seem to be any change in Song Quebec. It was at around this time that Bai Shaoqi woke up. Clearly, his divine sense was much stronger than before. After scanning the fan with it, he proudly materialized in front of Bai Xiaochun. Hey there, little Xiaochun. I have some issues with you being the new owner of this fan, and would like, before he could say anything further, Bai Xiaochun looked at him out of the corner of his eye and then unleashed a beam of Archean luminescence on him. The light instantly struck fear into the heart of Bai Shaoqi, who shivered and dodged to the side. When he looked back at Bai Xiaochun, all sense of arrogance was gone from him, and he looked like the picture of subservience. What did you just say? Bai Xiaochun asked coolly, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Heart-pounding with fear, Bai Shaoqi said, I just said that I think you're the most suitable person in all creation to own this legacy fan, milord. Never could he have imagined that, while he slept, Bai Xiaochun would gain control over the go piece all on his own. I have an idea, Bai Xiaochun said, looking back at him. Let's talk about that name change you wanted. I've come up with the perfect name, Bai Shaoqi immediately began to wail inwardly with grief. Terrified of what name the vengeful Bai Xiaochun would give him, he quickly said, Milord, after absorbing that large spirit automaton, many more powers have been awakened within me. Although I can't yet get those Archean slaves from the boat to leave the fan, I can summon them to you to be sparring partners. That way, you can get used to fighting with Archeans. And then, when you get back to the eternal immortal domains, you'll definitely dominate anyone who tries to fight you. Worried that Bai Xiaochun might not believe him or might not give him a chance to follow through on his offer, he performed an incantation gesture and threw all of the divine sense he could muster toward the fan face. Instantly, one of the two Archean slaves shivered, and his eyes began to glow. Rising to his feet, he blurred into motion, flying up into the air within the world of the fan face. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Greetings, master. Although Bai Xiaochun had hoped to take the Archean slaves with him, and was disappointed that he couldn't, it would also be good to do some training with them. When Bai Shaoqi saw how his eyes were shining brightly, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Milord, he continued obsequiously, the exalted sovereign captured these Archean slaves and sealed them with restrictive spells. Only a sovereign could possibly undo them. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun entered the world of the fan face. Come on. Let's fight. Even as the words left his mouth, he attacked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1199 Vile Emperor? Ha! Chapter 1199 Vile Emperor? Ha! The old man slowly began to look up. He wore green garments, and didn't seem very impressive at all with his white hair and emaciated frame. He was even a bit hunched over. But after looking up at Bai Xiaochun, he straightened, and his eyes began to shine even more brightly. Suddenly, his facial features began to change, and an expression of anger filled his face. As his energy began to build, his hair changed, transforming from white to pitch black. By the time he finished looking up, he didn't look like an old man anymore, but rather, middle-aged. Even as his energy soared, the divine sense and cultivation-based fluctuations of the Archean realm erupted out from him, as well as a unique, holy air. Although the man now seemed to be on the same level as the Vile Emperor or the Saint Emperor, he was a bit off in terms of his cognitive ability and overall strength. And yet, even a slightly weakened Archean was still an Archean. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but shiver in fear. All of a sudden, he felt like he was facing a chaotic, primeval beast, something whose mere gaze caused all of his hair to stand on end. However, it was actually an exciting sensation. He wanted to learn from this Archean, and to do so in a safe fashion. There could be no better and safer sparring partner than this old man. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he powered up as well, his energy rapidly reaching that of the late celestial realm. He also drew on his fleshly body power as he prepared to fight. As a result, although his aura couldn't quite match up to the Archean's, his overall energy was close. They looked at each other for a moment, causing rumbling sounds to echo out between them. Then, in the blink of an eye, they both blurred into motion, slamming into each other and causing deafening booms to fill the air. Frightened, Bai Xiaochi quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, sealing the entire area off. Then, he backed up to watch, his expression that of concern, but his true feelings anything but that. Who gave you the right to bully me, Bai Xiaochun? HMMMPHH. Did you really think the grand spirit automaton of this fan would be looking out for you? Yeah, right. I just want to see you get beat up. Although he didn't dare to give voice to such thoughts, his eyes glittered as he observed the fighting from a distance. Booms rang out for about 7 or 8 breaths of time. At that point, blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backwards several hundred meters before finally forcing himself to a stop. As for the Archean, he simply hovered in place, clasping hands and bowing in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Archeans really are pretty incredible. Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes glittering thoughtfully. He didn't even use any big divine abilities, only ordinary magical techniques and fleshly body power. But even that was enough to force me back. I can only stay in the fight for a few breaths of time. My biggest advantage isn't being in the late celestial realm, it's having the powers of regeneration from the undying live forever technique. As his injuries healed, he charged into battle once again, using all of his fleshly body power and divine abilities to see what he could do against this Archean. Living Mountain Incantation. Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformation. Mountain Shaking Bash. Undying Hex. Throat Crushing Grasp. Live Forever Lamp. Sutra of Past Reincarnation. Sutra of Present Life and Death. In one interchange after another, he used all of the magics he had learned through the years, with the exception of his Undying Sovereign's Fist and the Water Swamp Kingdom. Thanks to this constant fighting, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base remained in the late celestial realm, but his battle prowess advanced by leaps and bounds. He constantly mixed up the way he used his divine abilities and magical techniques. And thanks to his powers of regeneration, he could fight over and over again, and find his own weaknesses and limitations. Days passed in which Bai Xiaochun was completely wrapped up in his training with the Archean slave. At one point, he asked Bai Xiaochi about the fan's overall trajectory, but unfortunately, didn't get much solid information. Bai Xiaochun also found time to work on the 3rd level of his time immemorial codex. Unfortunately, that required a lot of time, as well as a peaceful and calm heart. At the moment, he was too worried about Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo and Bruiser, as well as all of the people from the Heavenspan realm. After some failures with the Enlightenment, he focused completely on sparring with the Archean slave. As his battle prowess increased, the Archean slave slowly began to resort to more complex and powerful magical techniques, and also began to draw on more of his fleshly body power. Bai Xiaochun lost every single time, but was making rapid, almost unbelievable progress. In the beginning, he could only last against the Archean slave's simplest magical techniques for 7 or 8 breaths of time. But now, even after the Archean had begun using powerful divine abilities, he could last for longer and longer. As for Bai Xiaoqi, despite the fact that he already knew a lot about Bai Xiaochun, he was completely stunned by what was happening. This guy is pretty awesome. Another few months went by, and it reached the point where Bai Xiaochun could fight the Archean slave for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. He was now fully comfortable in the late celestial realm, and had reached new understandings of his own magical techniques. Finally, he demanded that the Archean slave fight even harder. A boom could be heard as Bai Xiaochun was sent tumbling backward 100 paces. He was gasping for breath as his wounds began to recover, and yet, the battle spirit in his eyes shone brightly. "Use your highest level of battle prowess," he said. The Archean's eyes glittered as he blurred into motion, becoming a wild tempest that caused the entire damaged fan to shudder. Startled, Bai Xiaoqi strengthened the sealing marks he had put in place. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shone with madness in the face of the destructive tempest of power that was the Archean slave. The time has finally come to see if my undying sovereign's fist can shake a trump card ability from an Archean. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he clenched his hand into a fist, causing cracking sounds to ring out in all directions. A huge wind sprang up, and within his celestial aura, a scrap of sovereign aura appeared. The Archean slave shivered and braced himself. At the same time, an enormous figure appeared in the air behind Bai Xiaochun. The shadowy emperor looked like he always had, except for his right arm. Undying sovereign's fist. Bai Xiaochun shouted, lunging forward, his fist seemingly wreathed in flames as it struck toward the Archean slave. As the fist shot forward, the shadowy emperor's sovereign arm seemed to fuse with Bai Xiaochun, making it seem like he was a sovereign unleashing a fist strike. For the first time, the Archean slave let out a shout of fear. Not daring to hold anything back, he unleashed all of the energy he could muster, throwing out his hands to cause countless streams of golden light to shoot out from him. The light instantly transformed into a golden face, which howled as it lunged toward Bai Xiaochun's incoming fist. In what was only the shortest of moments, Bai Xiaochun's undying sovereign's fist slammed into the Archean slave's deadliest move. A huge shockwave spread out through the world of the fan face, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds. The entire fan actually trembled. Bai Xiaoqi let out a shriek of terror, and did everything he could to force the magical seals he had put in place to hold tight. At the same time, blood oozed out of the corners of the Archean slave's mouth, and he staggered backward several steps. Bai Xiaochun also staggered backward, coughing up blood. A few hundred meters away, he lurched to a halt, his eyes shining with excitement and delight. "I can hurt an Archean." At this point, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His fist strike truly could hurt an Archean. Although he had ended up hurt in the process as well, with the powers of regeneration of his undying live forever technique, that was something he could deal with. Well, in this case, if I use my Archean luminescence, then what reason do I have to worry about the vile emperor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1200, Curious Bai Xiaoqi. Chapter 1200, Curious Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaochun was absolutely confident about what was to come. Over the course of the following month, he continued to spar with the Archean slave, becoming more familiar with the use of the undying sovereign's fist, and even making it more powerful. Other than the Water Swamp Kingdom, this was his most powerful divine ability, something that could shake even Archeans. From the look of it, his bad luck was going to be a thing of the past. The undying sovereign's fist could crush anything in its path, and would soon cause Bai Xiaochun to bask in the warm glow of good luck. Eventually, at long last, Bruiser woke up. When it happened, Bai Xiaochun could sense the Taoist tower of life and death tremble a bit. Blurring into motion, he headed to the tower, sent some divine sense inside, and then performed an incantation gesture. A black stream of light flew out from the tower, swirling through the air until it sensed Bai Xiaochun's aura, whereupon it shot toward him. Bai Xiaochun did nothing to avoid the beam of light. In fact, he smiled, stepped toward it, and threw his arms wide. As the black beam neared, it resolved into the shape of Bruiser. He was clearly excited and happy, and immediately pounced on Bai Xiaochun, yipping a bit and licking him all over the face. Bai Xiaochun laughed in delight, hugging Bruiser, who had assumed an appropriate form for the occasion. He looked mostly the same as before, although he was about as tall as an average person and sturdily built. Especially noteworthy was that his cultivation base was now in the demigod realm. Combined with his impressive frame, his demigod aura was enough to leave anyone shaken who saw him. Then there were the black flames which roiled out beneath his feet and his razor-sharp teeth. He looked quite vicious and intimidating. However, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, he was the same little Bruiser from back in the Heavenspan realm. "Bruiser!" he exclaimed. Bruiser howled in response, rolling around excitedly on the ground and occasionally leaping high up into the air. Anyone from the Spirit Stream sect who saw Bruiser acting like this would be visibly shocked. After Bai Xiaochun had left the sect all those years ago, Bruiser had always acted particularly domineering and vicious. He had fiercely protected the sect under any and all circumstances, and many new disciples were actually scared of him. But now, he was acting just like he had when he was young. In fact, he even shrank down to the size of a hand, then bit down onto Bai Xiaochun's pant leg and began to drag him along. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been happier. "Come on, Bruiser. Dad's going to take you for a walk. This is going to be our home from now on." Bursting with delight, Bai Xiaochun took Bruiser on a tour of the fan, starting with the world in the fan face. Bruiser was very curious about everything, and was very thorough in examining the place. Eventually, they returned to the Taoist Tower of Life and Death, which was when he suddenly spun in place and pounced on a certain area off to the side. As he did, a shriek rang out, and Bai Xiaoqi stumbled out of thin air. Pointing at Bruiser in shock, he said, "That thing can see me?" Similarly surprised, Bai Xiaochun said, "Bruiser, meet Bai Xiaoqi. You keep an eye on this fellow, he's not very trustworthy." Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with how spectacular Bruiser was for being able to see Bai Xiaoqi. As for Bai Xiaoqi, he immediately shrieked, "Hey, you said I could change my name." Bai Xiaochun roared with laughter, then made a few teasing comments. Then he led Bruiser off for another walk, when suddenly, fluctuations began to roll out of the Taoist Tower of Life and Death. Not just one set of fluctuations. 4. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized two of them. They belonged to Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo. The other two were also familiar. After all the years that had passed, Bai Xiaochun had come to recognize the auras of his unborn children. They're gonna give birth now. Stunned, Bai Xiaochun sent some divine sense into the Taoist Tower of Life and Death, simultaneously rushing back toward the door. As he approached, the door opened, and Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo appeared, looking somewhat confused, holding their bellies as they walked out into the open. Upon catching sight of Bai Xiaochun, their jaws dropped. "Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun." At this point, Bai Xiaochun could see that they were not about to give birth. Rather, the unborn children inside of them were simply moving around actively now that they were awake. Although he was relieved, he was also starting to feel a bit guilty and awkward. To be facing two women, both of whom bore his unborn children, left him feeling somewhat unsure of what to say. Blinking a few times, he said, "Hey there, how are you two? How the hell do you think?" Song Junwan snapped, stepping forward as if she intended to attack him. She had always had a short temper, and although there were tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but think back to all the bitterness she had endured over the years, and how long she had been pregnant. Zhou Zimo, the mistress red dust of the past, also had a sizable temper. And it was only made worse by the unclear relationship between her and Bai Xiaochun, and the fact that she had been pregnant for years now. Then there were all of the life or death situations she had faced. As of this moment, she was glaring daggers, and even began to walk forward as if to start fighting. Bai Xiaochun had never thought about what would happen in his moment. In the past, he might have fought back, but now they were his Taoist partners, both of whom were pregnant. How could he possibly dare to strike them? And they obviously wouldn't let him off the hook if he tried to escape. Whatever. If they want to beat me up, then so be it. Nobody's here to watch anyway. With that, he raised his hands high into the air in defeat. Then, the fists and feet began to rain down on him, provoking occasional yelps of pain. Before long, it was to his delight that he realized his celestial cultivation base allowed him to sense what the two women were thinking. When he was sure that their anger had been sated, he reached out, grabbed the two of them, and flew to the top of the mountain in the fan face, where he had long since hewn out an immortal's cave. "Get your hands off me!" Song Junwan said, glaring. "How impudent of you, Bai Xiaochun!" Zhou Zimo said icily. "Both of you shut the hell up!" Bai Xiaochun said. Before either of them could respond, he took them into the immortal's cave. Off in the distance, Bruiser looked on solemnly. Bai Xiaoqi stood next to him, looking curious. "Hey bro," Bai Xiaoqi said, "what do you think they're doing in there? Why were they fighting just now? And how come my master couldn't beat them? He's in the late celestial realm." Bruiser looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye at Bai Xiaoqi. He almost couldn't stand to be in the presence of someone who was obviously such a simpleton. Even after not being able to beat them in a fight, he then took them into his immortal's cave? Are they going to practice some cultivation or something? Bai Xiaoqi scratched his head curiously. "I think I need to go see for myself." His curiosity was especially piqued by the odd sounds he could hear coming from the immortal's cave. Even as he took a step forward to go investigate, Bruiser blocked his path. However, Bai Xiaoqi was simply too curious, and considering his powers within the fan, there was no way that Bruiser could actually stop him. Passing Bruiser by, he entered the Immortal's cave. Bruiser looked on, shaking his head. Before long, a howl of rage could be heard from Bai Xiaochun, accompanied by a yelp from Bai Xiaoqi as he was ejected from the Immortal's cave. I was trying to help you, my lord. I can't believe you actually attacked me. Shut up. Bai Xiaochun shot back, clearly flustered. After all, Bai Xiaoqi's sudden intrusion into his Immortal's cave had been quite startling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.